I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gonna live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, doing no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, yeah. Baby, I'm bad.
I just wanna stay bad, stay mad. Chip on my shoulder cause they treat me like an outcast. I ain't gonna take that, stay back. I'll be swinging hard till the hits come in all caps. I ain't gonna lay back, pray that someone's gonna help me. Ain't nobody like that. I ain't gonna wait, that's all fact. Give me one shot and I'll never get the throne back. I'm sick of being cautious.
What is going on? What is up, everybody? Merry Christmas, happy holidays for everybody, whatever you celebrate. I'm going to welcome up Kohler here and Lewis here in just a second. It's going to be kind of a little short live that we're doing tonight. I wanted to make kind of a special one to say happy holidays to everybody. I know it's Christmas Eve for those that celebrate Christmas. But, you know, this is I'm going to bring the family up right now, and we're going to talk about some stuff and maybe talk some fins and get this thing going. So welcome to everybody that came in. Give some shout outs real quick. Sorry for the delay. We were working on some stuff there in the back. Let me see who we got in here right now. Yes, Mark, I see you a dozen times in here. And yes, I am the Bills hater. That's me. Ryan AP, what's up? He says fins up. California, Dudfins suck. What's up, Michael K? Who else we got in here? Mark, of course. Josh Allen is the next Elway. What's up, Jordan? I see you, Jay. And Lewis down in the comments too. Okay. Rashad, what's going on? John, what's up? Scrappy. El Cap popped in there. Got Adam Padilla. What's going on, Michael K? I see you, bro. What's going on, Tony B? Crypto, what's going on? Fred Dunlap, Joe, see you then. 72 undefeated, what is going on? All right, I'm going to bring up the boys right now so we can have a chat. What's going on, guys?
What is up? Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Happy Kwanzaa. Happy Festivus. Bah humbug.
I'm the bah humbug one.
Happy solstice. Whatever it is you do.
Man, color touched them all. So
happy turtle race day or whatever you do on Christmas or the winter.
What other ones is there?
I don't know. I'm sure somebody roasting a pig for something somewhere. Shout out to you.
I could have swore there was like one called something Box Day or something, right?
Right? Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking
about?
It doesn't matter.
Maybe something for Brahma or Krishna or somebody. I don't know.
72 undefeated said Florida is the new Alaska, and I tend to agree with them. God damn, it's cold out here.
Oh, I know. I might have to bust out the big jacket for tomorrow's game, man. I don't know if I can sit there for 3 hours in 52-degree weather, man. That's gonna suck.
That might be cold for you guys. I just want to say something real quick. Check this out, because y'all and Michael, I see Michael K and Mark in the chat now. Well, you know what? We won't even go to Mark, but I see Michael K in there, and Michael K knows cold even more so than me. Right now, it was like 20. It's 20 degrees right now, but earlier today it was 13 degrees. Yeah, and then the 2 days prior to that, it was respectfully. It dropped down to 1 degree or 2 degrees or something like that during the day, and then it was negative something at night. And then yesterday was -6, -7, and then it went up to like -9, and then it went up to 6 to 9, between 6 and 9 degrees, and then again in the night dropped to negative temperatures again.
That is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and then on top of that, Kohler, it's shit, right? Because we have all these passes, like mountain passes. Like, say if I want to drive from Tri-Cities up to Seattle, there's about an hour-long pass that goes through the mountains, and that's where everybody snowboards and stuff up there. There's like White Pass, Snoqualmie Pass, like all that. The passes get really bad. Like, you can legit get stuck in your car up there for days, hours. Sometimes have to be rescued. It depends on the conditions. Like, sometimes it'll be really bad to where they'll only let four-wheel drive people in, or if you have chains. Like, the weather's no joke over here. No joke at all. And where I'm at, on top of it being covered in snow and it's shitty out right now, it's been raining for 2 days. So all that just made everything like an ice rink. And how do I say this kindly? People where I'm at here in Washington do not know how to drive. They drive like shit. You would think that they're playing Mario Kart in real life.
Well, currently it's a balmy 45 degrees in sunny South Florida, mostly cloudy.
It's 35 over here in Tampa. So
wait, 40? It's 40 degrees?
45 for me.
Damn.
5 where I'm at. It's 35.
Isn't that pretty unheard of over there in Florida?
Not unheard of. It's cold. It's, it's pretty nippy, but it's not unheard of per se.
What's good, King Mill?
What's up, King Mill?
What's good, man? Yeah, what Adam say right there about the Pacific Northwest. He said the worst thing about the Pacific Northwest is the freezing fog. Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't say it's the worst thing, but it's one of the bad things. Yeah. Tony B, where are you at, Tony B? Where you have 4 feet of snow. What'd you say? 4 feet of snow and 50-mile-hour winds for 2 days straight. Where's that at? Where are you at, Tony B?
Damn.
That's crazy, man. Yeah.
Both are slow.
50 miles. So, he's in.
Yeah, Buffalo's slow.
So, yeah, guys. Listen.
Man, Crypto says he's in 15-degree weather, so shout out to Crypto.
Yeah, where's he's in right there in Maryland, right?
Yeah, he's up there in Maryland.
The good news is QV1 had plenty of time in this 40-degree weather to toss the ball around yesterday evening.
Well, I'm going to be honest, Color. I'm kind of starting to get tired of talking about QB1.
What's wrong with QB1, man? You don't like him?
Do I have to lie? Do I have to lie because it's Christmas Eve
No,
and
you
we're
don't
supposed
have
to be
to lie.
spreading the Hollywood
Nah.
holiday cheer, or do I be honest? Because I'll let DTA start the show. But I'm just
Nah,
saying I'm getting real tired of this QB1 talk.
No, I want honesty, and that's what I want to touch on this right now. There's some things that we're going to address tonight, guys. We're going to have real conversations. And listen, that's part of the beauty of coming here. And at the Fence Tailgate, you're never going to get bullshit from us. You're never going to get lies. That's not what we're about. We want to keep it real. And look, what that means is sometimes people aren't going to agree with you. But what that also means, to the flip side of that coin, is that sometimes if you don't agree, you still got to accept that, even if you agree or not with somebody's opinion on a football player, for example, or a certain subject matter. Look, we all get along with people every day in life, and not everybody has to feel the same way.
Only thing I got to accept is
mashed
mashed potatoes and corn.
That's right. That too.
But
we about to get raw right now. Everything is about to get raw right now. We're going to have a real conversation, and I like where this is going.
Mashed potatoes and corn.
I like where this is going, you guys. And you know what, Lewis? I like that you brought that up. Why don't you take off with that subject first, and then we'll get into something about. I want to bring to attention some things that have been going on in the deep dark Twitter spaces, and like I said, as Drake says, a lot of people switched in their trigger fingers for Twitter fingers and started talking tough online. So I want to address that. I want to call out some people and.
Before we get started, I have to announce that the wave function has collapsed. We are now living in the universe where the Buffalo Bills have clinched the AFC East division title.
Yeah.
Congrats to the respectable Buffalo fans we have in our community. Every other Buffalo fan can go take a hike.
That's right.
In the cold. With frozen salt water.
The only thing Josh Allen clinched was his lips around his coach's dick.
I heard that. Well, with that being said, DTA, I'll start it off. Again, I got this Rabbit Dolphin name for a reason. It's because, people that have grown to know me and love me is because I try to be as real as possible. And I think there's a kind of difference where people are just, they don't know the difference between support and belief. And I'll give you my opinion on that. Tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock, when the ball's kicked off, I'm going to support Tua Tagovailoa because he's the quarterback of my football team. Now, do I believe in Tua Tagovailoa? I'm tired of fucking sugarcoating shit, DTA and Color. I do not. I'm tired of this hiding behind and sugarcoating what I have to say because I don't believe in Tua. Now, I support him. Again, do I believe in him? No. And I'll give you just you guys a couple of examples. I was watching little snippets today with Color Commentary. Shout out to Color. Showing us the Buffalo Bill game and Chicago Bears. They called a bootleg to one Josh Allen. I made the comment to Color, see this narrative that our fan base wants to put out about, well, why is Coach McDaniel not calling all the plays? It just seems like he won't call certain things. You know why Coach McDaniel can't call certain things, you fucking idiots? Because Tua Tagovailoa has limitations. And Tua Tagovailoa can't do certain things that a Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, those guys can do. That's why Tua don't get certain play calls called for him.
We were talking about this today when we were watching the game. This is a conversation you and I had, and I think it's a perfectly valid point.
It's limitations, DTA. And people get in their fucking panties in a bunch because we come out here and we call those limitations out. And then we get called a hater or not a real fan. Right? But this real fan that I'm pointing up to the right of me, Color Commentary, that hater will be in the fucking building tomorrow. Supporting the team. Supporting Uno. And I don't how Color feels about the support and belief theory that I have. So I'll say it again, and I'll let everybody else come into this conversation, and I'll keep going.
Here we
But
go. This that shit we're talking about right there.
Support and belief to me are two different things. I'll be supporting Uno tomorrow, but do I believe in Uno? I do not. And I don't care about this fucking chat right here. Laughing out loud, Lewis. You got to be mad for another 5 years, clown. You're right. The only problem is, Brian Moore, I've been fucking mad and I've been mad for the last 25 fucking years before Uno got here. Because this team hasn't gave me anything to be happy about. But I'm sorry to tell you, Brian Moore, Uno hasn't given me nothing to be proud about neither or happy about. So go fuck yourself.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? And then you know what? You have all right to put that's the difference that some people don't understand. And I think that's that separator people need to comprehend. You don't have to like Tua. Okay? You can still support Tua in this team and not like the kid. And there should be no problem with that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but everybody's entitled to their opinion. Everybody's entitled to be a free thinker, think how they want, feel the way that they feel. And we are supposed to be accepting of that. Yeah, and you can say we big mad, Uno gonna make it happen. Bro, listen. The only thing we've been seeing about Tua is that he has not yet been able to get us to the playoffs. He has not yet been able to fucking take us far. Now, given he's got a perfectly good opportunity this season, and we'll see what he does with it. But I'm telling you right now, if we either miss it or we limp in and we have a first round exit and get our asses beat, all that's doing is proving us right. At the end of the day, I'm going to say it like this, yo. I'm going to say it like this. All this nonsense and this booty kissing has to stop. There's been this divide, and this right here is the biggest example I can give you guys. You remember when shit was so political that it became divided, where we had to circumvent that by telling people right out the gate we had to come and tell you who we voted for. It's kind of like that. The situation right now within the Dolphins community has gotten to the point, okay, where we have to say, like, you have to just come outright tell somebody you're either a Tua supporter or a Tua hater. There's no median, there's no in between, and it is what it is. And there's just one extreme and the other. There's no in between. It's just been divided, and that's how this fan base is. Look, you can I don't know, and I can't fathom it, because you can still like this team. You know how much money we spend on clothing, game tickets, going to the games, spending money at the stadium like some of us do, buying sweatshirts, going on Fanatics, doing all this shit, putting money, back into this team and supporting this team every Saturday, every Sunday, every Monday night, whatever day it is that the game is played. A lot of us are out there supporting this team, no matter who's behind quarterback, whether it's Ryan Tannehill or it's fucking Jay Cutler or it's Tua Tagovailoa. We are supporting this team. We don't have to like everybody behind center. That doesn't mean you're a hater. That doesn't mean that you're. Go ahead, Lou.
I'm sorry, just to cut you, but look at the comment right here. This is the problem. You big mad. Uno's going to make it happen. The only thing I've seen Uno make happen this year is a possibility at the number 1 overall seed going into the San Francisco game, where Cincinnati took care of business, right, beating Kansas City, to going from the number 1 seed to the 7th seed where we sit now. That's the only thing fucking Tua has done this year. Tua, with all the love and support from the fans, couldn't even make the fucking Pro Bowl. You know why? Because the peers in the NFL, his peers, the coaches that coach against him and scheme against him, don't have no fucking respect for him. So if the people that he plays against in the NFL don't respect him, why the fuck should I listen to a guy like Brian fucking Moore?
And this is where I mean the division is. We have people that agree, and then you got people that don't. Right here. I don't know if it's Jamie or Jaime. I apologize if I butcher it, but it says, I don't know how any fair and logical fan can say Tua has delivered in big games. I am a fan waiting and hoping for it. So are we. So are we.
Exactly. It's always the hope and wait and pray and I believe. Listen, I played football. DTA, I'm pretty sure you played football. I know Colors played football.
Yeah, I was a wide receiver.
Believing don't win you shit on the field.
Nope.
This happy-go-lucky shit, I'm tired of it, bro. I'm tired of people telling me, well, if you believe, it will happen. No, it fucking doesn't. Because I'm sorry to tell everybody, but I've been believing in this team for 30 fucking years. And it hasn't happened. And again, I'm fine with it. But stop trying to throw Uno down my fucking throat. Because I'm here to tell people on YouTube and on fucking Twitter. Again, I will be supporting Uno as long as Uno is the quarterback of this team. But let it be known, December 24th of 2020, I don't believe in fucking Uno. If everybody else wants to have this happy-go-lucky belief bullshit, then that's fine. But leave Lewis the fuck out of it. Because I don't fucking believe in it until I see it.
Right here, 72 undefeated says, just because Tua hasn't won big games and as a fan we expected him to, doesn't mean we're hating. I agree 100% with that statement. And I think that's the point. That's the point and the sentiment we're trying to express. It doesn't make us a hater because look, and here's my problem, okay? Picture for a moment, if you will, you have a big group of like-minded individuals. We all rooting for the same team. We are all Miami Dolphin fans at the end of the day. But not all of us think alike, as we shouldn't. We all have formed different opinions and arrived at those opinions one way or another. But at the end of the day, I support whatever quarterback is out on the field because I have to. I have no other choice. I'm not the fucking coach. I'm not an executive. They ain't going to listen to what I say. My input in that matter doesn't mean shit. But me as a fan, the only thing I can do is keep investing money into fucking Miami Dolphins clothing, jerseys, keep watching games, keep supporting in that way. I have no say in the roster, but I am allowed to express myself with tangible shit. Now, if I was just some nut, let's say we had a Josh Allen out there playing for us, and I just hated the guy, so I was out there talking crazy out the side of my neck. That'd be one thing. But let's be honest. Let's be real if we're going to be real. Tua had 2 bad shit years, and this is the first year that he's shown us something. But nonetheless, because he had good games against lower tier teams, nonetheless, he still has shown that he has limitations. And he has still yet to have taken us into the postseason and won anything of merit. See, at the end of the day, the Miami Dolphins is just like any other team in the NFL. If you're not playing for the Lombardi, like Kohler said earlier, if you're not playing for the Lombardi in a Super Bowl win, I don't know what the fuck you're playing for. Let's be real. That's what you're playing for. And you guys got to ask yourself, can any of you honestly sit there, and I want you to really, you got to be 100% real with yourself. You got to level with yourself. Do you see Tua being the guy? If we're going to start talking franchise, okay? Franchise guy. The guy that we're going to pay a big contract to and be even more stuck with. And I'm not saying one way or the other. I won't get to my opinion on that yet. I'm asking you guys. I'm just saying, again, I'm not going to say one way or the other. I'm posing a question. Do you see Tua being able to be the man, the guy, to deliver a Super Bowl win to Miami?
And I don't know, DTA, but this comment right here by King Mill, people will say, "Oh, Lewis, you're throwing that comment up there because he's agreeing with you." No, 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 no. Let me be very.
We've been putting them all up. We've been putting them all up.
Let me be very clear. See, I'm here to speak for the guys like King Mill because King Mill doesn't come on the panels a lot from what I've seen, right?
Right.
But you see how Tua has that cult-like following, that people are so ride or die for Tua. Me, I'm a man of the people. I'm a man here for King Mill.
And John Seattle
fans. That's the fan I'm gonna ride with.
You got it.
He agrees with me because I know he thinks like me. He sees the game like me. But see, and again, I'm not saying that King Mill won't come up here and express his opinion. I just haven't seen it a lot. So what I'm here for, King Mill, is to be your voice, homie.
Check this out, Lewis.
Be one of these happy-go-lucky fans, King Mill. So shout out to you, homie.
You got another one right here, Lou.
That's the homie John, where I had the pleasure of speaking to the other day. And it was an absolute pleasure to speak for him. And again, King Mill don't have to agree with me. John don't have to agree with me. We can disagree. But I will never come at someone personally or try to, if John doesn't, for instance, John right here, if I say something John don't agree with me, I'm not going to kill John. We can sit here and have a healthy debate and that will move it forward. But these two guys, you got to sit here and just argue and argue and argue and argue. And they don't have nothing to stand on. The kid has been dog shit since he's been here. And I don't give a shit if he plays good against the Chicago Bears, Houston Texans, Cleveland Browns. Read me a goddamn big game.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, DTA, for getting loud and upset. But but I'm tired of this shit.
This is what tonight is for. This is partially why I wanted to come up and address this. Please continue.
I'm fucking tired of this shit, bro. It's like we gotta get force-fed something that, again, where's the proof? Where can somebody sit here and say, look at Tua in this game, he won this game. Look at Tua here. Whether the offensive line's playing bad, running game's playing bad, receivers ain't creating separation, coach that don't believe them. It's always something. Last night, I had to sit here and have a debate with somebody that I absolutely love in this fan base. But she's trying to tell me about a pass interference call on the referees. Bullshit!
I agree 1,000,000%. And look.
It's a referee. It's a lineman. It's a coach. It's this. No, it's fucking Uno.
Here's the thing, Lewis, and I want to address this real quick. I don't mean to steal it out from under you, but when it comes to that particular thing, the reason I have a problem with that is because 1,000,000 times to none, okay, if it's something good or something positive, it's Tua that did it. But if we lose a shitty game and everyone looked like dog shit or whatever, let's just say the Chargers game, okay? If you got the 49ers game. The 49ers game is a good example in my eyes. You take the 49ers game, for example, they don't have that same energy anymore. You notice that it's okay to talk positive about Tua, but you're not allowed to be objective, and that's what I would call it. Yes, and I'll admit, now there is some people that are very loud and proud and hate Tua, and maybe they do talk a lot of shit. But most of the time on this show, it's never gotten to that. We've never taken it to a degree where we're just being assholes talking shit. It comes from a place of being objective and being real. Because we want a winner to win games and be a part of a winning franchise, because that's what it's all about. Now, there's a big fine line difference. There's a fine line difference between being a fucking hater and being someone who's open, realistic, uses their eyes, and is objective to things. I can critique the team. I can critique Tua. I can critique other players on this team. Not just Tua. I will be objective to all the players on the Miami Dolphins if they go out there and they shit the bed or they crap their pants or they have a bad game. Just as I will equally, as I stand here before you, give them credit when they are playing well and doing good. Period. But that's the problem I have. And I'm going to take it right here for a minute. I just want to be real with everybody. Look, and again, happy holidays to everybody. I know it's Christmas Eve, but we're being real and shit's getting raw right now. And I want to bring this up because this has been.
It would be. Sorry to cut you off, DTA. It would be on DTA if he wants to drop a link. I don't know what DTA's plans are, but yeah, I just wanted to shout that out.
EM, I am going to drop a link. I'll be doing that here in a few minutes. I want to give everybody up here a chance to talk. I want to bring, like I said, listen, guys. I understand that I understand it's holidays. I understand that it's Christmas Eve, and I know everybody's trying to enjoy things with their families and all that. And I'm not trying to be negative. I know, you know what? None of us are. I know that Kohler isn't, Lewis isn't. None of us came up here with the intention to just, we're never trying to be an asshole and be negative, but this shit needed to be said. All this needed to be said and needed to address. And I'm going to tell you guys another thing. This division has to stop, and that's got to start somewhere. It doesn't matter if you're on fucking Twitter Spaces or YouTube or you go to other channels. This division is getting to the point where you got guys like, look, CB83. You have two different types of people, and I'm going to put names on it, like making up names like Wolfpack and shit. All that does is further push a fake agenda so that other people who are more extreme will take anybody that says anything objective about Tua and start the shit talking and the threats. And yes, there's been personal threats against people up here. Now, I'm going to let these people speak for themselves, but I've already had a comment made about my wife, and it really wasn't even that bad, but nonetheless, it's about my wife. I had a comment made to me about my wife. Other people have had their wives and their phone calls made to them. You've had threats made against them about physically beating them up or doing things to them, beating their ass, how they're going to fucking lay them out at the stadium. And, look, bro, if people go to the game with their kids and their wife, you think that they want to worry about having to watch their backs, not because somebody's scared. You think that they want to deal with that? Or somebody's going to walk up in the parking lot at the tailgate because they want to test your gangster? I don't fucking play that way. I don't play that shit. It's not funny to be making jokes about fucking somebody's wife. It's not funny to be saying how you're going to lay somebody out and lay in bed with their wife or anything with their kids. That's another thing. Like me, you bring my kids into it, bro. I don't give a fuck if there's 100 people in the room and if I'm being recorded. I don't care. I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to do to you. But really, at the end of the day, all this over fucking talking about a quarterback on the Miami Dolphins, that's what this shit leads to? That's okay. That's acceptable? We're going to accept that? You're going to let somebody else's opinion about a fucking quarterback make it acceptable to make death threats, threats to your job, threats to your children, to your wife, your significant other, over fucking Tua? What kind of clown shoe bullshit is that? You're right, Shag. Everybody people be taking shit too serious. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, here's the problem. Look, it's gotten to that point. It's happening on fucking, it happens in the live chats on the YouTube channels. People are personally attacked by name, okay? And for those of you that don't know, I want to say something. I wanted to address this really quick, and this is one more thing I wanted to bring up. For those that didn't know, me and Lewis, we saw the toxic way in which all the Twitter spaces were moving. We saw the direction in which they were headed. So we both came up with a great idea. We had a vision, and we wanted to implement that vision on Twitter, and we started doing spaces a different way. We wanted to give it or allow a space so that everybody could come in and everybody had a voice no matter how you felt. You could be a Tua hater, a Tua lover. We didn't care. Everybody could come in. They had a safe place to get up on their soapbox and spit their facts, be objective, say whatever they wanted to. We wanted it to be a safe space for everybody so that at the end of the day, we could shoot our shit about the Dolphins, say how we feel. We could share opinions, butt heads, but at the end of the day, we could shake hands and leave and then do it again the next day. And things were going good. That's how things were continuing to be. But lately, not just in our spaces, we're also getting reports and hearing things of other spaces where it's gotten to the point where people are making death threats to each other. People are fucking literally getting somehow getting people in the community that some of y'all know, they're getting their phone numbers. Like, it's fucking crazy. Calling them on their personal cell phones, calling their jobs, calling their wives. Yeah, calling their wives and making threats to their wives, their significant others. Shit's getting crazy. Over a fucking, like, I've never seen something so polarizing the way that Tua Tagovailoa is. We're going to let this shit happen over this quarterback.
And I just want to stop. I'm not even trying to cut you off, DTA. But this is the homie right here, Cat for Life. And I tend to agree with this statement right here, winning cures all. But I'm going to be honest, right? No more sugarcoating shit. To be honest, Cat for Life, winning doesn't cure all. Because as long as Uno's our fucking quarterback, we're still going to have those believers of Tua. They're never going to stop. They're just going to keep rubbing it in our face. People like me and people like Cat for Life and people like Color and DTA have reservations about this kid or have had criticisms of this kid that will never let us down, even if we win. They'll just keep throwing in our face that we were losers, we were haters, that we didn't believe.
And check this
right now, and I'm going to say it right now on live stream, and I didn't even want to fucking do it. I really didn't even want to fucking do it. Tua Tagovailoa, in my opinion, I can only speak for myself. I can't wait till this motherfucker's gone. I can't wait because I've lived through this team of Dan Marino, Jay Feeler, Pennington, Henny, Tannehill, all these motherfuckers. And you know what every one of them had in common? We didn't have this divide in the fan base. We didn't have this tension, and Tua is the problem. And until Tua gets his little Hawaiian ass the fuck up out of Miami, this is what we're going to have. So, Cat for Life, I agree with you. In any other situation, homie, winning cures all. But not with fucking Uno here. And I just said it. So if people want to come at me or DM me or get at my wife or my kids or me or whoever the fuck, the fact of the matter is I can't wait to have Uno fucking up out of here.
Yeah, I agree.
Whether it's next year, 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years down the line. At least I'll get my fucking team back. I've always been a fucking person that believes in the front of the jersey, not the back.
That's goddamn right. And that's what we said.
Got these fucking people in here that all they're blinded by is one Tua fucking Tagovailoa. And I'm tired of this shit.
100%, Lou. And here's another one here, right? Check this out, Lou. This is the shit we're talking about. A prime example again. Tua haters deserve hate back. See, that's the thinking right there that started all this shit. Because
hate me, but don't hate my fucking wife, because my wife has never came on a panel and talked about Tua Tagovailoa.
Agree.
100%. But don't hate my 7-year-old kid that I can't take to a fucking game now because my wife feels like, people are looking for me at a stadium.
And you know what else?
7-year-old fucking kid,
and you know what else?
My wife out of it.
Hey, and you know what else? It's for Tua to deliver that hate back, not no other person that thinks he's Tua's best friend. You know what I mean?
That's the thing I don't understand.
Ain't for no fan to deliver that hate back. It's a player. Ain't nobody hating on you. If somebody's hating on Tua, why do they deserve? They only deserve hate back from Tua. That's who decides to give it back. And I bet you he was probably raised to turn the other cheek. So why don't you act like you're a God figure and do like he does, and stop telling people they deserve hate back for hating on Tua, because ain't nobody hating on you. You ain't the arbiter or the deliverer of Tua's hate in retaliation. That's up to Tua to do that. And the best way to do that is to shut us up on the football field.
I hear you, Jay. I get it, Jay. And I've heard this from plenty of people. Just relax, dude. Let it go.
Just let it go. Just relax.
If people want to come at me, I have no problem. I can let that shit go.
Y'all missing the point that Lewis is trying to make.
But when my wife gets phone calls, I can't let that go. My 7-year-old son wants to come to a Dolphin game with his father, and people.
I'm sorry you was raised that way, Dolphins fan forever. I'm really sorry you was raised that way. That's a lot of baggage you carry, bro.
Already, man. I'm just not with the shit no more. I'm sorry, fellas. And again, it's Christmas Eve. I'm at a party with my friends and fucking family, and I'm sure everybody's having a good time and wants to celebrate hopefully a Dolphin victory tomorrow, which I will be doing the same. But I'm fucking tired of it, man. I'm tired of having to fight over a quarterback.
Listen, Jay, listen, bro. We're not trying to, we are in no way, shape, or form trying to delegitimize what happened to you. I understand, like you said, you've been abused by family. Look, that's 100% valid, brother. And I'm sorry that happened to you. And none of us up here are trying to discredit that to any degree at all. But that doesn't mean that what we're saying that is less serious, so it shouldn't be taken serious. If someone's making death threats to you, your wife, and your children that are also happen to be in the same town you live in and can catch you at the stadium, that's a very real thing. And that's why we're addressing this up here.
I've seen personally live TDR. I met TDR live at a tailgate. I would imagine that me and him, I wouldn't say are friends, but we're all fans of the same team. But right here, I think we're talking about the wrong thing right now. What the fuck should we be talking about? Because again, TDR, I get you. I would love to be talking about my team. But again, these are the comments that really gets my blood boiling. Because TDR, I'll ask you a question. If your wife was receiving fucking phone calls and and people were telling your wife that TDR after a game you weren't going to come home to sleep next to her, would you have a fucking problem with that? Would you be telling people like me or anybody else this is the wrong thing to be talking about? Because when I started coming around fucking YouTube or hosting Twitter spaces, all I wanted to do was talk about my fucking team. But because of an opinion that I have of a certain player, I have to have death threats. Sorry, TDR, that the conversation is not toward your liking.
No, see, that's 100% right. And that's why I wanted to address this shit tonight. Y'all don't even know. Like, a lot of you didn't know that this shit. See, bro.
Right there. There you go, right there. Your wife might have a side guy. Well, my wife is right next to me right now, motherfucker. So I would be able to see if she did have a side guy.
Hey,
me right now, you bitch.
Dolphin fan forever. See, that's that pussy shit. I'm gonna open the panel up. Why don't you come up here and put a fucking face to it? I bet you won't.
Yeah, drop the fucking link, DTA. Let's see what everybody else has to fucking say. This is bullshit. You see right there? These are the comments right here. Your wife might have a side guy. Well, guess what? Maybe
you can't blame him for being able to recognize it so easily. He's been through it so many times himself. So it's, he assumes everybody else's relationship is just like what he's had with his old ladies.
I'm sure.
Well, maybe someone should reach out to Tua's wife then and let Tua's wife know that he's probably getting dicked in the booty down too. Maybe someone has their dick in Tua's little fucking ass too then.
Listen, I'm gonna say right now that bitch ass won't come up here, and we all fucking know it. And I'm gonna tell y'all something too. See, because if I'm the type, and I've had this conversation with these guys up here, I'm old school. Okay, so loyalty means something to me, and a handshake means something to me. Your word means something to me. You don't talk like that. Just like calling somebody a bitch or a punk or a chump, shit like that. I'm old school. That kind of shit right there. That's the kind of shit that'll get you rocked. You better have your fucking fighting shoes on. I don't play that game. To me, you know, I can take shots at you. I can take shots at you and sit there and beef with you.
Fuck Tua and fuck his wife too then. Fuck them.
If I can,
let's forever. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with me saying fuck Tua and fuck Tua's wife? What are you gonna do about it?
But see what it is this. This is what I was saying about earlier. We can't give this situation any more energy anymore.
No, fuck that, Mountie. No, hold on, Mountie, because I want to land real quick, and this shit's been going on too long, and that's what I'm saying. Look, I'm old school, and these guys know my history, know what I did, Kay? I will personally buy a plane ticket and fly down there and beat the goddamn dog shit out of you and wipe the fucking floor with any of you ever say that shit to me or about my fucking daughter, or you say that shit to Lewis.
Yeah.
You can bet on that. Yeah. I'll put that on my daughter's life. DTA, I will buy a plane ticket and fly down there and whoop your stupid fucking ass up and down the streets of Miami.
Yeah.
Check this out. I'm going to put the comment up again. This is the same guy that mentioned my wife 3 minutes ago.
Boom.
He's the one that said my wife is the one that has the side goat. But listen to this. Leave Tua's wife out of it.
I just make a
exactly. What a fucking hypocrite.
Tua's wife so Tua's wife is untouchable, but my wife can be touched by everybody. Yo, who the fuck does this guy think he is?
Can I just make a quick to all the people that are defending Tua and making these threats to other fans? I bet Tua does not know you exist, so I don't know why we keep doing this. You know.
Oh, Greg, that's why. Because there's some straight up hoes.
Leave Tua's wife out of this. Wow. Unbelievable. That guy's a piece of work.
Well, I tell you what, on a lighter note.
Very confused because I had no idea.
On a lighter note, tomorrow's game day. Tua, these last 3 games, Tua needs to show some vast improvement from the last 3 games that we've seen, because I'm going to tell you something. If he doesn't finish out strong, my word next season, going into next season, the QB room is vacancy. That shit is up for grab. That shit is up because I think if Skylar Thompson knows that it's up for competition, he'll probably beat Tua out. I'm telling you.
Yo, do you guys think Sean Payton might come here?
Yeah, let him fall apart. You got that right.
Coaching staff together. Do you think if things go south these 3 games, do you think Ross pulls the trigger and says, McDaniel, get the heck out, and we get Sean Payton? Do you guys see that happening at all? If
Sean Payton
if he shows interest,
Tua, then I'm all on board.
I don't think Sean Payton wants
if he shows interest.
Whatever it takes to get Tua Tagovailoa
you're right.
Up out of Miami, I'm
Mountie, you're right. He probably don't want his own quarterback.
Listen, think about it. Think about it this off season. Look how hard it was to get a head coach in here. Because you got to remember, what was the grounds to hiring a head coach this year? They had to be willing to coach Tua.
Right, that was the criteria.
And you got to remember, it's got to raise some suspicion. Brian Daboll coached him in college. He chose to coach Daniel Jones.
Yeah, that's
dude.
You got a good point there. Yeah,
that's gotta raise some suspicion. He wants to go to New York and coach a guy who's never coached before. where you coached a guy in college. So you know all his weaknesses and his strengths.
What the fuck? He says, "What the fuck? Tua is a Pro Bowler." No, he's not.
Delusional.
No, he's not. He didn't make it. He's a fucking backup's backup.
It's an alternate, bro.
He's a
that
backup's
guy's living
backup.
in fantasy world. He says Tua is a Pro Bowler.
I mean, I'm not trying to, lessen what happened to Lewis. Lewis, I'm sorry, man. I had no idea that somebody got at you about your wife and kids and all that shit. Fuck them. But I mean, why are we hating on Tua? Like it's Tua that's throwing insults, I mean,
No,
you were saying
listen, TDR, you're
want him
missing
gone.
because you're missing.
I'm
Listen,
not hating on Tua,
missing the point, TDR. We're not.
I'm not hating on Tua. What I'm saying
We're not hating on
is
Tua. Tua is the reason why
No
these
one's hating.
motherfuckers are going after Lewis.
the same energy that they're gonna give me because they're defending Tua. I gotta go at them, and that's the only way that they're gonna be in their feelings is if I talk about their little precious God about them. Again, I started off by saying, and I'll say
Fuck
it again,
them, man.
there's a difference between supporting a quarterback and belief. Tua shows me that he can win the big game and take us to where we all want to be. I don't believe. Now, tomorrow, TDR, I can promise you that at 1 o'clock Eastern, I'll have my number 1 jersey on and be rooting the ever-living dog shit out of fucking Uno. But I don't have to believe that he's going to take
You guys
somewhere.
notice that?
I don't have to come out and keep saying, well, Tua's going to do this and Tua's going to do that. Tua hasn't done a fucking thing. He hasn't. And I'm tired of
And that
this
should
shit
be okay.
where everybody's telling me he's so fucking good. He's not. He's an average quarterback right now in the NFL. Period.
It should still be okay.
Even
That's the problem.
otherwise, that's what he's going to be.
That's the problem. It should be completely fine. It should be completely fine that any of us say that. Nobody and everybody should be okay with that. That's his fucking opinion. That's the point.
So can I say something real quick?
His wife had nothing to do with it.
Can I say something real quick?
I just didn't know.
And y'all notice who was down there in the bottom left corner? ADX prison or whatever the fuck. Then they changed it another time. I don't know who that was, but if that was that pussy ass that came up here and didn't put his fucking name on here, didn't put his face on the camera, that wasn't doing shit just by you making an appearance.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Remember, you remember, okay, the last game. You know the throw that Tua just outright missed, but Gesicki was wide open. Okay.
Yeah.
How many top tier quarterbacks missed that throw? How many? The guy was wide open. Like he threw the ball immediately to Tyreek Hill. Like that's where he wanted to go.
I
with
think
the ball.
I have a stat on that, Mountie. I think it's precisely 7.23.
Okay.
Just kidding, man.
So
Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas.
You had me going. Color. You know how I am with numbers, Color.
I was just about to break out the Jamaican eggnog, man. So
you trying to lull me in, Color. You lulling me in.
Jermaine King right here. Marino did nothing. He did a hell of a lot more than Tua ever will.
Listen here, real quick. Oh, yeah. That throw that he missed to Gesicki. That throw that he missed to Gesicki, those are the type of throws that could keep us out of the playoffs. Those are the type of missed throws that can keep us from advancing to the playoffs. And those are the missed throws that could possibly, God forbid, cost us the Super Bowl. He cannot miss throws like that. He went immediately to Tyreek Hill. That's where they knew where he was going. They knew where he was going. Immediately. That's what worries me about him. Tyreek Hill is his safety valve, his get out of jail free card. And they know where you're going with the ball, bro. He's your first read. He's going to start throwing picks. They're going to jump those routes, and he's going to get picked.
I'll tell you the difference between the two. Marino gave us a chance to win every game. Tua gives us a chance to argue every Monday.
Drop the mic.
Yeah, good
drop
point.
The mic.
Drop mic there.
Drop the mic. All right, Liz. How are you, Liz?
With that?
I'm all right. I just got a few things to say. Lewis, I'm sorry that they're doing that to you, and that's just not right. And two, I always tell it as it is. If Tua's doing bad, I say that he's doing bad. If the defense is doing bad, I say the defense is doing bad. If the offense is doing bad, then that's what I say. It is what it is. If they want to go at people and with their own opinions and do stuff like that, they don't belong out on the street. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. The point is,
They can end up in Western State. Ship them there, where all the other loonies are.
All I know is Jets fans are still crying to this day that they didn't draft Dan Marino. I don't see anybody in New York crying about not drafting Tua.
And I appreciate
even with the quarterback problems they got.
I appreciate the kind words, Liz.
yeah,
For real. I appreciate the kind words.
that's a
from
good
Liz.
point too, Color.
So I'm just saying, I'm tired of this shit. They gonna get this same energy until fucking Uno proves to me that he could do a fucking thing. This is the same energy I'm gonna have. Fuck them. I don't give a fuck. They already coming at me anyway. So
yeah, I like that. I like that. It takes more than a good QB to win. But see, the thing about that is, Jermaine, we have that more that you're talking about now. You can't just keep saying that for the rest of time. We have that more now.
Yeah. What is the Tyreek Hill's chopped liver now? Is he soup sandwich or something?
And let me ask you
Jalen
this,
Wallace
guys.
a statue?
And let me illustrate this point to a T. Nobody in this chat right now would say that the receivers last year were better than they are this year. Not one person in this chat. If I said that right now, y'all would stop watching me and say Color's a fool, and I'd never have another viewer the rest of my time at YouTube. But guess what? Our drop percentage, Tua's drop percentage right now is 7.6. Last year, 4.6.
Y'all say the corniest, stupidest shit.
Our receivers are dropping more footballs this year than last year.
Him winning a national championship.
By almost double.
Bro, he didn't even play.
Him winning a national chip. Him winning a national championship does not mean shit. That doesn't translate to a goddamn fucking thing in the NFL.
Damn, is that the homie? Is that the homie
That
EM down there?
That is.
The homie EM. What's good, EM?
No, EM is up here. He's trying to maintain his EM 1.0 status. So he's making strides. I'm proud of him. He's trying to maintain the 1.0 status. He don't want to drop to 2.0.
Y'all give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Oh, he ain't coming back.
Oh, EM.
Okay, so a lot of people.
I'm proud of you, EM.
A lot of people just glaze over the things I say without me actually having to illustrate it, like so everybody knows they can say this to other people and know they ain't talking out their ass, because Color ain't talking out his ass. All right, you see right there. See 2022 drop percentage. Tua, second in the league, 7.2%. Right. That means our receivers are dropping 7.2% of his passes. Okay, let's go up here. Click on previous season. Sample game size is almost the same, like sample size. So we can look here. Let's go to accuracy. Drop percentage. Ooh, where's Tua? Oh, where's Tua? Oh. 4.5%. Oh, are you? Wait, Color. What does that mean, Color? What are you trying to say? Oh, I'm not trying to say anything. What the stats are showing and what Tua's drop percentage is showing is that our receivers are dropping more footballs per pass than they were last year.
Right.
But nobody in this chat is going to argue that our receivers are better last year than they are this year. So I'll say again, Jermaine, we got the more. It's time for the good quarterback. It's been time for the good quarterback. For a long time. It ain't Tua's fault. He came into this situation.
I just find it, well, we've got him better receivers, better weapons around him, and it's just ironic how the guy that Tua unseated at Alabama is outplaying it, playing circles around him now. And he wasn't even known to be a good passer in college. So how does that work?
Yeah, damn. What did I miss, fellas? I've been away for a minute, but god damn, I guess I need to be
I was trying to bring it back to football.
Y'all need to fill me in, bro. I mean, damn.
It's Christmas,
I know it's been a minute.
The Grinch just stole Christmas.
Started everything.
EM, you were in that Twitter space, and you know what the fuck
I need somebody to guide my slate.
Damn, man.
It was Crypto's fault.
EM, these whole ass motherfuckers
DTA.
in this community need to be called the fuck out and fuck them all.
Well,
I'm gonna be the one to call them out.
Well, I was talking more. Lou. That's an unfortunate situation. We'll get to that in a second. But I was talking about the two doom and gloom. I was like, what did I miss? Did I miss something? Because y'all up here, god damn,
Well,
y'all up here sounding like you the second coming of Zach Wilson, bro.
EM, it's our last chance before game day to get it all out. You know what
I mean, bro, y'all, man, look, y'all acting like Tua is the second coming of. He's been the second coming of Zach Wilson. You would never know it, bro. The difference. I mean, real talk, bro. Come on, man. All this doom and gloom shit. Listen, I do not want to sit up here and sound like a Tua apologist or a, God forbid, definitely a goddamn Tua near, because I can't stand them motherfuckers.
It's okay, EM, but it is incumbent upon somebody to be an apologist on every panel. So go ahead, bro. It's no problem.
No, there's no apologist at all. Hey, listen, I heard DTA.
I want to say this real quick. I want to say, you guys are missing the point. Like, we're not saying that it's not about Tua being. It's not about, the point is, we're not trying to say that Tua's that dog shit, blah, blah, blah. The point is Tua's the reason that we're saying it's pitiful and sad that Tua's the reason that people find it acceptable to make death threats, threaten wives, family. That's what we're saying. That's only,
excuse me.
Oh, yeah, well, absolutely.
Excuse me. Lewis did use the word dog shit.
No, Tua is dog shit. Tua is dog shit, but I'm saying that's not the main
dog
point.
Shit,
that's not the focal point.
Anyway, listen, I agree 100%. Listen.
DTA is like, I'm not in the mood, color.
I agree with y'all 100% about the love affair, because again, I think I might have been the first one in this community to go public 2 years ago about the Tua near and the love affair with Tua, and he hasn't proven himself. I think that's been established. So I don't want, before these fucking idiots start.
Could you have ever predicted death?
Hang on, color. Hang on 1 second. Before these idiots start coming at me, start chirping in the chat about me being a Tua near and I'm flip-flopping and all of that bullshit. I was the first when it wasn't cool. When it wasn't, hang on.
You should be able to say whatever the fuck you want, bro.
Hang on.
You should be able to say whatever you want without people chirping at you. That's the point.
No, I'm just getting out of, I'm getting ahead of the game, because I know they're gonna start commenting. Oh, EM is making.
Yeah, but you know what, EM, we let Alexander come up here and talk. You don't get no more Tua near than that. Yet we still get hate for not having not giving everybody, Tua nears get to say their piece here. That's why I don't understand why we get, so much vitriol.
Yeah. It's not like they can't come on the panel.
We got a lot of great audience members that are Tua nears. A lot of them have come around to look, EM, a lot of them have come at me when we first started, but there's a few quote unquote Tua nears that have come around to me and kind of give me respect now. It's not like it, you know what I mean? And that's why I don't understand why some people in certain, spaces will say, are just still in this mode of oh, you can't say nothing negative. I think we've all pretty much proven where we're at. We continue to watch every week. We're 14 games into the season. Ain't none of us gone anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, they make it out like, I don't know. I just think there's no figurehead on the anti-Tua side for them to insult, so they go at the person personally. You know what I mean?
It's you know, I heard. Look, see this bullshit right here. See, look, see. Hey, listen. Before it was in vogue and before it was popular to critique Tua publicly, I was the first motherfucker in this community out ahead of that. So this bullshit about I'm an Tua apologist and hell no. I call it down the middle as I see it. If Tua is playing well, if I see growth in Tua's game, guess what? I am going to give him credit publicly and privately. If he's playing like quote unquote dog shit, guess what? I'm gonna light his ass on fire publicly and privately. That's just the way it is. I think I'm not the only one, but I pride myself on trying to be as objective surrounding any evaluation with any player on this team, not just Tua Tagovailoa. So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm always going to be at. I'm the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
When Dan Marino had bad games and did stupid shit, we felt the same way during the game. We're motherfuck that guy. You know what I mean? Trust me.
So so at one point I had the whole goddamn world coming at me, turned upside down. Coming at me. So I don't give a fuck about none of that. With all of that being said, I mean, man, the doom and gloom, like I said, bro, y'all are acting like Tua is the second coming of Zach Wilson. I don't understand where all of this, I mean, the level of crypto. Hang on. Crypto, Lou. We had this conversation about 2 nights. When was I forget whenever that was. Recently. Let's just say recently. But y'all, I told y'all then. I told y'all privately.
I got you. But the problem is, you see the quarterback you're comparing him to.
Man, what the fuck is that noise, bro? Somebody wash the dishes. Can you please put yourself on mute?
That Christmas
I don't know who that is.
Hey, you see what I'm saying? But that's the problem right there, EM. That we're comparing Tua to Zach Wilson. So, all right, congratulations. You're better than trash. What the fuck are we talking about?
Come on, bro. Stop.
You can't use him as a barometer.
Stop it. You cannot stop it. Stop. Don't do that, Lou. Don't do that.
EM, I need him to be in the conversation with Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert.
Well, look. Listen. That might not ever. You know what?
Zach Wilson. Like, what are we talking about here?
No. Hang on. No, what I'm saying is, based off all of y'all pretty much up here on this panel, the way y'all have talking, I've been listening to y'all since y'all fired the stream up, right? And the way y'all are talking, I mean, I got my 2 brothers sitting here listening to y'all too. They 49ers fans. They like, God damn, they acting like Tua is absolutely, absolutely trash. I'm like, bro, you hear this book? You see what we got to listen to every night? But anyway, I had to hop on here for a second.
They're partly to do with making them look like trash, so I don't know what they're talking about.
But at the end of the day, listen, nobody's saying Tua. I understand you want him to be like Burrow. You want him to be like Herbert. That might not ever come because Tua's not the athlete those 2 players are. That might not ever happen. And we have talked about this. I don't know how many times, lose count of how many times we've talked about this.
But do you see what you're saying there, Ian?
Hang on. Can I finish, please, what I'm saying, Color? Please.
Sure. Go ahead, bro.
So at the end of the day, where Tua is right now, third year. From where he was in 2021 to where he is now, y'all don't see growth into his game. You mean to tell me? Hang on. I know we lost last week in Buffalo, and I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not said as much, bro. Have you been listening?
Really?
All week?
When was that?
I've been telling you how good a game it was Sunday all week, bro.
I can't tell because goddamn, the way y'all sound tonight, bro. All of y'all.
This ain't my show.
I'm thrown back about this conversation.
I mean, the way y'all is. The quote Lou and DTA is dog shit. Dog shit.
How it sounds and what it means are 2 different things.
I'm just guessing about
Tua.
I'm just guessing tonight, just like you are, with a little more controls in the backstage.
All right, let me talk because it is my show. You guys are all making this strictly about Tua and missing the big fucking picture here. The point is is anybody. We don't have to like fucking Tua, and it shouldn't be that big of an issue. That's the point.
Nobody.
Who cares?
Well,
Who cares?
I'm not saying you do. I'm not saying you do.
Is the point.
But my
No, we
my
got an
issue.
ally
Hold
with
on,
EM
hold
there.
on.
I
Can I
mean,
get in?
EM's been staunch about
DTA, can I
making
get in
sure
here?
people can
No,
say their piece.
EM. I'm saying. I think that it's being lost in translation. When we came
It's
up
the
tonight
bullshit right
talking
there
about
with
Tua, we
CB83.
didn't
I'm not
mention
with the
him.
bullshit today, CB83. I'm telling you right now, I ain't with the bullshit. So save that wolf pack and
Can
all
I
that
get in?
bullshit for someone else.
No,
I ain't
no,
with
I
that
think
bullshit today.
here's where it's got. Look,
You know what? Everybody can.
Here's
talk
where
no
it
more.
got confused. The DTA and Lewis were lamenting about how it is, how people get treated when they do
Right.
make things about
Right.
Tua. So
Oh,
at that
absolutely.
point, hold on. So at that point, Lewis was airing his frustration and saying, not only is it wrong for you to tell me I can't say my piece, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it. And that's when the Tua is trash talk started. It wasn't like we were talking about Tua. We were talking about the fact that nobody can talk about Tua without taking hate.
Oh,
And
well,
then-
All that
and-
talk
well,
about
well,
so that
how the
devolved
fuck-
into
how the-
proving
well,
we
How
can
the
say
fuck
what
are
we want
how the
to.
fuck are we gatekeepers? CB83, you've been up here every single time you've wanted to come
Yeah.
up. We have never.
Bro,
Stopped
CB83
anyone.
hasn't
Not
even been
you, not
around for the
anybody.
last two.
That's some bullshit.
CB83 has been fucking ghost for the last 3 weeks. Now all of a sudden he wants to pop up. I was looking for this fucking
That's
show
a
last
lie.
night, but
Can I
couldn't
get in?
fucking find it.
DTA, let me get in.
He's starting to get
in
into a Manning territory. CB83 is
Go
like
ahead,
Manning.
KP. Go
He's
ahead,
fair
KP.
weather.
CB83 don't show up just like Tua. That's what CB83 does.
CB83 is an example of what's wrong with the community. He spends his whole time calling people names,
Damn.
calling people casuals. Hold on, let me finish.
Get him,
Calling people
get on his
calling
ass.
people the wolf pack. Hold on.
Get on
Calling
him.
people the wolf pack, calling
Hey,
people
he can
names
have my
for
spot.
anybody that doesn't bow down to the idol of Tua. The problem here is the idolaters in the community who want to make Tua some sort of like a pass to being a Dolphin fan. When the reality is these guys just became Dolphin fans yesterday. Right? They can't fathom that other fans have been in this community and have been watching this team for decades. And we've seen what's wrong with this team. And there's just too many damn Tua sexuals, man. They're outrageous with you got people, content creators out here associating Tua with Jesus Christ. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
Who was
There
doing
are
that, KP?
shows-
Where you
there
see
are
that at?
shows-
Who was
there
doing
are
that,
shows
KP?
do- There are
Who was
shows that
doing
a
that?
lot of people subscribe to that are making that point. And so
Who was
when
doing
they
that,
do stuff
KP?
like that,
Who?
I ain't gonna call no names, man. You can
EM's trying
find it.
EM instigated. EM, you an instigator. Stop
I
it.
know. I really would like to know who's doing that because that's absolutely ridiculous. I really would like to know. Really?
Damn.
Well, I ain't gonna call the brother's name because he is a brother. You know what I'm saying? But listen, it's out there. These guys go too over the top with them making a Tua some sort of pass to being a Dolphin fan. You must appreciate Tua. You can't say anything wrong with Tua, and that's like pouring gasoline on an open flame, man. That's what creates beef.
I don't give a fuck about none of that. Listen, I'm gonna say what the fuck I want to say, wherever I want to say it, however I want to say it. I don't give a fuck about none of that. These niggas, pardon my language. I was about to pardon my
Say
language.
what you want, bro. Say what you want. No,
These
you're good. That's what
motherfuckers,
this
they
show's-
can kiss my ass. They know that I've been telling them since 2019. So with that being said, listen. It's extremely unfortunate of what's going on, the blowback that the homie is experiencing right now on a personal level. That's absolutely ridiculous. Again, I've been calling that bullshit out since 2020, and there is no place in this freaking fan base to where people are in their feelings to the point where if somebody has a difference of opinion, a different narrative surrounding Tua, that they take it upon themselves to go off the to take it on a personal level, to call people's families.
Y'all make sure you get your vote in the poll that I just pinned. I just pinned a poll. Make sure y'all get your vote in the question of the night is Tua of the Father or from the Father? Your choices are of or from.
I don't even want to. I'm not going to even entertain that nonsense.
When they say you're not a Dolphin,
ridiculous.
when they attempt to judge your fanhood, that's where the insult comes in. They say you're less than a fan, or you're less of a fan than me. That's where the problem is.
That's the point.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
That's the
Hey,
point.
listen.
And then the other shit, like I said, the threats and everything. But EM, go ahead. I want to hear you finish your thoughts because I know you were trying to land there.
Yeah, Lou, keep your guards up, bro. You know I'm riding with you, homie. To an extent, till you get a little outrageous with your Tua hate. But then, you know, I love you anyway. I love you anyway, homie. You already know. But at the end of the day, that type bullshit has no place in this fan base. And yeah, man, a lot. But you know, I've learned, you know, how I've, you know, kind of dealt with situations like that. You know, I just ignore them. You know, and it might be a foreign.
We did have proof that Tua is in fact the left arm of God.
Man, y'all need to stop with that bullshit, bro. I mean, really, that ain't even funny.
I mean, it says right there, hope.
Man, y'all need to stop, bro.
Right there on the left arm of God.
Bro, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's definitely.
But anyway,
it's a fever.
Yeah, bro. It's just keep your guards up, man, and keep doing you, Lou. You know,
you got CB up here right now.
Oh yeah, what's cracking?
You already know,
Hey, you know I showed up to the party. What's good?
CB83, you a hoe.
Christmas
name call.
What? Hey, Lewis, I heard you calling me out from Blue Ridge, Georgia, huh? I heard you calling me out from Blue Ridge, Georgia.
What happened?
Where Lewis go? Where Lewis go?
Oh, I'm right here. Again, nobody called your name. You come on shows. You come on shows where I'm at because you know I bring the ratings. You don't even do your own show because I won't hop on there to save your motherfucking ass. We all know it. We all know it.
Damn.
We all know it. You come and follow me. You come and follow me wherever I'm at. You can find CB83 wherever I'm at.
Damn.
Hey, Lewis is that
you here
dude,
because
man.
I'm here.
Hey, he's the
only
ultimate.
reason you here because I'm here. That's why you here.
He's the ultimate Tua hater, guys. I love Lewis, man.
No, I'm a CB83 hater. You ain't shit.
God damn.
I love it.
Get on his ass, Lou. Get on him, goddammit.
Only I can get this type of energy from Lou, yo. That's me. Only me. Only me.
You and everybody else that's soft in this goddamn community can get it.
Only me, bro.
You and everybody else that's soft as hell in this community can get it. Fuck all y'all. And your fucking quarterback. Fuck him too.
Damn, Wolfpack, that's how y'all doing Tua now? Y'all still ain't fucking with Tua?
Don't be with the Wolfpack. Lewis said fuck you and fuck Tua.
I don't even know. That Wolfpack shit got to be the dumbest shit I think I've ever heard. I don't even know. I don't even know why. I don't even know why these motherfuckers keep repeating that shit.
They not messing with Tua no more, man. The Wolfpack, they not messing with Tua.
Who is this Wolfpack that you speak of?
Come on, you in there? And what is KP, KP, you know you in there. Don't even act like you ain't in there.
So describe it. Define the Wolfpack since you've authored it. What does it mean to be a Wolfpack member?
He was including me in that shit too in the beginning. He was including me in that shit too in the beginning.
KP, you know you in there, bro.
Okay, so explain to me why do I belong in there?
Honest
critique
what
about makes me Wolfpack? What makes me Wolfpack?
It's an honest question. This is the Wolfpack. This is the thing about the Wolfpack. Some of the Wolfpack will admit when he plays well, when Tua plays well. And they'll say, hey, the kid played well. But some of the Wolfpack will double down and say, oh, he's still not good enough and just continue to move the goalposts.
Why can't both be true?
That's the lame shit.
Why can't both be true, CB?
What's an example of moving the goalposts?
That's the lame
Why
shit
can't
that
both be true?
What's your example of moving the goalposts?
If you could get up here after last week's game and say this kid is not good enough, he's not good enough to be our quarterback, then you're just a fucking hater.
Isn't that what the Los Angeles Rams said about Jared Goff?
Yo,
exactly. They said that.
Let's have a legitimate conversation.
First of all,
isn't that what they said about Jared Goff? And the guy have good games, but you still not believe in him?
If I might have a moment. If I might have a moment here in regards to the game last week, because I was going to touch on that earlier, but I got cut off. But anyway, last week, I mean, I got to be honest, fellas, gentlemen, to the Tua-neers, the Tua haters, to everybody in between. Tua show. I came away in that game last week very impressed with Tua talking about low on many levels.
Me too.
That's just a
Me
fact,
too.
bro.
All I'm
He,
saying,
It's my quarterback.
he showed me a
Tua
lot,
earned a
bro.
lot of respect.
He showed me a lot of mental toughness, right? Just to be in that environment. We all know his history playing in Buffalo since 2020. He hadn't been very good. And not only that, you had the inclement weather, which people were saying that he could not play well enough for his team to win in. And again, 4 minutes to go in the fourth quarter,
But
you got
have
an
to think
8-point.
about
You
the
got your team.
consistency.
Hang on.
You
Hang
can't
on,
just take
Crypto.
one game as a sample size.
Hey, that's a step in the right direction. That's the sample size we be giving right now.
That's the Wolfpack shit I be talking
That's the
about.
last. Hang on. Hang on.
That's the
It's
Wolfpack
not.
shit I be
It's
talking about
CBA3.
right
Hang
It's
on.
there.
It's
Hang
called
on.
outliers and out of body experiences. Go ahead.
Well, call it what you want. I'm going off what I saw from I'm going off what the film showed me last week. And again, I don't know what Tua's going to do tomorrow. I don't know what he's going to do the following week. I don't know what he's going to do for the rest of the season. However, given that game last week, I came away very impressed with him on so many levels, and it's encouraging as if you're a true Dolphin fan. And this narrative that Tua is playing like dog shit. Listen, all due respect, that's fucking ridiculous.
Daddy loves you guys.
I'm coming up. I hear this bullshit, and again,
That's a
I ain't
straight up
listen.
lie.
Hey, hang on, CB. I don't need you to speak for me. Shut the fuck up while I'm talking, bro.
Hey, you shut the fuck up. You ain't talking
Hey,
about nothing.
at the end of the day, I gotta come up
be
here.
talking about. Hey, you was
I
a
gotta come up
flip-flopper
here.
too.
I'm hearing this
too.
I'm hearing this bullshit, and I gotta come up here and sound like a Tua apologist and to squash a narrative that's just not true, bro. Tua's not playing like dog shit this year. He's not. That's just a fact. I know it makes some of y'all feel uncomfortable, but damn, that's what the film, given the sample size we've given this year, Tua has taken a significant leap from year 2 to year 3, which is where if you're a true fan now, how many times I've been up here criticizing? How many times I've been criticizing, been up on these panels, criticizing the Tua lovers when it's not warranted. Now it's reversed. Y'all, I'm addressing the Tua haters now because the hate is not warranted. This level of hate.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
So to the individuals that are still have reservations about Tua's long-term projection, I get that. I have no beef with you. But to sit up here and say this man is playing like dog shit this year, it is absolutely ridiculous, and y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop that bullshit.
And see, that's the problem. That's the problem with the community, though. It's either one way or the other. And honestly, I've had nothing but I said, hey, the kid can be good. I think he with the right system, with the right players, he could be a good football player. Is that the case? Yeah, that's the case. That's the fucking case. It is what it is. Y'all can say he playing like dog shit. Y'all don't know football. If that's what you're saying. Point blank, period.
And yet y'all got me up here agreeing. Y'all got me up here. Y'all got me. Listen. Y'all got me.
Hold on. Is this coming from the guy
Nobody ever said that. Nobody ever said that.
Y'all got me.
Is that coming from the guy that's called Tua Leroy? Just said that he said, like, come on, bro.
Tua Leroy is that dude.
Y'all got me.
You are not sitting up here trying to say. We're not trying to sit up here and say Tua's played like shit all season. Y'all are missing the point of why we brought him up.
Y'all got me up here taking time away from my family, agreeing with this idiot. Agreeing with this idiot CB83.
Hey, I
mean, real talk, bro.
Hey, I
the
got
Tua
all
haters.
the answers. Well,
he said called you a flip-flopper.
Say what it is. You decided to come up and defend Tua as if we were up here fucking going after him, and that's not what happened. That's not what
honestly, I haven't even watched the show, bro. So I literally just got on my phone and jumped on here.
I'm not talking about your ass, CB83. I would have said your name. I'm talking to EM.
Hey, you better
wait.
Hey, check your tone, homeboy.
Wait. Hang on.
What the fuck you gonna do, CB83?
Hang on.
What is wrong with this guy tonight, man?
What was that? DTA, you said you was talking to me. What was that now? I didn't hear you.
That you guys keep missing the point. We didn't come up here to start talking shit about Tua. You missed where Tua got brought into the equation of why we even brought him up in the first place. Like Kohler explained to you, we never came up here to sit there and say that Tua's played like shit all season.
But did
we
you
said we don't give a fuck about
that was stated?
Tua.
I mean, that came out of your mouth as well as Lou's mouth. Both of y'all sit up here and said he play like dog shit.
It came out of my mouth. I said that I don't give a fuck about Tua.
No. You said he's playing like dog shit. Is what you said
earlier. If I would be allowed now to finish what I was
and
trying
then,
to
and
say
then on top
earlier.
of that, hang on real quick. First off, take a little bass out your goddamn voice, DTA, and realize who the fuck you talking to. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about this being your goddamn show. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Lower your voice, bro. When you addressing me,
easy. All right.
What are you
lower your goddamn voice when you talking to me.
No hard feelings,
I'm talking
bro.
as loud as you. I didn't say nothing fucking bad to you.
I don't like the bass in your goddamn voice now.
Just a little close to the mic, Ian. Yo,
I don't give a fuck what it is. When you addressing me, when you talking about, I'm coming at you. Nah, motherfucker, you ain't coming at me.
I don't think it was a purposeful misaddressing, is what I'm saying.
I didn't say I'm coming at you. That's not what I said.
Well,
I said I'm speaking to you. I'm talking to Ian. That's what I said.
Okay, but if I could now be allowed to finish what I was trying to say earlier, the reason that the trash talking came out was because Lewis was demonstrating that it's allowed. So the purpose of Lewis's monologue earlier was to illustrate what you know also, EM, is that people try to shut people up. And so that evolved into, hey, I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate what I'm talking about. Tua's trash. And that's where you came in and heard the Tua's trash talk. That's not what the show's been about, though, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I understand that. I'm not saying that's what the show was about. I
don't even think that wasn't even the intention of Lewis and DTA's.
Okay, well that's fine, but that's fine. But what I came up to address was, again, the narrative that Tua is playing like dog shit, because it was stated by both of them. Not only Lou, both of them said that. I think you did too, Color.
No.
Bro, somebody else said it. Somebody else said it, and then
nobody said use the word dog shit, and I corrected.
And then I said
technically Lewis did.
And then I said,
I've been out of the conversation. I haven't said nothing about it.
So again, that's the only reason why I came up on the panel, is because, again, just like the narrative that they were selling us, trying to sell this fan base last year.
If you do want my opinion, I think there's still things he can correct.
Oh, absolutely.
But I've been on the record all week saying, what I've been on the record saying all week is, if we perform the way we performed in Buffalo, we should roll the Packers. That's what I've been saying all week.
Nobody's sitting here. Nobody. You will never hear me. Tua is a franchise this. Tua is a franchise that, until I feel like he's gotten to that level. But what I am saying is the narrative that Tua has not played. We haven't seen a significant leap from last year to this year. That's the issue. Not only on this panel, but other panels. That's just not factual information.
Listen, Ian,
we know he had that leap.
Let me say that. You decided to come up here. As if we were talking shit about Tua, and that's not even how it came about.
Did you not just hear me, DTA? Did you just not fucking hear me? What did I say? I acknowledge that. That's not that wasn't the
fuck up.
No, you shut your bitch ass up. You shut your bitch ass up. You ain't shit, motherfucker. Fuck you, bitch ass nigga.
You punk ass.
You shut your dumb ass up, mother. You think you the shit because you've been on YouTube a month, motherfucker?
You think I owe you?
God damn it, fuck you. Nobody respects you, ho. Nobody respects you. Nobody respects your dumb ass. Bitch ass nigga. Fuck you. You think you got a voice in this community, motherfucker? You ain't shit.
Go jerk off.
Shut your dumb ass up.
Shut the fuck up or do something.
Bitch, you've been on the YouTube a month, ho. You've been on YouTube a month. You ain't shit, motherfucker.
Shut the fuck up.
That's why goddamn Cap been trying to get rid of your dumb ass. They don't even want you on the goddamn platform. They don't even want you on the tailgate. And you up here sucking all their dicks like a motherfucking hoe. sucking Color's dick, sucking Lewis's dick, sucking Cap's dick, motherfucker.
All right.
They don't even want you on the goddamn platform.
Nobody's
Yeah, I'm telling you, ho. Yeah, I'm gonna put it out there. Bitch ass nigga.
You got done sucking Reason's dick.
Why
Man,
is everyone
fuck you,
arguing tonight?
bitch.
Gotta be
You,
my dick that's
Crypto.
getting
What you was doing to this fan base?
Oh, open invitation. Open
Why is
invitation.
everyone
They don't want me up
arguing?
here, bro. I will.
They don't even want your bitch ass on the goddamn platform. Why you think they ain't
Well,
commenting right now? If I'm
why is
lying,
everyone arguing?
they should be checking me right now. If I'm lying, they should be checking me right now, right?
What the fuck is going on with the show tonight?
Bitch, they don't want you on the platform, ho. Nobody fucking respects you in this community.
Pepperoni.
You a piece of shit. You don't know shit about football, motherfucker. You offer no value to this goddamn community. I'm telling you in your face, ho. God damn it.
EM Dolphin,
And if you see
fuck yourself.
motherfuckers,
gotta go.
want you that same ticket you was talking about taking, you was going to Florida. Fly your bitch ass to Texas, motherfucker. Fly your bitch ass to Dallas Fort Worth. And let's see who really like that. I don't give a fuck about you being locked up. Motherfucker, you can die like any nigga in this street. Bitch ass mother. You better realize who you talking to. Now, if I'm lying about them motherfuckers I want you on this platform, why ain't they checking me right now? Yeah, I know. You got that dick in your mouth right now. I know. I know.
I know exactly. I'm letting you speak, bro. You see Cap up here?
Goddamn, Lewis is up here.
How he gonna check you when he ain't even up here?
Goddamn, Lewis is up here. Color is up here.
Fuck what you say.
Goddamn, Lewis and Color sitting right up here. Why ain't you saying a motherfucking word?
Yo, man, we should.
Bitch ass nigga.
We shouldn't be at each other's throat like this, man.
And bitch,
That's what they be doing.
Bitch, motherfucker, I got the goddamn text messages too, and you been trying to goddamn motherfucker butter me up. Talking about, oh, EM, I got so much respect for you. Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck who you are, bitch. I don't even know who you are. Bitch ass nigga gonna try to come. Man, you better get the fuck out of here. I want you to take that same plane ticket that you gonna fly to goddamn Florida, fly to Dallas Fort Worth. That's what you do. If you really like that.
These guys going crazy. I'm waiting on you.
That's on my mama, boy. That's on my mama, boy.
We good?
Hell no, it ain't. We ain't gonna be good till I stick my foot in his motherfucking ass. We gonna be good then.
Hey, we about to sell
Slide it down to Fort Worth.
y'all. Just want to say Merry Christmas to all of you Dolphin fans. Pro Tour against Tour. One love to everybody. Good night.
Good night.
You too, Corey.
Have a good one.
You have a good one. Merry Christmas, man.
Why ain't they checking me right now?
Merry Christmas.
If what I'm saying is not true, why ain't they checking me right now? Nobody wants you on this platform. Nobody.
Kohler been trying to talk. You don't let nobody talk. Nobody else is up here to check you.
Lewis is sitting right there, right next to you. Matter of fact, y'all are co-hosts. If what I'm saying is not factual information, why ain't they saying a goddamn word?
I'm giving everybody the same respect they gave me when people coming at me. You know what I mean? The man's here to speak for himself. Why do I got to
call Cap right now, goddammit. Nah, fuck Color. I'll call Cap right now.
But
fuck out of here.
Come on, bro. You know me. You know I'm going to let the man speak for himself. He's sitting right here. I'm not going to speak for the man.
Fuck out of here, man. Fuck he think he is going to try to talk shit. Motherfucker, fuck out of here.
Well, I'm driving and my phone's about to die, but I'm driving. I got the family in the car. So.
EM. What the fuck is wrong with you?
EM must be like,
You're gonna come up to Canada? Come up to Canada then too. Why do you speak like that to people? And I know he was trying to fucking act like a tough guy earlier. Why do you speak like that? Why are we all arguing like this on Christmas Eve? And I'm not even religious, but why are we doing this?
I don't even know who you are, bro. I don't even know who you are.
I'm the Canadian that's been on here for a year.
I don't even know who you are, dude.
I've seen a show like this. This is like fucking Jerry Springer.
I don't give a fuck what it is. I don't give a fuck what it sounds like. I'm just letting him and just like to let any motherfucker know. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Come to 20 miles within Dallas Fort Worth if it's really like that. And I'm just letting him know because he's the one that came at me first. Just letting you know. You got me fucked up. You got me fucked up. You really do.
Well, I mean, it could be worse.
It was
Could
reciprocated
have
the same
colon
you fucking
cancer.
gave it to me. It was
Like,
reciprocated the same way you gave it to me.
my dad, but anyway.
Nah, fuck
Well,
all
the hell
that.
has colon
I
cancer
don't want
got to
no
do with
peace
this?
treaty, DTA.
Well,
the only peace treaty we gonna get, motherfucker, is when I stick my foot in your bitch ass. You don't ever address me like that. Fuck you talking to.
Was this like King
I already
DTA? Or me? Who's that
No,
at?
he's talking about King DTA,
I'm asking him, not you.
which I like King DTA.
Okay, because police have investigated me for some serious
Why are you
shit
even
too.
talking,
So
bro? I
give a
don't even know who you are. Why are you even talking? I don't even know who you are.
Think I'm just some fucking gay fucking fag.
I don't even know who you are. Stop talking to me, bro. Don't address me. I don't even know who you are. I don't even want to know who you are.
I don't give
Stop
a fuck
addressing
about
me, bro.
anyone. Want to fucking go on?
Little Canadian ass bitch. Are you fucking kidding me, little boy?
Okay. Done
Hey,
6 months in
everybody.
trial time. I was acquitted. Oh, fuck you.
Merry Christmas. Hello? Yeah. Merry
What's up,
Christmas.
Rashad?
Happy New Year. All
Merry
that good
Christmas,
stuff.
Rashad. How you doing?
Ain't it cold outside?
Merry Christmas to you, man.
Not in your neck of the woods.
Bundle
Don't be
up.
lying.
What's up, Rashad?
Even in Southern Cal, it's probably like 2
You think?
degrees.
Is it cold over there, Rashad?
No, yeah.
Oh, Northern Cal.
I love it. We about 50 degrees right now. I'm loving it.
We are.
Yeah, that's a heat wave compared to where I'm at. It's 12 degrees.
Whoa.
12 degrees here in
We're
Maryland.
at 47 and raining.
Clear skies, 12 degrees. A crescent moon is out.
It's a miserable cold tonight.
Oh, yeah. Bone chilling cold.
This is the closest you'll get to snow.
I'm not cold.
This is snowing in South Florida. 47
Now,
degrees
you don't
and
count,
raining.
Mountie. Freaking 80 degrees for rain weather. Stop it. Your weather
Best
don't
we
count.
get for a snowstorm.
Yes,
That's fake
sir.
weather where you got.
Bullshit. I can feel it. It feel good.
But that's the closest. That's our
Everybody
snowstorm.
else is
47
miserable here
degrees
in the
and
lower
raining.
48, and he's out there freaking on an island.
Y'all are getting blizzard. We're getting rain and cold.
Oh man, yeah, it's miserable. I'm stepping
This-
outside.
tonight is like
Not
your
anytime
average
soon.
fall day in Detroit. Anyway, I'm
we're
gonna jump
get
out and let
a high of
Sharif come up
19
and bring his
degrees.
spreadsheet up.
Okie dokie.
Tua's not running the ball anytime
Y'all don't get quiet on my behalf. Please, don't get
Tua's
quiet
not
on my
running the
behalf.
ball, Sharif.
Please,
So
don't get quiet on my behalf.
Yo, energy in the room real quick. That's all.
That's not the game
I
plan.
mean,
Sharif.
don't get quiet on my behalf. I just had to address a motherfucker real quick, and we can move on. I'm just letting them know what it is, what time it is. We know now, and we can move on to something else.
Hey,
Sharif's gonna tell us that Tua needs 30 yards a game.
What's up, man? What's up, bro?
Yeah. Now, like I was telling them earlier, you saw the game. You saw Buffalo. You saw the Buffalo game, right? You saw the all-22, right?
Right.
I'm assuming. Now, Tua played solid. He played solid. He played great. But the problem is that I'm having with Tua is his inconsistency. See, his inconsistency, that shit fall on the wrong night. That could keep us out of the playoffs. That could keep us from advancing in the playoffs. And God forbid, we get to the bowl, we drop the ball because he's inconsistent. So
you can say that about any player, though, dog. Like,
but
Tom Brady's inconsistent in the Super Bowl.
You can't be comparing nobody to a senior citizen now. Tom Brady is out of it.
We've seen
you
Tom
got
Brady in the
Brady's
Super
out of
Bowl.
your career.
But you got Jalen. You got
in the Super Bowl.
Jalen Hurts that's out playing him right now.
Mountie.
They just go straight to Tom Brady.
No,
he's a freaking senior citizen now.
Mountie.
Name another Super Bowl.
Mountie. Was that Mountie who addressed me?
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, that was me.
Mountie.
Trent Dilfer.
Hey,
he's a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
Listen, nobody's saying Tua was perfect last week. Only thing that I'm saying is this, is that, again, He did. He checked some boxes in that game last week that we didn't even think. A lot of us didn't think was even possible. Nobody thought that he was going to go up there and conduct himself the way that he did, right? Based
In
off
the
the two
snow
previous, based off
or
the
the
3
cold.
previous games in Buffalo that he's played in. He checked the box of the narrative that he can't play well enough for his team to win in inclement weather. He checked that box. So again, I'm not saying he's a finished product by no stretch. There is development that's needed. But at the end of the day, to sit here and say that Tua hasn't taken a step from 2021 is just wrong, bro. It's just not factual information.
It's 100% wrong. 100% wrong.
I will acknowledge he has
Tua's on a
progressed.
7-year plan.
I don't think that's a debate. You guys
He
making an
has
argument that
progressed.
don't exist.
But see, the thing is that what that makes me sick to my stomach is the fact that he didn't go. He went immediately to Tyreek Hill, didn't go through his reads, and missed Gesicki, which
I
is
feel like
why.
y'all trying to sell me on a 7-year plan.
That was a big play that could have ultimately, you know, if
that
Tua
play
makes
that could have changed the game.
that throw, the game
Wait.
probably is over at that point.
Y'all
We
trying
can't
to
do
sell
that.
me on a
is-
We
7-year
can't do that
plan.
because that happens every game. I watched this year Monday Night Football. Pat Mahomes missed Juju Smith.
But there's levels to it. There's
20 yards
Mahomes and
downfield
all those
by
quarterbacks
himself.
you mentioned.
Yeah, but we
are
talking Pat
often doing
Mahomes.
that.
We talking Pat Mahomes and Tua.
Close to this.
Exactly, but he's still gonna put. He's still gonna. At the end of the day, he's still gonna drop 40 on you.
Don't fall for it, Color. They're trying to sell a 7-year plan.
I'm
Hey,
saying
this is
that
year
quarterbacks
3.
miss players.
This is year
5
3.
players
Just
they're
think
looking
about
at.
it. Josh Allen missed a lot of players yesterday, but he didn't miss enough to lose them that game.
But you
This is
can't
year
use. But you can't put Mahomes and Tua in the same conversation.
This is year 3.
Mahomes is still going to put 30. Mahomes still going to put 35 points on you.
This is year 3.
This is only year.
I
This is only year 5 for Josh
I'm
Allen.
gonna get it to y'all. And y'all look at it like this. We throw the ball to Gesicki. He scores the touchdown. We're up 5 points. Buffalo ran the clock out. They could have scored a touchdown. We're not thinking that the defense is just going to lock up.
No, but
Josh Allen, so don't do that.
Rashad, you know that the score like that right there would kind of shift momentum away, that everything would have been called different on both sides from that moment on. You know what I mean?
I don't care about the calls. The defense sucks.
It could have snowballed for them if we would have thrown a touchdown like that to Gesicki. Things could have snowballed for them. You know what I mean?
We threw one to Waddle and Tyreek.
I know, but I'm talking about that long streaking play down the field that we didn't hit.
I just want to address, by the way, in preseason last year when we got Hunter Long, I told everyone that we were rats off a ship off of Gesicki. Oh, make it work. Oh, you have to try and see what you can do. And I said, look at what Greer's doing with Hunter Long. Why did he draft him so high? Everyone looked off to sunset instead of looking at the real facts. Am I wrong, Ian?
But to some others,
am I wrong,
out
Ian?
there, and I don't want to. I'm not trying to
I
play.
didn't hear you, Sharif.
I'm not.
I was there 2 years ago.
Hold on. I'm not trying to play too and near, but to steel man some people's arguments like CB83. Look, that meat on the bone that we missed to Gesicki, that ain't the first time even good quarterbacks have missed a guy like that. Well, you know what I mean?
Thank you.
Sure, he does it a
happens
lot
every game. Yeah.
Right.
What was
sure,
that?
he does it a lot.
A
But
good
he's getting
quarterback
better at
may
it.
miss it one time.
Hunter Long played 67% of the snaps,
so that's
and
neither
he
here nor
also
there.
blocked very well.
And we never know
That's
when we're
why
going to
he
get a
took
game where he
Gesicki snaps.
misses like 20.
What I'm saying,
Right, that's what I'm saying.
is
There's
this:
levels to it.
Tua went right to Tyreek Hill. Like they knew exactly where he was going. He went right to Tyreek Hill.
We acknowledge that, Mountie, but he's got to develop out of that. He needs to, again, he's still at times you can see on tape, on film, especially the last 3 games of Tua predetermining where he wants to go with the football, no matter what. Again,
real quick, guys, the poll turned out to be a little more popular so far than I thought. Currently, 37 votes. Is Tua of the father or from the father? Currently,
what does that mean exactly, Caller?
Currently,
you know damn well what that means. That Tua is
I don't know
a
what that
deity in
means.
this community. That Tua is a deity in this community.
It's a play on it, and actually kind of fitting that it's Christmas Eve.
I think
It's
Tua
a
is
play
faith-based.
on the first schism.
Y'all would say anything, huh?
No.
Tua has faith.
Listen, it's a play on words. It's a play on the first
you gotta
schism
be
in
careful
the
now.
Christian
You gotta
church
be
back
careful
when
with
they
that.
were
When
back
you
Well,
attack
one thing I do.
religion,
you know what I
you'll
mean?
get a
One thing.
blowback.
And
One.
listen, what they were arguing about was Christ of the Father or from the Father. Like, was he a God himself, or was he like man in flesh and
All right,
this and that?
I
That's
think
what
we
the
need to
first
put that topic to rest
schism
because it's
in
gonna
the
cause
church, in the
a lot
Christian
of
church,
blowback.
was formed behind. So
Well, I know that I
of
know
and
he's a
from, of
Christian.
means is
I
to
know.
it, of listen, of means is to it a God, or and from means he's a man that came from God.
I got some food.
One thing I do
So
know about
Sharif,
Tua, his family is a devout Christian. So is a lot of
Sharif,
Samoan culture.
Yep.
So I'm glad you guys
Yes,
Sharif,
adjusted
yeah,
to how
they are.
Gasecki.
In
I
that
just want
case,
you
he
guys
And
only
to
his
sins.
family
I
understand.
think
is
Tua would
says
probably
he's
see
Sharif.
of the
this poll
Father.
as sacrilege, and I'm sorry
When
for
are
Co-
the
offending
real
him.
quick,
Anunnaki
color.
coming here?
Real
When are
quick,
the
color.
Anunnaki coming?
Real quick, guys. I just want you guys
Sharif,
to know, right? I would
tell
love
me.
Hunter Long to work out, but I told you guys, Gasecki was gone 2 years ago. Why? Because I like a blocking tight end. And people wanted it to work out, and now you guys are like, okay, 12 snaps Sunday. He's not
And
gonna be here.
guess what,
And now
Sharif?
you guys are coming around late. And I
Guess what, Sharif? He could have been gone this year, but he still stayed.
I
So
was
you were
saying trade
wrong.
him 2 years ago. It's my point.
Oh,
EM was
okay, but
there
he's
in the
still.
draft.
But what you're not
You have to
understanding
accept
is you
Sharif.
were
He's on a 7-year plan.
what you're not understanding is you were wrong, Sharif. No matter how many times
Santua,
you said it, you
guys,
were wrong.
we
He
have
is on
got
a
a
7-year
special
plan,
visit. Hold
No,
Sharif.
I
on, we've
want
got a
Hunter
We got
Long
special
to
Hunter
work,
visit.
but I
Long
knew
and
they.
still kept
Guys,
Gesicki.
hold
You
on.
were
We've got
wrong.
a special visit from one of Santua's special elves, Alexander Diaz. How you doing, buddy? Merry Christmas. And Robert also.
Merry Christmas.
What's up, you guys?
Merry Christmas to you,
Hey,
man.
Alexander.
How's it
You
going?
guys,
What's
up,
Robert
Alex?
and Alex.
Yeah,
Merry
man.
Christmas,
So
all.
I go ahead, Alex.
1 second, guys. Let me get back to you. Merry Christmas. 1 second, guys.
Merry Christmas,
I
everybody.
mean,
Hope
he's
everybody's
busy
having a good
wrapping
Thank
holiday.
gifts
you, Q.
for
Yeah,
Santua
so
tonight.
I would like Hunter Long to work, but what do you
Remember,
guys
Q,
feel like?
Noah owns the
Do,
Steelers. Noah Igbenogany
do,
owns the
do you
Steelers, Q.
do you
Just
think
remember
they
that.
were dumb for trying to like
He
they
owns the
can't get
offense of the
anything?
Steelers. All right, let's
Do, do,
get his question out.
do you guys think on the panel that we are done for not trading him earlier? Because I wanted him gone like 2 years ago so we could develop Hunter. I think we should have got that 10 million could have gone to anything we needed now.
The offense was a different style of offense right now. Like, if you ask the question of was it stupid to re-sign him, that's an entirely different
What it
question.
really says is Greer fucked up. But yeah, I had a beat on this, is what I'm trying to say. Why the hell would you draft Hunter Long and you have the second?
I wouldn't say that.
Why would you draft Hunter?
Sometimes you miss. Sometimes you miss. Sometimes you hit, bro.
Right,
you
but
take a gamble.
and they hit on Hunter, but they knew they missed on Gasecki. But my thing is,
hit on Hunter.
Go ahead.
What makes you think they hit on her yet? He hasn't done anything to show they hit on him.
We're not
Hold
finna
on,
do
let
this like
let
Gesicki
Rashad
wasn't
cook.
drafted.
Go ahead, bud.
We're not finna do this like Gesicki wasn't drafted in the third.
They haven't hit on Hunter, but they believe they have.
No, he sucks. He's about as good as.
No, he does not, Rashad.
He's about as good as
Putting Tanner
Eichenberg.
Connor in a crucial situation.
He's
and not
about
Hunter.
as
I know
good
he's
as
been on IR,
Eichenberg is on the O line, bro. He is trash. He looks bad.
Rashad,
He looks lost.
King William, it's not Tua slander. It's
And-
just
And
having
this
fun.
is the
man.
what's worse about it is
Why is everything got to be
in
slander?
college.
Can we make
He
a
didn't
joke
run
about
nothing
somebody?
catch in college. He caught the ball and he went down. What about Hunter Long says he's about to be this prolific tight end? Where do we get this from?
You guys.
All right, hold on, Alex. As soon as
Sorry.
Rashad lands, Alex,
I'm done.
Alex,
I'm
you
done.
got the floor.
I'm wrapping gifts.
So we just found out today that while I was at work, we my stepdaughter decided to do a gender reveal. Okay, we found out we were having a boy today.
Congrats!
Hey,
man.
congratulations, Alex.
Yeah, congrats.
Thank you.
I'm happy.
Have you decided on a name?
Well,
the chat is inquiring, bro.
We haven't decided on the name as of yet, but I did pitch this to my wife, and she laughed in my face, and she said, "Hell
Hey,
no."
Alex.
I said, "Oh, hold on. I'm sorry, Q.
Is it
Wait,
your
Q, hold
kid
on
or
one second.
your
I
daughter?
got a suggestion for the
It's
name.
mine.
I got
I
a
was
good
actually gonna.
suggestion.
All right, Q. What you got?
Tuaninga Madno Pora Tango.
I knew he was gonna lay some Hawaiian
You know,
name on you.
Q,
I knew he was gonna
Q, you
lay
wanna know
some
what's funny?
Polynesian name on you that was like a mile long. I knew that.
You want to know what's funny? I actually pitched this to my wife to name him Tua. I said,
Oh yeah?
babe, yeah, I did pitch it to my wife. Babe, what did you say when I
Hey,
said
it's
Tua?
gonna be a unique name, bro.
She said hell to the no when I pitched
Is
that
it
to her.
your
She gonna
kid?
curse your ass out.
Your daughter's kid? I'm confused.
Remember,
No.
Alex,
So
it's not just
what
Tua.
happened, Robert? What happened was we were supposed to do a gender reveal. Her daughter from her previous marriage was the only one that knew the gender of the baby. It's me and my wife's baby that she's pregnant. She's
Oh,
pregnant with my
okay.
kid.
Now I'm following.
Yeah, so
Congrats, man.
she was the only thanks, bro. She was the only one that knew the gender, right? So while I was at work, because we all decided to wait till I got out of work to do a gender reveal, but she accidentally spoiled it because she accidentally hit the dart in the air and it popped the balloon with the blue. She did not mean to do that today. She did it by accident, and it spoiled and I found out while I was at work today. We were supposed to wait till I got home, but
Whoops.
yeah. So we're having a boy. This is my fifth kid. I got two from her previous marriage. She has two girls from her previous marriage, and I have a daughter and I have a son.
I got you,
with her.
CB83. Have some dang patience, man. The
I'm
man's
sorry,
talking about his newborn kid. You know what I mean? We're getting to you, bro.
I know. I'm sorry.
No, I was talking to CB83, Alex.
No, I know, Color. I'm just saying. I didn't mean to take up too much of your time, bro.
No,
Dude, it's not taking up time. That's a celebration thing. That's a good thing. Happy for you, dude.
You're taking DTA's time. I'm just a guest tonight, man. I'm a guest
DTA,
with a
I'm
little
sorry,
more
bro.
controls.
DTA, my bad, bro. But yeah, Merry Christmas to you and your families, bro. Much love and respect to everybody. You guys and everybody in the chat as well. You guys are my family.
You too, man.
My Finn's family, and one of these days when I get down to Florida, Color, we always talked about before I left for Texas that we were gonna get together. You were gonna come by AT&T when I was working at Boca. But
I know, man.
You never did. But
speaking
it's
of,
all right,
I was just texting to another person a quick tip for all of those you use StreamYard. Use your phone with StreamYard. If you're not the type of person that uses a Bluetooth headset and you just go with the raw mic and speaker, or you use a wired headset and you're not using your Bluetooth, make sure you go in and manually turn your Bluetooth chip off. Because what happens is StreamYard's little settings thing is still trying to reach out to devices that may be connected by Bluetooth and give you the option to switch to that headset. So you got to turn the chip actually off, and it will triple your battery time when you're using StreamYard on your phone.
Very
Good
true.
to know.
Hey, but Kari is hilarious. Kari said in the chat, if you wait 30 minutes, you can name him Jesus Tua Rene Diaz.
Andres suggests you name him Zzz.
I got you.
He's
But
just
Rashad,
joshing you.
I know, but Rashad, we got to give Hunter Long some time.
Well, forget Hunter Long for a second, because
I can give him
he's
time.
on injured reserve, so
I
it's
can give
kind
him
of a
time.
moot point.
Oh, is he on injured
CB83
reserve right now?
Oh, I didn't
Look,
know he was
CB83 is going to have a tantrum right here on your porch if you don't let this man have his question answered, right? So, question for the panel. We've seen tremendous growth from Tua from year 2 to 3 under McDaniel's coaching. With this being year 1 in the system, here we go again with year 1. Isn't there room for a ton of growth in this scheme?
I mean, it worked for Josh Allen, didn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe.
But you see how he's trying. He's already got you guys. He is successfully trying to reset the time frame to 1 year again. Like this is Tua's rookie
no,
year.
No.
I
don't think
disagree
that's
with you
what
on that
he's doing.
sentiment, Color. I don't see
I
that
think-
setting the
I
time
think what
frame,
he-
but there's room for growth in the offense.
No, that's what CB83 is trying to do.
No, I don't think he's trying to reset. I think he's just simply saying we have an offensive-minded head coach who's actually good at what he does.
Right.
We have some weapons and a better O-line, even though they still suck, and somewhat of a run game. And this is the Tua that we got. when we actually have something to
Tua
run.
we got. Does it come with
And I've said
mayonnaise
this-
at least, bro?
And I've said this before.
That's crazy.
We haven't even begun to see this team click the way we expect them to click, right? With the weapons and everything. So what we're seeing now is like a rough picture. But even with this rough picture, it's enough. It's enough to compete and contend, especially in the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah. And so think about it. You come year two. Year two in this system. I think that's what what CB is trying to say. In this system, year two, I think you start seeing some, an offense, a high flying offense.
I apologize for that, everyone. I just wanted to tell everyone I apologize. I don't know what the internet is doing, but I wanted to get the answer on how you guys felt about the mistake Graham made 2 years ago.
Oh, geez.
Well, hold up.
When
No,
was that?
No,
We're
I
on
cut
to
out.
another question
I
right
cut out.
now.
I didn't
Let
hear
us
the
answer-
answers.
Let us answer the other question first.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So, all right. To answer your question, Color, the way I take that statement is Tua's in year one of a new system. Do I think there's room for growth in his play in year two? Absolutely. Am I resetting where he's currently at and not saying I wanted to see a little bit more? Yes, but I'm still encouraged by what I've seen this year.
Oh, no doubt. But it's similar
I'm
to what
feeling
Crypto
7-year
keeps
plan.
reminding everybody with the whole Coach McDaniel thing. The man had everything on his plate, bro. We brought him in here precisely to make the scoring per game situation better, and it hasn't really gotten any better much,
California actually made a decent point in the chat because he goes, "Do you really grow, or is it the talent around him?" I think maybe it's both.
I think it's
yeah, I think it's both.
Both,
I
but
mean,
is it 50-50?
Maybe this has been Tua all
I think
along.
it's
We
both,
just
but
didn't have
if we're to
these
be
type of
fair with
weapons
ourselves,
around
if I'm going to be fair and agree that it's both, then we should also be fair that it's not quite equal.
Well, what's your
But Color,
take
I
on
think
it?
a lot
What
of
do you
fans,
think?
a lot
You
of
gotta
fans
elaborate
are
on that.
making excuses because
elaborate
they
on
know
that.
about turnovers. They also know about time possession. They knew about it from Piggly Wiggly football. Everyone just can't sit up here and say that he's screwing up the time possession and he doesn't know situational football just because we're scoring above. Just because we're scoring above 27 points a game, he's a nincompoop.
Hold on. Maybe it's due
Sharif,
to
we do
parity in
not
the
agree.
league, but honestly, you have to say
He's
that
killing us.
Listen, you
What?
have to say that it. You
No,
have to
I don't agree with you.
You have to balance it towards.
Listen, he doesn't know how to keep Josh Allen on the bench.
I'm talking now.
No,
I'm talking.
no, I'm talking to the other man.
I am talking.
I'm talking to.
I know, but I'm talking now. Hold on.
All right, guys, I'm out. Y'all have a Merry
saying,
Christmas, Happy Holidays, everybody.
Hey,
Stay
congratulations
safe.
on the victory, Q, tonight.
And CB
All right,
calls
yeah,
me
I'm about to enjoy this one, Alex.
I
All
got
right, fellas.
grounds to mute every one of you right now.
Hey,
CB calls me a gatekeeper.
Hey, Q. Q. Oh, before he dropped off the pen, I was going to say,
hold on
Q,
a second. Hold on a second, Alex.
Really
Alex.
Sorry.
He's just
Alex.
trolling you.
Go ahead.
He's just
Go ahead,
trolling you,
sorry.
Color.
Thank
Go ahead,
you.
I'm sorry.
Now I done forgot what I was even saying.
CD83.
No, you was replying to me about.
I apologize, Color.
You was replying to me about McDaniel's play calling, and yes, he's scoring 27 points a game, but he doesn't know how to time possession, nor to have disciplined football.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Tua. You right about that, Sharif. You right. I think we all.
I know what it was. It was the balance of the share of the improvement. And the reason I would balance it more to the playmakers is because honestly, I think it has to do with parity in the league. But if it was even, Tua would be on pace for like 6,000 yards right now. And that we all know that's just not going to happen for any team. So call it parity, call it whatever you want. Yes, he has improved, but when you're talking about being on pace for 6,000 yards at one point this season, which has now regressed, those projections are at about 4,800 now.
Which is still really good.
Of course, but you have to say, look, there's some meat, there was meat left on the bone, and imagine if there wasn't. So you can see where the quarterback didn't elevate. That doesn't mean he didn't improve.
Color.
And that
Nobody
doesn't mean
has
that our
time
points
to
per
wait
game
in his
improvement
first
from
year.
last year to this year
We ain't got
isn't
no
due to him
choice,
also.
Sharif.
But
I agree
nobody
with
has
you,
time
Color.
to wait
That's a
for
reasonable statement.
his second
Sharif,
year in
Sharif,
McDaniel's
we don't
system.
have no
Some people want to
choice.
win now. Some
But
people
then,
know it's the third year of
Sharif,
Greer's
but listen,
Sharif,
existence.
but then
Sharif, you got to
ones that
understand,
are
we're
to
not
the
the
ones
same
that are
team with Greer.
staunchly
I
defending
mean, with
Tua,
Flores.
to the ones that are staunchly defending Tua, our receivers are dropping many more passes than they were last year. So
Because
what's
he's
that?
averaging 33 attempts a game. That's because he's throwing more than every other
Sharif, he was at
AFC's quarterback.
no. I
No,
already
he's
did the
not.
math in the
What?
offseason, buddy. He was throwing 36 times a game last year. Go do the math. I
He
did it
don't even have
myself.
the ball that much.
on
No,
To,
top of that,
I didn't even
I'm
look
not
up the stat.
asking if he's
No.
throwing
Wait a minute.
more.
Wait a minute. I didn't even look up the
I'm
stat because the stat
But
wasn't
I'm
out
not
yet. I
asking if he's
literally went
throwing
through
more
game
than
by
last
game and
year.
did the math. We threw
But I'm not
36
asking if
times
he's
per
throwing
game
more
last
than
year.
last year, Color. I'm not asking about last year if
you
he's
just
throwing
no.
more. I'm saying he's
said
throwing a
that.
damn lot. And so because of that, our offense is thriving, but yet so many but look at the
Pointing out
yards that Tyreek and Waddle have alone.
narrative that our wide receiver room is inherently better because of Tyreek Hill. I don't know. We were dropping the ball a lot less last year. 4.4
Because he has talent on the
What was
wideout.
it, Crypto? Where's Crypto's not even here. It's 4.3% last year. It's up to 7.6 right now, or something like, or 7.1 right now.
But this is why McDaniel will get the blame, because to his credit, we're throwing so much, we have so much great receivers, but we're dropping a lot more. That comes with it. Fine. But we don't have situational football. Hold on. We don't know how to keep Josh Allen on the bench. We don't know how to keep the weapons on the bench because we 3-and-out pass because we're pass happy. Go ahead.
Let me put it into context. Given that we're 8-6, we're competing with good teams like Buffalo Sunday night. Given all that, and the receivers are dropping more than they were last year, I'd say yes. That would correlate with the idea that Tua has definitely improved.
I'm not even on that tip. I'm on the why don't you keep the weapons on the bench by running the ball and getting time possession?
Hold up.
I'm not even on Tua, man.
Sharif, hold up a second.
That's a coach team.
Sharif,
Tua is actually running the ball out of the pocket.
Tua,
Hold up a second.
Hold up. Sharif, we are on the way to the playoffs by throwing the ball. I don't care about none of that run ball shit.
Just hold
up
a second.
The link is pinned, Mark. I don't know if you can't see it, but it should be pinned.
But Tua's actually running 18 yards Sunday, 28 yards a Sunday ago. Before that.
Sharif,
go ahead.
So you're talking about drops, and you're talking about it's because we threw more. When you're talking percentages, the amount doesn't matter.
Which is a detriment.
Hold up a second.
That's actually, to your point, Robert, that's why I brought up the percentage, because I didn't want the sample size to come into play. You know what I mean?
I'm giving you credit for it, and I'm saying Sharif's not realizing.
I got you. I'm just saying what
no,
you're
but
saying
I agree with Color. I wasn't disputing the 36 attempts last year. I was saying that because he's throwing a darn lot to good receivers, they're gonna drop more. But we're scoring 27 a game. It's a good thing.
Sharif, the rate of
what are you talking? Oh my
Sharif,
God.
Listen. The rate of drops is double. Period.
That's a good thing. That's our offense. What do you want me to say?
It's not a good thing that receivers are dropping passes twice as much. Are you insane?
He's throwing a ton to them. That's why the opportunities may not be there because they dropped them.
I'm actually looking for that number right as we speak, Sharif, to find out.
Jump
off.
Hold
on a second.
That's why he needs to run more. We'll have less drops, more possession.
Sharif, I'm looking for that number right now.
I can't.
Divided by 12, actually 11.
I can't raise my voice.
And this is what gets me. We know football is time possession. We don't want to keep the weapons on the bench. We don't want Josh Allen to sit on that bench and get warm and just run the ball. All of a sudden, we're excited because we scored 27 points a game, but nobody has logic. Everybody knew from Pee Wee League, you have time possession to keep the weapons like Vic, the weapons like Peyton Manning on the bench. Everyone's playing dumb to it this year, and that's what gets me. Everyone is playing dumb to it.
Sharif,
you have to blame McDaniel for that.
Okay, Sharif,
Sharif,
let me ask you
you're
a question.
upset about winning
Hold on,
by
Rashad.
throwing
Rashad,
the
I need
ball.
to ask Sharif a question.
This is
I
a
need to
bad
ask Sharif a
argument.
question here, okay? And just
All
play
right, bro.
along with me for a second.
Merry Christmas.
Because I want to
Merry Christmas,
understand
you
your
guys.
position.
Color,
You
Greg
too, Alex. Have a
Valentine,
Merry Christmas.
Robert,
Have a
Rashad,
good one, Alex.
and Sharif and DTA. You guys have a Merry Christmas, bro.
You too.
I love you
But
guys.
Sharif,
and,
all right,
play
man.
along
Enjoy
with
your
me.
holidays,
Stay
man.
blessed.
Play along with me,
You too,
Sharif,
Mark.
because I want to be able to understand your
Sharif.
position. Okay, so just answer
Go ahead, Color.
Just answer my questions directly because it's just to understand your position. Okay, so
right.
So we threw for 36 times a game last year, and what would back up your point more if we were throwing more per game this year or less per game this year?
I think I'm not correlating it to passes from Tua. I'm correlating it to the coach saying, I believe in my third down and short passing game as opposed to my third down and short running game.
That's fine, but when you
I'm not equating it to Tua.
Drop percentage, there's no way to know how the drop percentage is affected by that. We're just looking at the raw drop percentage, which has increased quite a bit this year.
Does it bother any of us because we're actually we're a good offense?
Okay, so you didn't answer hold on. So you didn't answer my question, and that's fine. I'm just going to put the number out there. Tua is throwing 31.3 passes per game this year. That's down from 36 last year.
That's significant.
Because we were a bad team last year. 0-7. And we got better, so that those pass attempts were for bad games.
I'm looking for a reason as to why. I'm saying the drop percentage is higher on less passes per game. That's all I'm illustrating. I don't know what it means to anybody here. I'm just pointing out the fact.
And I think he's not. And would you say that McDaniel is not shielding Tua by running the ball? Because 31.8 passes a game, if you take 6 of those attempts and give them to most of the
maybe here may be an explanation. He is throwing for quite a bit more air yards per attempt this year than he was last year, almost double. So that could explain why you have more drops. They're lower percentage passes being further down the field and in tighter windows.
Doubled, isn't it?
Almost. It's like it was like 6.7 last year or something. And for most of the year this year, it's been above 9. I don't know what it currently is at, but
30% increase.
And remember now, Color, we can judge players in their third year.
6 weeks straight in air yards per attempt.
Guys, we can start judging players for third year. Remember now, we're third year rookies now are in their third. We can start judging Dieter.
And he was leading in air yards per completion, so he was completing those longer balls too.
That was Parker. That's Devontae.
I'm talking about this year, Sharif, for like 6 games straight. He was leading in both air yards per attempt and completion.
Oh, yeah.
So what assertion are you trying to make, Sharif? Because I don't understand it right now.
That's what I was trying to find out myself, Robert.
I think, I agree now when Color says that Tua has improved, in fact. But I think, is McDaniel helping him by not taking away 6 of those attempts?
Right. Now, I should be able to say that, though, Sharif, and this is really what started the show tonight. I should be able to say that and also be able to say Tua still might not be able to win the big game. Those numbers may mean nothing in a big game.
And if I'm McDaniel and I know he's that limited to what Color's point, shouldn't I just give Ahmed and Mostert 8 of those attempts? Because I'm giving away wins?
Sharif, I'm a firm believer. I understand where you're coming from with the running game.
Because he's limited, and I know he can't win in a big game, like Color said.
The lack of usage by our tight ends and what we could gain from by doing that.
I understand you going to tight ends, but we have to get rid of Gesicki first.
Our running game.
But we have to get rid of Gesicki first. And the young guys, they're just young.
I'm not talking about, dude, you're talking about down the road. I'm talking about what are we going to do to put up more points on the board because our tight ends don't have any production.
That's the thing. They're young.
Put on us by two tutties put on us by Cole Kmet. And a guy with Buffalo last week nobody's ever heard of.
Dawson Knotts, the kid from Houston.
Morris got the
Akins from Houston killed us. All the tight ends killed us. But the thing is, Color, why I said we can judge players in their third year is simply the reason our tight ends can't be judged yet this year.
What statement are you trying to make? Like, that's what I'm not
Nobody.
following. What?
No,
If you feel like I'm judging. If you feel like I'm judging.
No. I'm just bringing up a new conversation because we can play Greer because guys are in their third year now.
Sharif, I just wanted to add something to what I was saying about using the tight ends because my firm belief for tomorrow's game, being that their pass defense is their strongest suit, I'm a firm believer that despite everybody thinking, no, take advantage of that crappy run defense they got. No. I understand we were putting it together against Buffalo, and we have been getting better on the run week over week the last few weeks. I understand that. And you think the first instinct is to take advantage of their crappy defense. Well, don't you think they know they got a crappy run defense? That's probably what they've been practicing on this week. My point is
bringing 8 in the box.
Go right at their strength and break through their strength, which I firmly believe we can because they have not faced the likes of Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle.
I agree.
And a tight end room like we got if we were to freaking use them. There is no way we can easily break through their biggest strength. And when we have to salt the game away with the running game, boom, we got them because they have a crappy
Now, guys, I agree with Color. You know what I do with the New York Knicks website? There's a message right on the top right, and I speak to the management.
That's what Bill Belichick does to defeat a team and drive their necks into the dirt.
Now,
he goes at their strength and defeats their strength, and then he mops it up with their weakness.
Will they allow you to mail Perry? Because it's Perry who don't believe in Gesicki of using a weapon in the red zone like what I would like. But it's Perry who don't like him. Perry don't like him. And this is why I emailed the New York Knicks website. I complain. I'm a New York Knicks fan. I go to the website and complain. But they won't let you speak to Dolan. I mean, they won't let you speak to Perry, the tight ends coach for here. But this is who we should be crucifying. And if they had a message box for him at the Dolphins website, I would freaking crucify Perry.
So
but they won't let me message him.
Stance in the discussion you want to have. Yeah, I'm not happy with their tight end play. The only one I like is Smythe.
And he's not doing.
Did you see Hunter Long block Sunday? Did anyone see Hunter Long block Sunday?
Hold on. Look,
he was a freaking beast.
What I'm trying to say, though, is if if going at their strength fails and we can't break through it, what are we doing? We're falling back on what we thought was going to work anyway, the running game. So what? Go at their strength. That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
right. The tight end of the same. Can Tua read that color? Can Tua see that? Because he didn't see it, and if he hit Gesicki right over the middle in that play that we looked at, can he see that though? Even though it may be there.
Well, even if he hit Gesicki,
that's
if
the thing.
Lose that game,
right?
We're still going to blame him for not putting up enough points versus
I'm blaming him for everything, Rashad.
Top 5, top 10 defense. We're going to ignore the fact that Josh Allen put up 3 more points versus the worst defense in the NFL versus Tua going up against the top 10 defense.
But I think
Rashad, we're still
going
to crown.
Do you think that that's partly to do with the fair expectations of a high output game against
So
nope.
I just think
Greer. Let's say we play the way we did against Buffalo, and we get a couple of forget the balls that were dropped and forget the Gesicki meat on the bone. Okay, forget all that. How about just 2 of those shoestrings that Mostert got caught up with that he was about to break to the house? How about a
Or
couple
2
of
of the
those break
touchdown
through?
passes that were dropped in the end zone.
My point is,
Man,
we're going up
man.
against Green Bay this week, not Buffalo. I'm saying if we get the performance that we had Sunday night, I don't see how how Green Bay could even like hold a candle to us. That's why my expectations are so high.
I don't see us going up
This
against
one thing we're
Green Bay.
overlooking.
Hold on, Sheree. I don't see us going up against Buffalo game 3, dropping balls like we did. I don't see us getting hit with snowballs and fans not getting ejected. Like what? A 15-yard penalty?
I'm kidding, man.
Like is stuff like that. Like we know. Everybody know you can't throw nothing on the field. They were literally throwing
coconuts painted like snowballs.
I'm not making an excuse, guys. Just to let y'all know. But we're seeing
Rashad.
It's things like that. It's the little things get corrected. We win that game.
Listen, Rashad, if you watch the All 22, be encouraged with the offensive line. Why I'm going to say that? Because, yes, they didn't have Ed Oliver. They didn't have Jordan Phillips, and they didn't have...
I didn't even need to see the All 22. They
moved people
Sunday night, man. I'm telling you,
I'm encouraged.
Hold on, give Mark a chance to say his piece. It's
that's
Christmas,
why,
Sharif. It's Christmas.
So
we do like to give gifts on Christmas.
Color got more excited than me.
Well, we do like to give gifts on Christmas Eve. So let the Buffalo fans speak.
Bills are getting nothing but coal for
go
Christmas.
ahead, Mark.
All right, thank you very much, and Merry Christmas to all you fine folks this evening. Color, I just wanted to bring up a point that I talked about the other night we had the chance to talk, and the way that both you and I analyze games, and now we have a measurable game to take a look at. When you're a believer in the overall season statistics, I'm a believer on what rosters you put out on the field the day you play the game, and nothing better illustrates the point that I had than the results between the Bears and the Dolphins and the Bills and the Dolphins. Both teams played their games in Chicago. They played their games in drastically different weather. The difference between the games and the games was, again, against who you play or who you play when you play them. When the Bears played the Dolphins, they had Claypool, they had Mooney, they had Edwin Jackson, they had all of their offensive line, and the Bears put up 32 points and Fields ran for 174 yards.
Yeah, and I don't disagree.
Mark, who's better?
Wait, real quick though. I don't disagree. I just wanted to point out because you had assigned something to me, but I don't disagree. The part about game day situational stuff does factor into my calculus, probably just less than it does yours when it comes to what a team is producing in a 14-game sample size. So I just wanted to clear that.
No,
real quick.
that's perfectly fine. But so I go today and I look at the Bills game against the Bears, and Allen was poor today. He was not a good game for him. But the Bills ran for 234. They put up 426 to the Bears, 180 something in the game. Fields ran 7 times for 11 yards. He didn't have Claypool. He didn't have Mooney. He didn't have.
They kept the weapon on the sideline.
They didn't have 2/5 of their offensive line. So it's the players who play the game more than the statistics during the season that affect everything. Do I think the Bills?
No, wait a minute. See, I've been on record. You know as well as I do that I am a firm believer that I have staunchly said that statistics do not affect anything. They only illustrate what has happened.
Okay, yeah, no, fair
Mark,
I'm just saying, do you think
are we the better team than you?
22 points if the Bears had Claypool.
Mark, is the Dolphins better than the Bills?
We are.
I don't think
Well,
so.
they're not
Just
always
be honest, Mark.
Well, real quick.
Just be honest, Mark.
Hold on, Sharif. They're not always a perfect illustration of what happened. But in a 14-game sample size, in certain contexts, you can look at certain correlations and say, yeah, that illustrates what's happened. Given a certain topic.
I certainly acknowledge your point. Absolutely.
But Mark, we're a better football team than you this year, right? You know that because we ran the ball. If we run the ball on you, we probably win by 2 scores. So in your heart, we're the better team this year.
The Dolphins are 8.
You haven't beat us fairly. You haven't beat us fairly. You know that in your heart. McDaniel gave you all that game.
Okay, this is
McDaniel gave you that game. You know that in your heart. I'm sure you know that in your heart.
Game with
Hey,
the pass
Kohler,
and
did you
bounced
hear
to
me when I told
McKenzie.
you I was back?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. I didn't know if my shit was
You know
working.
that in your heart, Mark.
No, we'll talk under
Sharif,
them.
you
It's
have to
too
be
good
honest
to
with
interrupt.
yourself. The
Sharif,
record
your
says something
point is
different.
ridiculous. All you have to do is look at the standings, and it
No,
says
he
everything.
knows because McDermott was stubborn enough to go in cover
Ruined my
2
energy for
and
me.
get burned, and he was stubborn enough to almost McDownie was stubborn enough to not use the run and give away a win. My thing is, Mark knows in his heart we're the better team this year. In snow,
Sharif.
anywhere.
No, Sharif.
Get him,
When you
Sharif.
compare, okay, the AFC
I
East
hate
is
to do it,
decided,
but I have
Sharif.
to
You guys
disagree
you guys are 8-6, and only because of the gross incompetence of the Jets and the Patriots are you even still in a playoff position.
Hold up,
And
Mark.
what I'm saying to
Hold up.
Colin and everybody else tonight is, if you measure
Mark,
the teams on
hold
the, if you would you please be quiet for just a minute? You've been
Hell
talking all
no,
night.
dude.
It's my turn to talk.
But
for just
only a
few
minute.
Who
minutes.
the hell was talking, Mark? You want to run your mouth like an asshole? Who the hell was talking?
I'm trying to finish the statement. Sharif was
I
online
just
for like
agreed
20
with
minutes
you, and it wasn't
spewing
Sharif.
garbage.
It was you that just gives me being an asshole and talking over you all night. So before you sit there and try and treat someone like an asshole, actually
Well,
pay attention to what you're saying. I
what
actually
I'm
want to
saying
debate your
is
point.
an assertion that says the Dolphins are a better football team when you're 8-6 against a 12-3 team that you split with doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And what I'm saying back to color is, and what I'm
Hold up
also
a
saying,
second.
lastly, that, and I'll be glad to listen for a long time, is that the team that you're playing tomorrow is not the team that's had the statistical compilation over the season. It's a better team and a better roster. So tomorrow is a very dangerous football game.
Well, I still firmly believe, though. See, there was another team we played earlier in the season, I think, that you said the same thing about, and we still clowned them.
And we smoked you.
I forget who it was, but I do heed your point, Mark. But remember, my prediction sounds big, but it's only an 11-point game, 31-20. It's not like what it is, Mark, is I don't, I'd love to see us blow a team like this out who thinks they've gotten better, but really are what they are. At the same time, I realize, hey, if you get a little bit of overachievement out of Aaron Rodgers, on our home defense, and you get a little overachievement out of us, you're looking at what I'm saying is it don't have to be a blowout, but I think it's reasonable to expect a decisive win.
Imagine what we do if Ogba, Brandon Jones, Byron Jones, and everybody is healthy. Imagine what we do to Buffalo.
I already
Somebody else get a word in, fellas.
Stop
I think y'all afraid, bro. I think y'all very afraid.
Did you see that?
We're beating y'all with the babies, Mark. We're beating y'all with our babies, Mark.
Guys, Rashad is
Mark and Sharif. No, I hear somebody else trying to speak.
Yeah, it's me.
They've been
Robert.
asking politely. Yeah. Sorry, next to my phone, but
no, I appreciate it, Rashad. All right, so Mark, first off, you want to talk about the Jets and the Bills and their sorry teams. Well, I believe they both beat the Bills.
The Patriots haven't this year.
Okay, all right, but you lost to the Jets too, so you also lost to a sorry team. Yeah, but you just said they're a sorry team.
They're a sorry team right now.
No,
they're both
that ain't the
very,
fucking
very
statement.
sorry football teams at the current time.
I don't think they had Bryce Hall when they faced you, and they had him when they faced us. I don't think they had Elijah Vera Tucker when they faced you, and they had him when they faced us.
You also had to take overtime to beat the Lions.
We won by 3. You won by 4. What's the difference?
We knelt the ball to end the game. You needed overtime to beat them.
Yeah.
So
and
hold up a second. It wasn't done
with the Bears and what we did with the Bears. What's that? Where's that comparison?
I wasn't
fair enough, but
I wasn't finished. Hold up. So on top of that, last night when we got to the bottom of your statement, you gave the Dolphins a better chance to win than you went on with your statements. You said
do. I still have it 55-45.
But you're talking again as if the Dolphins are set to lose.
No,
You
I'm
can
saying
say,
that.
yes, you are.
Okay, Robert, please let me clarify. I'm saying that I favor the Dolphins tomorrow by a field goal.
But all of a sudden, Green Bay is hot.
If you look at the teams, the way that they're composed as they hit the field tomorrow, the Green Bay team that you're currently playing is not the Green Bay team that play their statistical means.
This is what Mark does.
But you aren't presenting that same thing when you first come in here. I think you guys are going to have a hard game against the Packers.
I want to play Buffalo, man, in the first round.
You come
Anybody
off
else?
as we're going to lose.
I want to beat
you're
them
going to have
so
a hard
bad in
game
the
against
first.
the Packers.
I don't want them to have
That's what I
nothing to
said.
say. You know
You
what I
said
mean,
something
Color?
differently. I apologize.
I don't want them to have anything to say, man. I want to just beat them in the first round.
You need to get to the first round first.
You
No, we're gonna get to the 5th seed and see you guys. We're gonna get to the 5th seed. You know, I think we can see them in the 5th seed, guys.
Guys, I stand corrected. It must be the Mandela effect. I think they got a last second field goal to hold off overtime against the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, actually, Color, you're right. Yeah, we won by 3 on the last play of the
thank you
game.
for Jay Zan. Like, he gets me every time I make a mistake. He happens to be the one correcting me. Total Mandela effect, because they were holding off overtime. That's why I thought they went to overtime.
Yeah, they let Detroit tie, and then they got the game.
Right.
Yeah.
And they got right. They stopped it from going to overtime. Right.
And honestly, what happened to Detroit today? My God, that was horrible.
Bro, Carolina, I guess, doesn't want to tank for some reason.
No, because Carolina's actually play. If Carolina wins that game in Tampa next Sunday, they're going to be the leader.
Which
in that
I
awful
understand,
division.
but the Carolina Panthers are dog garbage. They don't have a quarterback.
Did you see that Carolina ran for 320 today?
Yeah, Foreman's a beast, man.
320 yards is what they ran for.
And do you see how New England lost that game again today?
Yeah,
I mean, there
I
were some
saw
shocking things that are going on today. It was wild.
I was very happy to see New England lose that game.
So
I was so I'm so rooting for the Patriots because I need Cincinnati to lose because that game next Monday night, and I don't know how
you guys are losing the Bengals. I'll be ready for that.
I don't see it that way.
You guys aren't getting number one because you're going to lose to Cincinnati next week.
I'm not feeling really great about that game, to be honest with you.
Cincinnati sucks.
Mark, not to be a troll, I do think Cincinnati's playing really, really well right now, and they look like the better team.
Yeah, you know what was weird about that game though? I was watching it today, and it was just weird. Bengals jump out 22-0. The Patriots are looking absolutely like dog meat. And then the next thing you know, they get an interception return for a touchdown, and then they get a fluke. Then they get another touchdown and a fluke touchdown. Next thing I know, they're at the Cincinnati 6-yard line, and then
I think they were just throttling them in reverse. Whereas Kansas City lets the team get out in front of them and then throttles back up. Cincinnati does it the other way around.
And then what about Minnesota today? How many times is that team going to win less than a one-score game? Jeez.
Bro, Minnesota is just a different beast, man.
I can't figure it out. Giants come back.
That Kirk Cousins is proving all the two in ears point about winning a mediocre quarterback, man. Wow.
Makes you wonder about what the Giants are going to do with Daniel Jones at the end of the season because they have a contract decision to make.
Well, they should get rid of Daniel Jones.
So that's actually what I wanted to get into. What do you guys feel about the third-year players on this team? Because we can judge Dieter, we can judge Gesicki, I guess. We can judge Christian Wilkins. I guess he'll get Gesicki's money once we let Gesicki go. But we can start judging 3-year players.
Plant the seed, bro. I guess Sharif.
Greer is going to have to fall.
Who do we draft, guys?
I think Wilkins is a 4-year player, and he signed.
I think we draft the 64th pick, Color. I think it's the 64th pick.
I knew you'd bite, Sharif. I'm reeling you in right now.
I just did the draft the other day.
Wow,
I sound like a homer.
You're bad.
I mean,
I just did the draft the other day, bro. I'm way ahead of you.
At least wait till Sunday at midnight on the day.
The bowl game's already done.
Anyway.
Yeah,
dude, people have already entered the portal. It's time for draft.
Oh my god.
Yep, college bowl games getting destroyed because of teams that are players that are leaving.
Like people have already entered the portal, bro. It's time for guys to start doing pro days.
Yeah, that's coming up. We got Senior Bowl coming up.
Yeah, the one thing I just don't like about it is these kids just opt out of the bowl games, and it just diminishes them completely. So now you're down to the two major bowl games.
Listen.
The rest of them have diminished rosters.
Let me just say this, Mark. If Perry messes up on Tanner Corner because they're saying this kid is special, they really are, right? The articles are saying it and all. if they let Gesicki go and mess up on Tanner Connor and Hunter Long, I want Greer's head, because it's one of these Cesar Ruiz. We could even had Creed Humphrey. He's a Pro Bowler this year.
We could have had Justin Jefferson, Justin Herbert,
Taylor,
whoever you want at the 30th pick. DeAndre
No,
Swift.
I mean after we got Tua. That was my case. My case was after you got Tua. You can't get Tristan Wirfs.
Taylor is what you.
It was you couldn't get Tristan Wirfs, so you go and get the best center, which was Creed Humphrey.
But no, we decided to trade. We decided to trade back. We decided to
get Igbenogany. So Greer's have to fall on that sword. So he's gonna have to fall on the Tanner Connor. He's gonna have to fall on. Yep.
Tristan Wirfs. We could have got
Jonathan Taylor.
We could have got
the 6 picks on the Chargers. We could have.
We could have got Jonathan Taylor, Tua, and we could have gotten Creed Humphrey.
We could have took
some
pick
of that
15
is
and pick. What was it? Pick 15 and pick 21 and traded up to pick 4. We could have got Panay Sewell and so if that's what we were going.
But it's not just woulda, coulda, shoulda, Panay Sewell. It's the 3rd year. It's time to judge these guys. It's time to judge these guys, bro.
Sharif, we can judge them every year. They suck. They might get better later, but they suck right now. They suck. They can be Hall of Famers.
That's why I'm telling Mark, our babies are beating you, Mark. Our little babies are beating you, Mark. You think you're gonna hold up with Ogba and Byron Jones? You think you're gonna hold up with Brandon Jones in a healthy Eric Rowe? Really? You think you're gonna hold up?
$4 million guy is constantly
not
injured.
a baby.
So
our babies are spanking them. Is my point. Our 4th corners.
2020 draft. You have Tua, who has
we have babies at cornerback. Come on, we got babies at cornerback now.
Jackson's a bust.
Mark, our secondary is babies. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We beating you with babies right now. And guess what? With a healthy team,
you won by 2 points in Miami on a game that
our
you were
secondary is babies, and we ran through you on Sunday.
That's not really the way that narrative goes. The narrative goes when you had the ball for Mark. That's not accurate. The way that narrative goes is when you had the ball for 40 minutes, you can put up more than 21 points, and he failed to get the job done.
And we did. We failed to put up more points in that game, and we lost by 2 points on a game where you got outgained 497 to 213.
Still lost,
but you couldn't score.
Right, and you still lost last Saturday night.
Yeah, but you got lucky.
Yes, you won at home. You're supposed to win at home.
That's right.
What I'm saying is,
Sharif, you won by 2. The Bills won by 3.
Do you realize $40 million is on IR? Ogba and Byron alone.
Well, the fact that you guys
I wish you well next year. I really do.
Not want to play for your football.
Mark, I really wish you well next year, because Ogba's going to be so hungry. Byron Jones is going to be so hungry.
Ogba's a $16 million cap disaster.
I wish you well.
Bradley Chubb. So now you're
you think so?
$38 million for 2 guys. And what kind of production are you getting? You got one guy coming off of a serious injury, and another guy who hasn't done anything all season long.
I got news for you. He's 26. See, Greer was smart when he signed guys like that.
Really?
He's 26.
Where's his
See,
production
we're getting younger. We're getting younger, Mark. All I'm saying to you, I'm not trying to trash you. I respect you as a Buffalo. I love you as a brother. But Mark, we're keeping up with you right now, toe to toe in snow with our little babies at corner. And when we get healthy, Mark, you think you can actually keep up with us? You really do in your heart.
I'm
with Byron, Brandon, Ogba, Needham. I didn't even say Nick Needham all night.
Old. He's 30. So that's not young at all.
No, that's our veteran. We need it. We need the veterans too. I'm talking about who we do.
You got a guy that you're paying $64 million to over the next 3 years. You already had you paid him short this year, and then you extended the contract out to make.
I'm not worried about the money. I'm worried about how he's coming after Josh Allen. What I'm trying to say to you is, we have babies left to play. We don't have anyone left to put out there against you. Babies. Imagine if we're healthy, Mark. You really think in your
You
heart
really need to
you can
rewind
do
this
anything.
whole stream and listen to yourself. To be honest.
No. Because I know you're gonna say Sharif is actually right, because you're gonna go back to your Buffalo fans and say, if this team is healthy, you don't think we got a shot. You're gonna tell your
I
fan
didn't
base
say you
that,
don't have a
right?
shot. Did I ever say that?
You can't beat us, Mark, if we're healthy. I'm telling you that. We're beating you with our babies practically.
Sharif, do you think the Bills would have beaten you in week 2 had they had Hyde, Poyer, Oliver?
We had babies on the field too.
We would have
Remember?
beat you with your healthy
No,
guys,
you didn't.
bro.
You had your full
Our team
roster.
We had
sucks.
babies on the field too,
No, we
guys.
didn't. We absolutely did not, Mark.
You did not
the new
have. You did not have Byron Jones. Who else?
Mark, we're the new kings.
Xavier was playing injured.
Mark, we're the new kings of the AFC East.
And
we're
then
the
on
new
top
kings,
of that,
Mark.
it wasn't our damn defense, or it wasn't our offense that won us that game.
It was the fact that Josh Allen bounced the pass to McKinnon.
And you were tired as hell. And the receivers dropped on the ground. Actually, and the time ran out. They were burnt. They weren't in shape, Mark.
Well,
see, you know we're
right,
the
Sharif.
kings,
I mean,
Mark. We're the kings.
Talking to you,
you know, you can see it. You can feel it.
Soup with a fork.
No, but you fell down. They were cramped. He fell down, and Gabriel fell down, and the time ran out. Am I lying?
Well, at least when you played in Buffalo, the temperature conditions were even.
The thing is, right, guys?
You think you're going to get those
younger
advantages next year, Sharif?
You're
going to get you're going to get your September games at the 4:30 at the 4:15 game time, or night games, or you're either going to get a Sunday night, Monday night, or 4:15 games, because the league is not going to tolerate this bullshit 40-degree temperature advantage because your owner built the stadium. So they have the Dolphins.
Sharif, I'm not Sharif. Mark, you want to talk about bullshit? Talk about your trash ass fans throwing ice balls at players.
Yeah, losers. I'm gonna throw
15 yards penalty. We didn't see a personal foul for that. Something's going on.
Throwing ice balls.
If you want to
players.
talk about what should have been done from a scheduling standpoint, the Bills should have been playing at home in week 3, and the Dolphins should have been playing at home in week 15.
Oh,
I'm fine with that.
So that's what should have happened.
See,
scheduling.
Guys,
that was a screw job. That was a screw job.
He knows.
Miami. You guys should have never had to go on the road for a West Coast swing and then an East Coast swing.
I agree. But it is what it is.
Let Mark speak, man.
Mark, let me ask you this. Why do you think Don Shula was so smart in his heyday? Because he scheduled the games. He was part of the scheduling committee, and he scheduled a lot of the games.
And by the way, and also on the officiating committee. So don't forget that, because the Dolphins were the least penalized team in the league all during the time that Shula was the head of the officiating committee.
I would give you that.
Shula was a smart man, and I have
he's
for him.
He's the president of the rules committee and the head coach and the GM of the Dolphins. So what?
And I'm saying that some of those things that Shula was able to do were predicated upon the power that he had in the league. I commend Don Shula. He took advantage of every advantage.
But he changed a lot of those rules to save your quarterback.
Great run.
He changed. I'd be able to save Marino too, but to save your quarterback now today. Suppose he didn't change those rules, Mark. Landon Roberts.
The penalty rules were one thing, the league rules. And in all honesty, you guys should be in the AFC South. If you were in the AFC South, you'd be runaway winners.
Like it hard.
Your owner twice had an opportunity to put the Dolphins in the AFC South, and he chose to stay in the AFC East.
Yeah, because we like it harder.
Notice how he's trying to divert the conversation that we're the new AFC Kings. He knows we're not healthy.
We are the Kings.
But he knows we have that wrapped up. But we just got to get healthy.
A playoff game, and if you don't lose,
bro, you guys are gonna lose the first round of the playoffs. Hang your championship banner.
You are in serious free fall.
How are we in serious free fall? Like, you're saying
our offense is already better than yours, and we have an unhealthy defense that's better than yours already.
Yeah.
So how are you better? And we're beating you just with babies.
You're 8-6, Sharif, and you're sounding ridiculous.
Yes, but with babies, we're beating the best team in the AFC.
We are.
We're pounding you. What you gonna do when Ogba and Byron is back and Brandon What are you going to do when Needham is
Byron
back?
already gave you the Will Fuller treatment, gave you both middle fingers up
You,
for
you,
money.
you think they're just going to be on IR forever, Mark? They're going to be on IR forever, right?
Yeah.
You think they're just going to be
I don't
sitting
think
back
Byron
forever?
Come
Jones
back.
is ever
The
coming back
Dolphins
to
are
play
not going to
for
want Byron
Sharif.
back.
Let's be
Byron's not
real.
going to come back next year. Gesicki's not going to come back next year, and you've got a roster that you got to sign 27 free agents.
We've beaten you without Gesicki, Mark. We don't need Gesicki.
Good luck, boys.
Okay, Mark.
All I'm saying, Mark, is enjoy that lucky win.
Yeah.
Because we're going to be healthy, Mark. And hope you don't have to see us in the playoffs.
Yeah, we're going to beat you guys.
Please hope. Please hope you
Sharif,
don't have to
I'm
see
not
us in the
listening to listen to
playoffs.
what
All
you're
right,
saying.
Sharif. Like I said, talk. Go eat some more soup with a fork.
He really believes that they're the better team, guys.
They're not.
I don't want to think he's delusional, but he know we're the better trench team, better weapons, and with the baby at defense, practically
Could you tell me
babies
how many
on
yards the
defense.
Dolphins ran for in Chicago in their game this season, please?
Don't divert it to who is the real AFC king, Mark. Who is the real AFC king in your heart?
I'm not bothering with you with any more, Sharif, because your points are the points.
No, but it's true because you know what's about to happen.
Go talk, Sharif.
Tyreek
Go talk.
is
I'll
not going
I'll
anywhere.
be glad to listen because your points are just absurd.
Tyreek is not going anywhere. Waddle is a second-year, 1,500-yard guy.
Then why
I'm doing the Waddle right now. I'm doing the Waddle.
I'm just going to bring up one aspect.
I'm doing the Waddle right now.
Why?
Dude, I think Sharif's making great points, man.
If you're so star spanking blue phenomenal, why is this team 8-6 and not clinch the playoff berth yet?
Because we're being
McDaniel. I'm going to give McDaniel a break. He's learning, Mark. He's learning.
Or he is the guy who he is. And the team and 31 other teams ignored him.
Well, I've called that out. You know, I call it straight down the middle.
Without him, and they're doing just fine with Brock Purdy.
But what if he gets up and wakes up? What if he gets it right, Mark? What if he gets it right, Mark?
Sharif, you're trolling.
See, that's what he's afraid of. We're keeping up with them with babies. That's the thing.
I don't know what's going on in Zamuda. Maybe you're all stoned and high.
No. No. But you're going to have to just deal with us, man. You're going to have to deal with us. We're here.
Well, I'm 3-time AFC East champion and playoffs in the five of the last 6 years.
Haven't won any Super Bowl.
Hey, Mark, you're also the guy who's never won a Super Bowl and choked 4 times in a row.
And you haven't been alive when the Dolphins won a Super Bowl, so you have nothing to
Mark, I don't care. You want to
That's a low blow, man.
You're the king of being a choke artist. You're the definition of getting on your knees and making an O shape.
Again, another comment that has nothing to do with football, so congratulations. I'm very proud of you.
Hey, you want to talk trash, Mark? I'm going to call
You want to talk football? I'll talk football. If you want to talk trash, I'll talk trash. Whichever way you want to go, I'm better than you are.
But Mark, that's not trash. You have an old guy on your defense. You like, think of this. Solomon Kinley trucked Ed Oliver.
Oh, yeah.
And Solomon Kinley isn't even on this team anymore. And that's your star defensive tackle?
Go smoke some more, Zamuda boy.
That's supposed to stop us from running the ball for the next 8 years, right? Ed Oliver?
Ed Oliver's trash, bro.
I'm telling Mark, you have to go back to your fan base and go to the Bills fan base page to the top right corner and see if you could message the GM, because that is not going to beat us. You guys got to do something in free agency, man. You know it, Mark. You need help, man.
The Bills and Brandon Bean will be okay. And by the way, you want to talk about your draft next year, Mr. Sharif?
Hey, 64th pick. The only thing I could see, I don't think Moa will be there, the middle linebacker from Hawaii. But that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. Middle line. I want a Landon gone, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, you should want a Landon gone, and you should want Baker gone. And Tyndall can't seem to learn a defense. And
the people who want Baker gone, they just want to see Baker have 8 sacks. They don't want him gone. They just wanted to see him blitz.
Bro,
but I don't know what Boyer's doing.
We should honestly try to suck so we can get Travis Hunter to replace Damien Howard in 2 years.
You need to get rid of Howard. You need to get rid of Jones. You need to play your kid corners and let them develop. You want to promote Sam Madison to defensive coordinator and get rid of Boyer. And you really need to seriously consider if you're doing anything you can to bring in Sean Payton so you can get rid of both McDaniel and Greer at the same time.
See, I'm not with you on all
Sean
that.
Payton bring his own GM in and build the team the way he wants to build it, instead of having these continuous weekly coaching gaffes by McDaniel, who, by the way, has made the same gaffes in San Francisco and the same gaffes in Atlanta. And that's why I think nobody out of the other teams in the league even bothered to give him a hire. He's an offensive coordinator.
I'm going to say this, Mark.
And he's gagging it up.
I think McDermott is going to get fired.
Yeah.
Either not this year, next year. Why? Because he was determined in the All-22. He was determined not to do what the Chargers in San Francisco do. He went to cover 2. Tua had 500 yards in one game against cover 2, and he still went to it. Waddle over the middle, 65-yard touchdown. My thing is this. McDaniel showed some stubbornness, too, to run the ball. But who's going to lose their job first? McDermott, because McDermott is going to lose a playoff game sticking to cover 2. You can't hide it, Mark. You can't hide it, Mark. I go deep into the film.
You go deep into the weed.
Hey, see, it is what it is, man. I'm just trying to help you out, man, as a fan, to let you see the stuff from afar, man, the macro.
Yeah, you see things in your
him going into cover 2 on 8 of our third downs. We got more than 20 yards on 6 plays. Cover 2, Mark. It's causing you. And McDermott is stubborn.
So why don't you just go call the Zamuda rock that you can find and hope to God they can luck out a win against the Packers tomorrow.
I'm just as old as you. Insults won't hurt me.
It's over, Johnny. It's over.
See, the thing is, I'm just as old as you, so I'm just going to stick to the truth, which is the football team that has risen above Buffalo. It's us. We're younger. We're much more explosive.
How are you younger?
And I don't think, I really think Josh Allen can't live vicariously through his legs and body.
Davis are within a year's age. Tua and Allen are a year's age apart. Your running backs, by the way, are all free agents at the end of the season.
And every time Allen gets cracked, he loses about a year. Every time he runs. You think I'm lying? Someone is going to crack him over that middle, man. You ever watch I Love Lucy?
No.
I tell you what.
Unfortunately, I don't have better things to do with my time.
Alice, keep it up, Alice. One of these days, Alice. One of these days, and bam.
Bro, that's not I Love Lucy, bro. I've been trying to tell you for a week.
It's not I Love Lucy. It's
the Honeymooners.
Honeymooners.
Bam.
One of these days, Alice. Mark,
Meadows.
If he keeps coming over that middle.
Right, you clown.
I was wrong on that one. You got me. But I'm enjoying how the new Kings are in town, Mark.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, the new Kings are in town, all right. Win a game tomorrow against Green
You
Bay.
only could survive that. You only could survive that because
you might be muted, DTA. I can't hear you.
Oh, am I
Go ahead, DTA.
Like he's already said, we're more than likely to win. Yeah.
I said you're more than likely to win tomorrow, but there's a reasonable chance that this Packer team and the fact that don't forget the Packers gained.
I heard you. Video's delayed a little
bit. The Commanders, the Seahawks, and the Lions.
I can hear it. I don't know why it's delayed. Do I sound like shit? Is my mic all messed up?
No, you're fine. No, you sound fine.
No, you good, bro. Go ahead.
Like I said, Green Bay was
Mark, hold on.
Well, wait, okay, go ahead.
Mark's trying to scare us with Green Bay.
No, bro, listen. You and Sharif's argument is making my fucking ears bleed. Can we please move? Let's move it somewhere else. And
he doesn't like the fact that we're the new Kings, DTA.
Hold on,
like
guys,
I said, it's arguing with someone. It's like arguing with somebody on a short bus.
I get it. It's throwing shit at a wall and seeing what sticks. I get it. I just want to move the discussion. We can talk about the game coming up, Green Bay, or any other thing. Really, at this point, my ears are bleeding.
Let's talk about.
I wanted.
How
much rushing yards
hold on. I'm not done. Hold on. I wanted to take this time real quick. I know it's Christmas Eve. I want to say, dude, because we have like 70 people watching. I see people on Facebook look, we really appreciate all of you guys. I appreciate all of you guys personally. I appreciate everybody that comes and tunes into my show, Kohler's show, every show on the Fins Tailgate. You guys are in here day in, day out, even on the long streams, always showing support. And to see like 70 people watching during Christmas Eve is huge. Like, you guys, we really do appreciate it. It means a lot. And I know we haven't had a chance yet.
Telling you, man, y'all got kids, man.
Yeah,
how you doing? It's freaking midnight.
Mine are 32 and 30. So.
Please do me a huge favor. If all of y'all could do me a huge favor, and please it takes 2 seconds. And I know some people say it, some people do it, some people don't. Y'all just hit the like button for us.
Absolutely,
if nothing else, hit the like,
I appreciate your show.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. And I appreciate everybody comes in here. So, if you guys want to,
yeah, we did our Christmas celebration yesterday because of the NFL games.
So we was talking about judging.
Remember, DT, I said it before the show. I knew we were going to get a wave of parents that just put all the presents under the Christmas tree, and they're like, "Oh, damn, man, we can't go to sleep now." And they're like, "Oh, Finn's tailgate, all right."
Yeah, good move, coming on up. Anyway, again, a Merry Christmas to everybody.
Mark, you're welcome. Mark, you're welcome to stay up here. I was just saying.
No, I'm not leaving. I just wanted to make sure I wish everybody a Merry Christmas while everybody was still here.
Mark, don't go to sleep on us, man. You do it all the time now. I know.
The Dolphins have slept on us all season long.
The kids ain't going to be able to wake mom and dad up till like noon. They're going to be like, "Damn, that Finn's tailgate."
Color, what time you heading to the stadium tomorrow?
Should be getting there around 10. I'm thinking like 11:30.
Hey, did you guys see that Batman was giving away those great tickets today?
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, I think Miss Finn's got the parking pass.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's the way he did it. And Chef Zhu got the rest of it.
Mark, I think you're a closet Miami Dolphins fan who fucking is so upset with the team.
No,
I'm upset because
he's a Bills fan.
Better, and it's frustrating.
No,
I actually like the Dolphins.
I'm sorry. I'm starting to actually believe the theory.
Listen, this is what happened organically. This is what happened organically with the Bills. They became better in 2 years, and they became cocky. They just start flooding our chats this year. They never did it last year and year before. They're winning now. Yeah, they're winning now. They're just trolling and everything. Yeah.
Would
you rather be
cocky I want to go back to the days of Marino and Kelly and True Cup. And I think the Dolphins are actually reaching the point.
It took 2 years for this,
where they're becoming competitive again. I just think that they could be far more competitive than what they currently are.
Well, I don't disagree with you, Mark. We had a DTA and me on that one.
We may have to get David Carr if Tua is not the guy.
I don't want to say, I don't know.
Well, who are we gonna get? Who are we gonna get? We're not gonna get Lamar Jackson.
We were close to sweeping you with babies.
Here, who the fuck are we?
We were close to sweeping you with little babies.
What do you guys think about Derek Carr?
I'm thinking about I'm thinking about Jared Goff. Those are realistic. You got to be realistic, people.
Yeah, but is Jared Carr available, or do you think he'll want to stay in Detroit?
No, I think Trevor Lawrence
he doesn't want to stay in Detroit. He wants to get the fuck out of there. They want a young guy. And McDaniels in Vegas, he's going to want his own guy.
So, Lance, I'm not on the dump Tua train. I'm going to give it to I'll make my decision at that point. But he has to really shit the bed over the next 2, what are we at, 3 weeks?
3 weeks, yeah.
7-year plan.
In order for me to be there.
A 7-year plan? What is it? What are you, Billy, for the Oakland Athletics?
Just 2.5 games. So he would probably be up
in
around.
football, you should have a 2-year plan that you can rebuild in 2 years. In baseball, you need 5, 6, 7 years if you're a small market.
But Tannehill got a 7-year plan, man. We have to wait.
And how
we had to actually wait.
I wouldn't touch you with a 39.5 foot touchdown pole.
Listen, we have to give the same grace we give Tannehill.
Sharif,
no, we don't.
You have to look at free
agents. That's 14 years he can't get back.
Sharif, did you know that Joe Philbin wanted to draft Derek Carr in his second year? He'd seen enough of Tannehill.
He wanted Carr.
Yeah, he wanted to draft him.
I know
it was Ireland that said, no, we're not doing it.
Boy, I tell you what.
So, Lance, I just don't think there's
Maybe we
another
can get
option
Brock
that's
Purdy.
worth.
Yeah, Brock Purdy sounds lit.
Oh my God.
Well,
he's
Garoppolo is
playing
actually much better.
great.
And that
What
brings
about
up a question.
what about the kid in Green Bay?
Hold
Jordan
on.
Love?
Joe Philbin wanted Ted Ginn's family.
You know, I'm starting to think feel when people go Brock Purdy. So
He wanted Ted Ginn's family, Color. He didn't want.
What do you guys what do you guys think about Jordan Love?
Is it just me, or does Brock Purdy sound like a brand of paint?
Yeah,
I thought you were gonna go porn.
So now here's an interesting question. So say Brock Purdy takes the 49ers deep in the playoffs, not win a Super Bowl,
sounds
but
like
he
a
wins the
porn
playoff
name. Yeah,
games
you're
or
right.
two. What do you do with Garoppolo and the other guy? What's the other quarterback's name that got hurt?
Trey
Lance.
What do you do with them? Is all of a sudden
I
Brock
don't
Purdy your
know.
answer at quarterback?
No, I think Brock Purdy's your backup. Lance is your starter, and Garoppolo's gone.
Yeah, he's a free agent.
He's too injury prone, Garoppolo. I don't want him.
To me, I think you got to give Tua another year. He didn't make it to the Pro Bowl, so he can't get his
2 second-round picks like the Eagles
He
did
can't.
with
Tua
Foles.
can't get his $6 million bonus.
Scott Jackson, that's right. Purdy, they're a paint. They make paint brushes, I think, and like paint tools, like spackle wedges and stuff like that.
Listen, Greer's on the hot seat here, though, because I think he effed up with Gesicki not getting rid of him. I knew he drafted Hunter Long. Everyone was like, whoa, what are you drafting Hunter Long for? I think he messed up with Noah. We can say that now. We can say that now with a straight face.
What? Noah's getting a pick 6 on Aaron Rodgers tomorrow. What are you talking about?
Nah, man. It's some picks now, and that is 3 years. Greer has to take the blame now. It's just the 3rd year. And
this draft has not panned out well yet. We don't know what's going to happen. As a
no, I'm talking about our 3-year play. Our team is young, Mark. We have a bunch of 3rd-year guys.
Learn the plays. Good can't get off the practice squad, and Skylar Thompson is what he is. So there's not much coming out of this draft. And next year you don't have a 1st rounder again.
I can say Austin Jackson too. So that's
What
4
do you
messed
mean
up picks.
Again? We've had multiple 1st rounders the past few years.
Yeah. And
now they're all gone. Now you didn't have one last year. You're not going to have one this year.
We didn't have one last year. Didn't we get Waddle last year?
You got Waddle last year, and you got Phillips last year. Those are 2 number 1
We
picks.
have a 1st-round pick, Mark. It's called Tyreek Hill. Yes, it's called Tyreek Hill. We have a 1st-round pick. We're using it.
Tyreek Hill is on your roster. He's not an add-on to your roster. So what I'm saying for the Dolphins is, what is the plan for the
pisses
Dolphins
him
to get
off.
better? What is the plan for the Dolphins to get better and to be able to be playoff contenders in the AFC other than good health? But what are they adding to their roster versus what the other teams are adding to their roster? What are the Jets adding to their roster? What are the Bills adding to their roster? And to a lesser degree, what are the Patriots adding to the roster and what they have?
Well, Mark, we will add to a roster. What that's going to be, no one really knows. But we need, our defense needs a lot. I won't argue that with you. I'm not in the same boat as Sharif saying that we're better than you right now because we haven't proven it. We can compete with you.
Yes, you can. With babies, with little babies.
Yeah, Sharif.
In that case, Robert, I got just the song for Sharif. This is from Sharif to you, Robert, for Christmas.
It didn't come up. Is that the flyer place in the background?
No, that's
Old Town of Bethlehem.
No, it was "Oh Come All Ye Faithful."
Oh, come all you! Wow, close enough.
Okay.
Listen. I think that we're better than Buffalo simply because
you need Jesus, man.
Because listen, Teron Armstead. I think Teron Armstead is the reason we can beat Buffalo. Because think of it, they're already average at the defensive line, but with Armstead in there, we're moving them around and basically lifting them up and putting their defensive line anywhere. They made Russo look like a paper bag.
By the way, YouTube algorithm, that was your guys' licensed music. It said clear as day that I was allowed to use it for our streams and get off our backs.
There was a play where Armstead picked up Russo by his left hand and kept him there. I don't know. He made University of Miami look like a shame Sunday because of Teron Armstead. With Teron Armstead here next year and in 2024, I'm sorry, Mark. We're going to be able to.
His 11.6 game average that he plays per season?
All I'm saying is, with the defense going to be healthy, Mark, next year, you think Byron's going to stay unhealthy every time? Brandon's coming back. Brandon is practicing.
Yeah, I wonder when Brandon Zen's going to come back because he was injured in the Pittsburgh game with that blown knee.
All I'm saying to you is...
So, excuse me, Trey White is still in recovery mode. He's still not all the same player that he was. So you think Brandon Jones might be ready to play by mid-season next
We're letting you hold the crown for a year, Mark. That's all I'm trying to tell you. We're the new kings here.
You're not the new kings because you didn't win the division.
Okay. If we meet in the first round, we're gonna have to mail Mark a T-shirt.
If you make the first round,
Mark, all we have to do is win one game. You realize?
No, actually, you have to win 2.
No. We can beat the Jets if the Jets lose one more game, and that's it. We're in. We literally won 8 games to secure a spot. That's the funny part. That's a joke on us. But we literally ran up 8 games 5 weeks ago so we could be in this position to fall in place. So we're basically going to fall into the playoffs because we wanted it to be this way. Technically, if the Jets lose one more game, all we have to do is win one more game, Mark, and we're in. Technically.
Well, that's not true. First of all, you have to go to New England next week.
Jets has to lose one more game, and we have to win one more game, and we're in, regardless.
No. We beat the Packers and the Patriots. We're in.
Yeah, you're 100% in.
If we lose to everyone and beat the Jets, and the Jets lose one more game on their own,
but if the Jets win Seattle next week after a 10-day rest,
technically that's how it is.
Fading Seahawk team, and the Dolphins lose one of those next 2 games.
If the Jets lose Sunday coming, and we lose to the Green Bay, right, and then we lose to the Patriots next Sunday, right, and the Jets win, and we have the Jets in the final week. We beat the Jets. We're in. We only won one game.
But you have to beat the Jets.
We only won 1 out of 3 games.
White in that game, you're not going to play Zach Wilson. You're not going to play Chris Streveler.
I'm just saying.
You're not going to play Joe
5 weeks ago, we put ourselves in position to fall into the playoffs. Basically, we can win 2. We can win 3. The highest seed we can get is 5. That's the highest seed we can. I've already done it.
You're going to
simulation is the ESPN simulation.
At worst, you're going to be a 7. There's a strong possibility you'll be a 7. And if somehow this December collapse continues, you have a possibility of being 8 or
below. I want game 3. I don't care where we fall. I want game 3.
So, Mark, we're not going anywhere.
You haven't come anywhere. Let's put it that way.
We're going into the playoffs, Mark. They're so afraid. They don't want to play us again, guys. Trust me.
They're quaking in the boots.
Trust me, they don't want to play us again.
I don't want to play anybody in the playoffs. I'd like to just glide into the Super Bowl. But games have to be played. And I'd rather.
You think you're gonna get a rematch with Kansas City? Hey, the thing is, Mark, we want a rematch with Kansas City because we nearly beat them without Tyreek.
Yeah.
I don't want Kansas City. Hold on now.
Averaging 29 points a game, so it doesn't seem like
we want a rematch. You talking about y'all? We want a rematch with Kansas City. By Clayton Fledglam.
One other question.
Clayton Fledglam caused us that game. Just to let you know.
Sharif, let me ask you a question. Why is it with this great addition of Tyreek Hill and Teron Armstead and Bradley Chubb and all of these?
I didn't say anything about Chubb tonight.
Why is your point differential +1 on the season?
I'm just saying you should be afraid.
I asked you a direct question. Give me a direct answer.
Because the young rookies should make you afraid, Mark.
Because we wanted to make Buffalo feel good before we take you out in the playoffs.
The young rookies have y'all.
That's a great answer.
The young rookies right now. Think of it. Our depth will be our rookies this year, next year, right? And we'll have the studs playing starters. What are you gonna do, Mark?
I think we'll probably survive. We'll see what happens. But I think we'll probably survive.
See, this is the delusion. But see, once again, that's why I say we let you wear the crown. We let you wear the crown 1 year, and then it's fine.
Well, you've let us win the crown for the last 3 years, in the playoffs 5 out of the last 6. Where's Miami been in the playoffs?
We felt bad for you.
I don't see
you didn't have it the last 3 years
on the playoff
you had
board
it
over the last 6 years.
And this is what happens when you start winning.
Hold up. You want to talk about not doing anything? Where were you during the freaking Patriots 20-year reign?
Where were you?
We beat them almost every year.
EJ Manuel.
No, you didn't beat them every year.
I said almost.
You won one divisional title when Brady was hurt. Big.
No, Mark.
We still beat him.
Who's EJ Manuel, Mark?
You didn't listen to what I said. I said we at least.
Who's John Beck, Sharif?
Wasn't it EJ Manuel?
EJ Manuel sucks.
So did John Beck.
No. You're not going to do that to Toodler Cousins, Tannehill. You're not going to do that. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it.
What about?
We tried to try.
Shall we bring up the ever famous?
All I'm saying, Margaret. Josh Allen.
What about Jay the Ears Fiedler?
Listen, Mark.
If we don't lose Ricky to that marijuana stuff, we could have hung with anybody. But unfortunately, Ricky decided.
Unfortunately, Ricky Williams is a lot like your fan base, completely stoned most of the time.
Mark, you think you want to play Kansas City, right? All I'm saying is we want to play Kansas City. Just as bad as you, because Clayton Fedulum cost us a game.
I love to see you in a 2-7 game, going to Kansas City and getting dick stomped by about 30 points.
You really think so? Have you watched us play Kansas City, Mark? Have you what? See, this is the delusion again, guys.
Have you seen Kansas City score 29 plus points a game with Tariq gone? They're not affected in one way, shape. They're not affected.
If Bobby McCain doesn't get hurt, we win that game. Great catch by Gesicki, by the way, down the middle.
It's the Washington Commander, I believe.
Mm-hmm. All I'm saying is,
so you keep running your mouth, and I keep telling you about players that
no. I'm just simply saying, in Kansas City, we nearly beat them. In Kansas City, with Tyreek, we nearly beat them. Xavier Howard took an interception. That'll be one of the top 10 interceptions of all time.
Shot. Xavier Howard's not even going to be viable. That guy has so many burn marks on him right now. It's ridiculous.
Don't worry about X. Listen,
X is 30 years old and declining fast.
X is defying STDs, bro. He's fine.
No, Shreve, X is not playing well. Let's be honest.
He made the
X is defying everything right now. He's defying STDs, STIs, women, everything. Nothing can stop X.
except the wide receiver running a crossing route.
What is funny to me is that the lady came out a couple of years.
As the drugs are hitting good right now.
No. What is funny to me about the X story, though, guys, is the lady came out a year later to say that she is mad that he gave it to her. Like, bro, if you know you got it a year ago, you're supposed to complain a year ago.
Your starting corner is passing out STDs and pass receptions.
That's why I say nothing can stop X. You understand now why I gave that context.
Nobody cares why you gave any context, because most of your contexts are ridiculous.
Nothing can stop X.
They're non-football related.
X can get AIDS right now, and X would still stop you.
Talk football, you stupid moron.
See? This is the new king in the Dolphins that he's smelling, guys. Smell it. Smell it. What the Dolphins are cooking, Mark.
Yeah.
Smells like Limburger cheese, Sharif. Yeah.
Oh, McDaniel. I just wish McDaniel had run the ball 5 more times. I just really
maybe you'll go comatose.
I truly just wish McDaniel had run the ball 5 more times, man. He
Why don't we do?
He took a win away from Mostert.
Communicating, because I don't want to communicate with someone whose lack of football knowledge is so appalling. It's pathetic. I'd rather talk football, and I agree with DTA.
You're just afraid of us. That's it. It's fine. You're afraid of us. We ran through you.
Call or anybody else, because there's nothing that this guy.
No, we're talking about holding Greer accountable to the 3-year players on our team. But you keep interjecting with playoff contention and what Green Bay is going to do to us. Did you see what we did to you all?
Green Bay game, and I've already said that Green Bay is the team that they're placing on the field on Sunday, and it's much better than what's been on the field most of the season.
Right.
So it's a game that the Dolphins have to be very, very careful about.
Now I'm going to go back.
Said that I favor the Dolphins slightly in this game by about 3 points.
Right. And I'm going to go back into talking about how Chris Greer screwed up the 3rd-year players who are now in the 3rd year. You keep taking it into something else. But we're the best.
We are the best.
Hey, Mark, what do you think about that game with Cincinnati next Monday night?
They're losing.
Well, they've got the Bills at a 1.5-point favorite. I'm not comfortable with that. I want to see what the injury reports look like coming into the game, because Phillips left the game in the 3rd quarter. I want to see where Morris is at. I want to see where Bodiger is, because Roger Saffold is a joke at left guard. He's just absolutely pathetic. Brown over at tackle is not as bad, but he stinks. The Bears were getting pressure today with their awful defense, and Allen had I think a piss poor football game, in my opinion. Going 15 for 27 for 172, 2 touchdowns, and 2 picks to throwing to players. I don't know what he was doing throwing to McKenzie.
Where were the Where were the wind speeds in today's game in Chicago? That's number 1, and number 2. Where were the wind chills at?
The wind chill is -8, I believe, and the wind speed was like 18 to 22. But his performance today was just really, really bad.
Well, shit. What's up, Pete? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Pete.
Good. Hey, Merry Christmas, fellas. Fins up.
Yeah, the wind. I mean,
fins up, Pete.
The wind conditions were kind of bad, and it really screwed up the kicking because Bass missed an extra point. Bass missed a field goal. Cairo had barely squeaked a couple of field goals in for Chicago. Justin Fields had 1 pass to Velus Jones. Other than that, he was nothing. He ran 7 times for 11 yards. They had 1 nice run by David Montgomery, but they basically got 184 yards for the game. Buffalo had 420-something.
Mark, you want me to tell you something?
Sure, absolutely.
You guys are getting dangerous, and I don't even think you see it as a fan right now. You're complaining in those conditions. Josh Allen might have threw that dumb interception in the red zone. Only one.
Well, he threw a really dumb interception to the Chicago linebacker where I don't know what the hell he was throwing to. He had a receiver out, he had a back out in front. He overthrew the receiver by 3 yards.
So why did you pay him, Mark?
Chicago linebacker.
Why did you pay him, Mark?
You don't think that was a broken play by James Cook?
I don't know.
He didn't even throw his hands in the air.
I look where Allen was, and it's like it should have been an easy drop, check down pass.
Why did your GM pay him, Mark, if you know he's not good at quarterback?
The play that Kyler Gordon made for Chicago on the McKenzie interception was brilliant because McKenzie was breaking past Brisker, and Kyler Gordon stepped back from his corner position and actually pulled in that. It was a great play. DTA, I think you're a UW guy, and that was a great play.
So now,
I know the one. Are you talking about the linebacker that dropped back into coverage and then delayed blitz late?
53 for Chicago. I don't remember what his name was, but yeah, he was trying to.
He dropped back into coverage and he blitzed late and got Josh Allen with a nasty move. Total confused him on that one play.
I was talking about the interception.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, well, my thing is with the Bills right now, Mark.
He's going to try to throw to Cook. He airmailed the ball from 5 yards, literally 5 yards away, right to that Chicago linebacker. It's like, what are you?
Pete, am I wrong? Am I off base? We're younger, we're more talented on offense, and 9 of our guys on defense are out. We're better.
I don't know.
We are better.
I don't know, Sharif. I just got in, dude. You got to fill me in with a little more. But what I wanted to say before you go, Sharif, and DTA, I'm sorry. Mark, I just wanted to say your team is getting the run game cooking.
You can go, Pete. You can go, Pete. That's fine. You can go.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna tell Mark. Like to me, as an outsider, I'm looking at the Bills. Their run game is starting to cook. Josh Allen might have bad games, but that's okay. It was all bad weather games. Almost every quarterback had a bad game.
This is a clip, bro.
You know, I'm just like, the Bills are doing the right thing, and I'm looking at my team. And now we have Mark up here. Mark, let us live. Don't do this to us.
No, I'm just saying, the Bills' run game cooked today, and that was really nice. You know, Singletary ran for 106, and
Singletary sucks.
Cook ran for 99. They're averaging 9 yards a carry, and they were dominating the running game.
Bro, is somebody playing music?
Yeah, Colorus or DTA is somebody.
Yeah, hey man, we're bringing in the holidays, man.
It's licensed.
I'm not playing. It's not me.
That
ain't me.
DTA, it's licensed YouTube music. It says it themselves right out the YouTube audio library, so we should be good.
Yeah, you guys are good. Fair use, fair use.
No, it's just tripping. It's just tripping me out. I'm sitting here listening. I started grabbing my headphones. I started grabbing my headphones, trying to figure out what the fuck that was coming from. I was like, I thought my computer was wigging out, bro. I thought my computer started playing this shit, and I was sitting here trying to figure out
How's the volume? Too high or too low, or what?
It's fun. Hey, Color, can you pull it up by Campfire and we'll sing Kumbaya. I like it though. Listen, it's nice and mellowing.
No, I was telling Mark
Hey, Sharif, hang on. I know you and Mark have been up here battling it out. I want to move the conversation. You and him have been going. You guys have been debating this. We get it. Let's talk about something new.
That's what I'm saying to Mark.
Everyone's ears are bleeding right now.
That's what I'm saying to Mark. Okay, DTA, what do you think about the third-year players so far and how Greer should be judged on the players in their third year? Mark keep going into something else. I'm asking the panel, what do you think about the third-year players? I'm judging Austin Jackson now.
Great.
I'm judging Noah now. I'm not waiting for the fourth year.
Yeah, you know what? Talking about that, Sharif, it's only this fan base, by the way, that's telling people that players need 3 years. No, you gotta give them 3 years. Well, guess what? The Jets are not about to give 3 years to Zach Wilson. The Cardinals didn't give 3 years to Josh Rosen.
Hey, Greg, this just mirrors the mood of the music following who's talking.
This shit is gonna put people to sleep, bro.
That's true.
This shit is gonna put people to sleep. But hey, look, guys, Pete is taking donations for Christmas. We're gonna get him a new pair of headphones. If you guys would like to donate to the fund, go to pete.com. It's petetakes.com.
The DTA
/ buy headphones.
I'm driving. I'm about to be home soon, DTA.
Do you have like 2 or 3 guys in their third year that you think, well, this guy hasn't panned out or that guy? Because Greer's going to have to fall on that. And I think you shouldn't feel bad about saying this guy didn't work out in 3 years. We waited for this time. You know, we spoke about this 2 years, 3 years ago. You can't judge him now. You got to wait. Well, Dieter is not been seen. He has to be judged. Noah, I don't care about the pick. He has to be judged.
Picks? How about pick?
How about Austin Jackson?
Austin Jackson, his health has put him in a position where he has to be judged.
Raekwon Davis, Robert.
Real quick.
Raekwon.
Goddamn.
Hey, did we get Solomon Kinley that year as well?
Mm-hmm.
Listen.
Yes, we did.
I have some thoughts on that shirt, but real quick, I just wanted to say this too, Pete. I'm being dead ass serious, bro. I don't know if you have like an Amazon wish list or something, but I want to buy you some headphones for Christmas, bro. I'm being serious. If you'll let me do it, I want to buy you some new ones for Christmas.
Man, are my headphones that bad right now, DTA?
That might be his phone. He might have an old fake phone.
I mean, DTA, I appreciate you.
Sounds like there's a short in the wire, Pete. It sounds like there's a short in the wire.
I think it's because I'm driving and I have bad reception right now. I'm going to be home in a minute. I'll connect that Wi-Fi. I'm sorry.
Maybe you have to go out and come back in.
No, we can hear you, Pete, pretty good. It's just doing that crackling thing that it used to do. But
yeah,
I'm serious.
Okay.
I'm talking about the music selection a little more.
I'm loving the bumper music. A little bit of jingle bells.
Yeah, it's just just loud in my headphones is all. It's just loud as shit in my headphones is all.
The volume's too loud. I can turn it
You
down.
still hear it when I'm on mute?
No. Anybody know is Wilson playing tomorrow?
On mute.
Wilson?
No
update on his health. Yeah, no update on his health as yet.
That's fine. That's fine, Color.
Because I was wondering, because he just was really starting to hit his groove with us, I thought.
Yeah, because the context, DTA, is once we get past who we believe hasn't panned out in their third year, now it's time to cut money in the offseason, specifically to pay Christian, Wilkins, and then whatever money we have left, we can start saying, hey, because if I say Dieter hasn't panned out, Gesicki hasn't panned out, Austin hasn't panned out, who else?
He's walking as free.
Noah. We have to now say that money is going to be cut along with Gesicki.
Yeah. Here's the thing with Noah too. Here's the thing with Noah too, man. Noah has had all this time, and that's what pains me is he's had those 3 years, and they've had the 3 years to try to develop him, and we've only gotten one like really good play out of him. Honestly, was that Steelers game play that he made.
Okay, so he's on the bus for you.
He is for me, yeah. And when
he's
you brought
for
up
me.
Christian Wilkins, that's the one I would like to pay Christian Wilkins.
So that means
I would like to keep him.
10 million from Gesicki, Noah is 6 million, Dieter is 3 million.
Byron Jones will be gone.
4 million.
I don't think they're going to trade Byron.
That's what I think. I think Byron Jones.
I think they're just going to cut him. He's pulling a Will Fuller.
Gesicki surely do like. I really like Mike Gesicki. I really do. I love Mike Gesicki. I just think that he's not a good fit for this team, which it sucks to say because I think he's a good tight end.
They forced him in though. They tried to force it. They tried, man.
Well, and the question is why are we not using him? I feel like
they trying, man.
Team using that tall, big body receiver.
But they're trying, man. Look, he's been scaling out of the plays on the PFF. He's been like 40 plays, 33 plays, 25 plays, 12 plays Sunday. He was in 12 plays. So they're scaling him out. I knew they would do this 2 years ago. In the draft, I was like, why did they get Hunter? I guess they're off of Gesicki. No, they got to make it work. Guys were delusional. And here we are.
Well, Teddy Bridgewater's gone. Gesicki's gone.
I got you, man.
Byron Jones, they're going to drop him. He pulled a Will Fuller on us.
So that's like 45 million right there with Gesicki's money.
Well, you have 27 free agents that you have to deal with next year.
Yeah.
The Dolphins?
Yes, the Dolphins.
Yep.
Free agents.
Some people are going to walk, but I'm going to tell you right now, you know who's going to get a big contract on our team?
Well, I hope Wilkins does.
Van Ginkel. And we're going to get a compensation pick because of it, because he's going to get big money, man.
No, Gesicki's not going to get big money. He's had a
Van Ginkel, Andrew Van Ginkel, Mark. Andrew Van Ginkel, the defensive end, who ran back a score.
And what are you going to do with Needham? Needham's coming off of an injury, and he's a free agent.
Needham is tendered for the next 2 years.
No, he is not tendered for the next 2 years.
He's tendered. He's already tendered.
Reed spot rack.
Seiler's tendered. Needham is tendered. They're good.
Seiler's not tendered because he doesn't have enough years in the league to be tendered. The only player that you have tendered next year is Wilkins.
He didn't say, hold on, Mark. He didn't say Skyward. He said Seiler.
I said Seiler's not been in the league long enough to be tendered. I said the only player the Dolphins have tendered next year is Chris Wilkins.
Zach Seiler, who threw down Allen, who threw Josh Allen to the ground. Not Skylar Thompson.
Seiler was tendered. He's not tendered. You said Needham was tendered. He's not tendered.
Dude, we signed him last year during the freaking game.
And I'm
that's
not
when we did. I think we did extend Nick Needham.
And being tendered.
Oh, we gave him a 1 year tender. One of those two.
It was a 1 year tender, Pete. That means he's done then.
He's still under contract next year. I don't think his contract's up next year.
Right.
Who's that?
But Needham,
no, I think it's 1 year this year.
No, Needham can come back. I think they said Eric Rowe's a free agent. Baker's a free agent.
No, Baker's under contract.
No, Baker has 1 more year left after this.
But I think they may get rid of him. He's not panning out. He's missing.
Well, Baker should be
in
gone,
my eyes,
you got to replace.
In my eyes,
they're just not blitzing him.
Have no draft choices.
That's all. It's just that they're.
Yeah, but
Listen,
what type of glasses are you wearing with those eyes? I'm messing with you. Jerome Baker has not been worth that contract, and I think this entire fan base knows it.
I agree with you on that.
think of this though, Pete. My only excuse for Baker is if Byron is there, then Holland is playing center field. That means Brandon Jones is blitzing. That means we can bring that. Hold on, Mark. That means we could bring Eric Rowe in for specific situations. That means Baker can now blitz. It all plays into what we need to be healthy.
Look, let's just be realistic here, Sharif. Let's go down memory lane. Jerome Baker was never supposed to be our middle linebacker anyways. It was actually supposed to be Raekwon McMillan at middle linebacker with Jerome Baker on his outside helping him out. This guy has been out of position since we got him, and Greer extended him, okay? And Greer paid him.
But now you agree.
He failed, and he failed to solidify and get him a monster middle linebacker that actually knows how to make calls and assignments to put him in better positions.
Flores used them right, and then we started to say, okay, keep him there, right? But they didn't, right?
I'm sorry, man. Hold on.
Flores started to use him right, and we said, leave him there and let him blitz on the edge. 8 sacks. They moved him away. So why move him away from there, Pete? Pete? I think Pete's in traffic or under a tunnel. But you guys see what I'm saying? Why would Boyer move Baker away if he has 8 sacks?
I got my kids in the car and I'm already getting loud because of these Dolphins. Give me 3 minutes. I'm screaming up here in 3 minutes.
Yeah, that
Color.
Wish You Merry Christmas is kind of dreamy too.
Color, you wanna answer that?
What?
Why is if Flores, I guess, used Baker to get 8 sacks last year, and we all said as fan base, leave him on the edge where he can blitz, right? Why did Boyer move him away? Why is Boyer putting him back at Mike or moving him away from being successful? You see what I'm saying? So if he stays where he's put, then he could make that money we're paying him. He could get 16 sacks.
Tua?
Let me ask you question the fan base. Why are you? What did you get for that? What did you get for that Minka Fitzpatrick for Austin Jackson trade? You're gonna dump Jackson and
Tua?
You're gonna be paying Minka Fitzpatrick for a pile of oyster spit.
Minka Fitzpatrick trade is still working for us in 2023, Mark.
We could trade.
The trades are still working for us.
Austin Jackson isn't playing, and Minka Fitzpatrick's playing in Pittsburgh. How's that?
The trades we got from the Texans at Pittsburgh is still working for us into 2023, Mark.
Mark, let me tell you something, Mark. He's a first-time Pro Bowler already.
And what's
I want to ask you guys?
Austin Jackson in the roster in 2023.
I want to ask you guys
the picks for them. They're still paying us off. That's their fault. They gave us too much. Go ahead, RP.
This is going to turn into another pick for Austin Jackson for making that question, Sharif.
Go ahead, DT.
It's like playing with my sister's kids.
Listen. I have a serious question for you guys, and I know. The only I'm asking, like, I know that you and Mark could talk about that for hours, but I have a dead ass serious question. And I know he lost, but I have a serious question. If there was a way that we could replace Tua with a guy like, let's say, Gardner Minshew, who right now he's a backup quarterback, but I think that if you put him in the right situation, could certainly be a starter. He has already before. Would you do it?
No.
The Stash King DTA? I was calling for the stash this offseason. I love that money.
Listen, if I make a move right now, I would go for T. Law straight up for Tua in a second rounder.
They're not doing that.
As a resident news,
I'm not saying it would ever happen, and I'm not saying that I would personally either. I'm just asking, or let's put some different scenarios out there.
The anticipation that Tua has.
Jermaine, it was just
T. Law could run, man.
Question, Jermaine. But listen, I do have a serious question. If we were in a scenario
and this is where I have trouble trying to figure this out, right? If we were not to stick with Tua because we've already gotten rid of all of our draft capital and we're in, who would even be available? Like who?
That's what I'm saying. Straight up Tua for Trevor Lawrence. Straight up.
Yeah, that's not going to happen ever. Trevor Lawrence has skills. Tua
has already surpassed Trevor Lawrence what he can ever do.
If you
so that would be
swap Trevor Lawrence and Tua, the Dolphins
they would be getting more, Mark.
Be at 11 wins today, a minimum, and the Jaguars would be floating into the abyss of the whatever water in Jacksonville.
You're gonna say if they give us Trevor Lawrence,
I think
we're getting more.
Who we should get? What do you think, DTA?
Mark, you're gonna sit there and say if we give them Tua, they're getting more. You're gonna sit there and say we're getting less.
You're getting a hell of a lot more in Trevor Lawrence than what Tua's worth.
So what Tua has done so far, Mark? Since they're not getting more. Since they're not getting more. Color, you hear this? Pull up the stats, Color.
Good season, but he has every weapon on the planet.
So why did you say that, Mark? This is how I know Will's fans are delusional.
Because Mark is like the Tua-neers. He thinks Tua is the only one that can benefit from weapons.
Every quarterback's going to benefit from weapons, but if you take Tua away from those weapons, what is he?
A god.
If you
what is Josh Allen with the Stephon Diggs?
Ooh, yeah.
A. Jones and Marcus, whatever the hell he is. What is Tua going to be? And if you bring Trevor Lawrence to Miami, Trevor Lawrence has Hill, Waddle, Mostert.
And he can run. And he can keep a play alive out of structure.
For Doug
Peterson, he can run. He's big. He's strong. And he's coming into his own.
But and
if you put Tua on Jacksonville sink like a rock.
Tua is already leaped above him, so they're getting more, right, Mark?
No, Jacksonville's
getting. Let me say this. I don't think. I don't
want Gardner Minshew TD. I don't want him.
I don't think Tua is a bad quarterback. I do think, however, like I said, obviously and this is not something coming from a place of hate. Obviously, we all know. Physically, he does have some limitations as far as physically and size and that stuff, right? But in terms of him being a quarterback, I like Tua as a quarterback. I really do. I always have. And I even said, and you guys can check the receipts. I said this in an earlier show. When I was asked personally, coming into the draft, if I wanted Justin Herbert over Tua.
Just speak your mind, DT.
Oh, no, I always do. And that's what I'm saying.
Listen,
he's trying to, bro.
Yeah. I personally, and the receipts are out there, and I've even said it. I personally wanted Tua over Justin Herbert. Now, I think that Tua has obviously physical limitations, like I said, that when it comes to size and stature, but I think he has other things, other tangibles that other quarterbacks don't. But on that same note, if I'm looking at this at a serious look, how should I say this? If I'm looking to the future and I have to think seriously about what guy is going to take this franchise to the next level so that we become a team, maybe even a dominant force like the way that the Patriots were when they had that empire basically, and they were going back-to-back Super Bowls and they were always making the playoffs. I mean, I don't expect that would be the answer, obviously, but I still think that if you're looking in terms of a guy that can take this franchise to that next level, and we can compete year in and year out, and we can make playoffs, make serious contention runs. Now, that may not end with a Super Bowl appearance every year, but at least you're making a run. Do we really think that Tua is that guy? And I want everybody's honest.
I would say this as a GM. As a GM,
and this is based off of all 3 years that we've seen of him.
So as a GM, right, I would just do diligence anyway. I'm a fan, so I have already looked into Jordan Love, to be honest, and he's an easy.
I would say listen to this though. If Herbert ends
I'm
up,
being realistic,
if Herbert ends up failing out the rest of his career, do they call him busted Sherbert?
I'm looking at the alternatives like DT is talking about. And so Jordan Love is realistic, right, Color? Because you don't need to.
No, he's not. And we're going to find that out tomorrow when Aaron Rodgers goes out with a toe injury and Jordan Love comes in and looks like a complete fool?
So
I think Jordan Love has something special, man. 9 of his players.
I did put him on my fantasy lineup this week.
Listen, man.
Good.
9 of his players didn't come back, and 9 of the guys on defense didn't come back in his final year at college. So he had to take it all on his own. I think he has special talent. I think he can do the. I think he can do what Justin Fields can do with his legs, but I need to see what he can do with his passing. That's what I need to see.
This comment right here.
Jordan Love is explosive.
This comment right here, and I'm going to say this, and this is not to toot your horn, Mark. So that's not even what I'm doing here. But I would love. I'm not going to say. I will not sit up here on my show and lie to you guys and say that I would not love to have a guy like Josh Allen on this team with this roster that we have right now.
DTA, you've got a
That's
great
Jordan Love.
I throw a question out to you. What would the Dolphins be with Josh Allen at quarterback, and where would the Bills be with Tua at quarterback? The Dolphins.
I don't even want him. I don't want him.
Look,
sorry,
Mark. The Bills would never have put Pampers on Tua. They would have never coddled him, and that's what's going on over here. And you know what? All that Gardner Minshew, it could have been Andy Dalton talk for all I care.
I can tell you one thing.
Skylar Thompson.
I can tell you one thing.
Hey,
there you go, Lions
unleash 19.
If the Lions, I can tell you one thing. If the Lions had not taken Okuda and they had taken Tua, then what would have you have done? We would have taken Jordan Love at 5 over Herbert.
No,
because that nearly that could have happened.
I want you guys to know that we are definitely winning tomorrow because I have the absolute worst luck than anybody on the planet. So look at my lineup for tomorrow. This is on one of my free tournaments from DraftKings. I got Jordan Love, Aaron Jones, Jeff Wilson, Tyreek Hill, Alan Lazard, Russell Cage, Ryan Tonyan, Mike Evans, and the Buccaneers defense, and that is in a 3-game slate.
Nice.
If you're wondering why so many players from the same teams, but
right. But what do you think though, Color? Do you think like Jordan, less picks to give? He's going to come out of it.
I think it's going to be too cold and ugly and miserable for Aaron Rodgers to want to get beat up by our defensive front. So he's to
answer DT's question on the alternative if Tua doesn't pan out. Both Jordan Love and Tua is going into their 4th year. I'm saying realistically, I don't want Gardner Minshew.
Bro,
I don't want him.
You're still talking about a 5-year plan with Jordan Love, and I ain't even into all that, bro.
So, okay, so DT, what do you think? What do you think, DT, about that? Because you're thinking that we're going to get Aaron Rodgers or something? What? DT? I think you're on.
So, in here, I like Andreas brought... Oh no, I'm having some issues once in a while. I'll come in and out, but I personally think, and this is just an idea. I know it's been tossed around a lot, especially like earlier in the season. But Andreas brought it up, and it's a good point. I think if you took a guy like Lamar Jackson, which I don't know how we would, honestly, I don't know that
we can't afford him though.
Right. No, I know. Just hear me out. I know that we can't. That's my point. I don't think we can afford him. But even if we could, I think you take a guy like that. Well, and hear me out. You have a guy like that, right? We have seen that Lamar Jackson can throw the ball and he can pass good and he can stay in the pocket. But the other factor that you add to the Miami Dolphins that we don't have now is you have the same factor where guys like Josh Allen killed the Miami Dolphins. The only thing they had against us both games was Josh Allen running. That's what we can't stop. You add that factor on our side. You got a guy that can pass the ball. You got a guy that can run. And I'm not saying that Tua's going anywhere. I'm not saying that I hate Tua. I think we can win games with Tua. That's just my real thought. I think we can
outside
win
of structure.
That's giving you my honest opinion.
Yeah.
Outside
of structure, you want to see a weapon. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would like to see more. I think we can win 2 games with Tua, and I think Tua could potentially even win big games. I'm just saying we haven't seen it yet,
and
so I can't, you know.
But he tried to do it Sunday. He slipped down and he ran for 18 yards. But the thing is, we know he's never going to be that. He's never going to be that.
Look at the stats of the game. Tua ran one time and he fell down. He got 6 yards.
100%, Mark. He fell down on his own, and on the very next play on 3rd down, he almost threw a pick 6.
Yeah, he fell. I thought he was actually controlling the block, telling the guy where to block, and fell on his face.
He fell down after 6 yards.
No, my only concern with my team, Mark, and everybody up here, DTA, I want an answer from you. My only concern right now, at this very moment and at this part of the season, is, in my opinion, I feel like our offense is predictable, and it has been figured out. This is what concerns me the most. And all of that has to do with Tua, the quarterback, being limited. And
who's your alternative then, Pete? Who would you go and try to get?
Yeah.
Wait.
That's what,
I'm trying to get to.
That's why I want to know, Pete. Is I'm trying to get idea because I can't think of alternatives, so I'm trying to get what you guys think.
I'm trying to get but this is the
you
thing.
Don't have to prove that he sucks. Who would you get?
Sharif, we're not talking next year. We're talking this year, right now. Okay. I don't want to talk about next year, please. The season is still alive. Okay. We have
Skylar Nunn.
It's not Sky. I mean, something has to give, because this is the scenario that I think. Let's say we bum it out tomorrow. I picture us bumming it out, by the way, as a fan. I don't think we win tomorrow. That puts us at 8-7.
You're not the only one, Pete.
Merry Christmas, DH.
Do we hit the panic button, DTA, if the offense looks mediocre under Tua? It looks like crap. We can't get no first downs on 3rd down.
Skylar, no.
We lose this game. All we have left is Patriots on the road in bad weather and a home game against the Jets. Can we afford to just sink it out with Tua?
If you don't sink it out with Tua, Pete, then you're putting him in a Zach Wilson situation, and that's just if you
I think if you pull Tua again, he's done.
Zach Wilson.
I don't think McDaniel could play around with that.
I'm glad y'all said that. So DTA, this is the main question then. If we are done with Tua, like we don't make the playoffs, we're gonna move off with him right now, DTA? Will we move off of him in the offseason?
If you're asking my honest opinion, and this is something I said earlier,
if you're the GM.
Again, I don't have any say, obviously, but if
it's your opinion.
Yeah, of course. And if we didn't make the playoffs, bro, if we don't make the playoffs,
Tua's coming into the office.
If we don't make the playoffs, yeah, I would say Tua needs to have his ass marched into the office. That's and I'm not trying to just say it to agree with Sharif. I'm serious. And I said this earlier on another show. If we don't make the playoffs, that is absolutely 100% unacceptable to me. And the answer can only lie at the feet of one person overall. Now, I get
Daniel and Greer.
Well, check it out. I get, listen, that's over the spread of games. If you take the 49ers game, the Chargers game, the Bills game, we can spread the blame out at certain points to different people. But overall, great quarterbacks can overcome some of those things to win us some of those games we lost. And that's where I'm saying, and if you have a star-studded roster, this is just my opinion. You got Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Mike Gesicki. You got Trent Sherfield, who's been ultra reliable out there. You got Cedric Wilson, who's
a milk carton
is what
boy.
it is. But you got a star-studded roster. You got 2 great running backs.
So basically, they're wasting these guys' career. Tua may be wasting their career. Hey.
Well, and I don't mean he's wasting his career. I just mean that there's no excuse if you name all the names I just named on this roster, there's absolutely no excuse in my brain why we shouldn't at least limp into the playoffs. And if we absolutely miss them, then this is year 3. You know what? Wash my hands. I'm done.
Listen, man.
Yeah, could you answer a question for me? If Josh Allen was the Dolphins quarterback with this roster,
it's stunning to me how Sharif can say the same thing Pete said months ago, and it just blows right by everybody.
Josh Allen was the Dolphin quarterback instead of in Buffalo. What do you think the Dolphins record?
The part about wasting everybody's career.
No, didn't someone say that players said that when Flores was here?
I'm saying,
Yeah,
I'm saying
Pete
I didn't
said
hear
it.
Pete. I didn't hear Pete say it. It's my bad. But
Pete's
Pete's
been preaching that for months.
But I thought that
For
was
years.
verified. To be honest, that was a true statement that players were saying in the locker room.
Well, that's where Pete got it from.
Yeah, between Fitzmagic and Tua. Hey. Well, this guy's wasting my career.
Exactly, Sharif, and I kept it going. I didn't let it go.
And this is
I made sure the fan base is aware of that.
I didn't hear.
So the
I didn't
argument.
hear Pete. I didn't listen. I didn't. Hang on, real quick,
got
Robert.
you
I didn't hear
covered,
Pete
Pete.
say
You know
that.
I'm all about posterity.
I didn't hear Pete say that, but I agree. I agree with everything except for the part where, and then, like, again, you guys always get the real with me. I don't think that he's just exactly like wasting everyone's career, but there is some of that you could say is realistic. But like Jay-Zan says right here, I absolutely agree with, and this is what I'm talking about. I love Jay-Zan saying this, right? Great quarterbacks, and Kohler can tell you guys, I've always been a proponent of saying that. That's what separates good quarterbacks from great quarterbacks, just like what separates good teams from great teams.
Right.
Even with all the injuries and all the deficiencies.
And I'm going to say another
a great
thing.
quarterback,
Shocking.
like you put Mahomes in.
Oh, go ahead, DT.
You put Mahomes in our system right now. Oh no, I was just trying to say that's what separates a great quarterback. And look, I'll even give you, I'll be generous and I'll say Tua is a good quarterback. But are we really sitting here saying he's a great quarterback that he can overcome some of those deficiencies?
Well, I'm gonna add to what Pete and Sharif, what Pete's been saying for months, and what Sharif just said. Could we be finding the reason why we're not throwing to Gesicki streaking down the field and forcing it to Tyreek? Because guess what? When it came down to people realizing their careers were being wasted, just like Pete said, Tyreek wasn't gonna have none of that.
Yep.
Right.
He's getting his balls. He's getting his 140 a game.
Color,
you know,
and my projection, I'm gonna be off. I'm gonna be off a little bit, but I projected Waddle to have a max of 70 catches this year, and I believe he only has like 60 something. He's gonna pass it, but I warned this fan base he was not gonna get over the 100 catch mark. It's not gonna happen.
Well, it's reasonable to assume that you're gonna have two receivers with over 100 receptions.
Yeah.
Well, it should have, that should, but as a Dolphin, if I'm Waddle, I'm pissed off. They should have never have traded for Tyreek Hill. I was your Tyreek Hill. Supplement me with someone else.
Because the only way you get close to Alabama Tua is by having a guy like the guy Justin Smith, Devontae Smith, and having a guy like Waddle on the field at the same time, which is
did not
Tyreek
have
and
to
Waddle.
cost that much for a Tyreek Hill. We could have just been sure. We could have been fine with Garrett Wilson. You don't think so? Garrett Wilson and Waddle.
I agree with that somewhat, Pete. I do, but at the same note, I have to say I do like the Tyreek signing. I just don't like the guy that's behind center that we got him for because you're not making the most out of it. And
how about Panay Sewell for Waddle? Because we could have got Panay Sewell over Waddle.
Well, let me explain. Let me explain. And I hear you, Jermaine. I hear you. You know, he says there's only about 3 great quarterbacks in the league. I get it. But my point is this, and this is what I'm trying to make clear to everybody. I'm not saying that Tua, look, take out of the equation completely everything I'm saying. And what I'm saying is if we really are trying to do what we all thought we were doing, and that's build a franchise build a team with a franchise quarterback, you guys have to really understand the word or the term franchise quarterback. It's the guy that we're going to be dependent on. It's the Drew Breeses, the Tom Brady's, the Patrick Mahomes, the guy that's going to take you to the promised land that you're going to stick with. I'm not sure yet, even after 3 years. And this is what I'm saying. This is no slight at Tua, but I don't know that he is ever going to be able to be that guy. I don't know that he can ever elevate this team that much, because if you put several other quarterbacks, I can name several in this league, that if you put Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, both the running back, if you put that much speed and this much talent around them, like, for example, and I said this earlier, hell, if we would have put Justin Herbert in this same offense, and you can take into account all the injuries we have, everything is the same. None of that changes. All you switch out is just Justin Herbert for Tua. I still don't think we would have won all the games, but I still think that, but I do think that we would have been more productive in those games.
Listen to me, DTA. If we had Herbert, we'll be division leaders right now.
Pete, let me tell you, even if someone had gotten Herbert before us, we would be fine with Jordan Love. I'm telling you, this kid.
I don't disagree with you at all. Not one single bit.
And I'm saying,
Sharif,
I'm being realistic.
Sharif, guess what? You don't even have to go that far. You could go right now. We could have literally got Tua's backup. We could have literally got Tua's backup in college, the quarterback that Tua sent shipping to a different college, Jalen Hurts. Remember?
Yep.
Remember,
we had a chance to get him in the backup. Yeah, we had the chance to get two quarterbacks.
We could have did your route, and in the second round take Jalen Hurts. We would be Super Bowl contenders right now.
That would have been.
Let me ask you guys this. I don't know if you can read what Jermaine King said. So he said Tua's career is just getting started, and I know we were kind of talking about
that. Means we could have gotten Tristan Wirfs and Jalen Hurts, Jonathan Taylor as well.
Sharif, we were just talking about this too, but Jermaine King, he does have a good point. Now, as shitty as it is, it sucks that it's basically like, it took 3 years for him to start his career. That to me is not okay. But if let's say that is the case, let's just wipe, it's hard to say this. I'm not saying wipe the first 2 years, but let's say that what we're seeing this season out of Tua is him coming into himself finally, and that he's let's say he has a ceiling that we haven't even seen. I don't know how that's possible, but let's just give him the benefit of the doubt for the sake of argument. Do we really? Again, you guys got to understand what I'm asking. You can say you think he's going to be as great as you think he's going to be, but do you think that this is the guy you rely upon, the franchise guy?
No, DTA. I don't think
there's only 3 of them
will buy into him.
And
it's only about 3 of those guys.
I don't either.
I know you're saying it hypothetically. I know you're trying to say it like in a hypothetically, but
right.
But man, this guy's.
It's only about 3 of those guys, man.
Phones.
See, my thing is this, right?
And let's not. No. There's not only 3 of those guys. It's only 3 of those guys that are the favorites of their. There's a whole bunch of those guys out there that are not that bad.
Outside of structure can win. Who?
A bunch of them. Lamar Jackson.
No,
I don't hear people naming him.
He can't. No, he passes to his tight ends, and other than that, he runs. He can't develop a game processing passes.
To his tight ends, and other than that, his runs. You know who his wide receivers are?
He cannot process. Stop it, Pete. Stop it.
Sharif. If
these
Tua
guys
had Demarcus Robinson, Devin
you guys
Duvernay.
keep getting excited over people's legs, bro. This guy can't process.
By the way,
listen. So 72 undefeated. He said, "I care about going from." What do you say? He said, "I care about going from 8-3 to 8-6. We're no better than the Jets." This right here is what I'm talking about. I know Kohler has touched on this, and this is what I'm saying. We're in year 3 of Tua, and he's had some of the best performances of his career over the course of this season. And you guys still realize that we still potentially could end with only a couple more wins than we had last season. I mean, and look at everything we did. So we did all this just to maybe have two more wins. And go ahead, Robert. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I can't chime in louder and be more boisterous. It just
no. I've been wanting you guys all to go. So yeah.
So we weren't far off in wins before. So comparing the number of wins isn't really an accurate measure, because last year we were at 9 or 10, and the year before we were at 9 or 10. To sit there and say we're only 1 or 2 more wins, not a lot of teams win 12 games, period. So it's not really a fair comparison. Now, as far as
let me clarify what I meant by that. I'm saying let's say we finished 10-7, right? And you don't make the playoffs. That's a problem to me. That's what I'm saying.
I can agree with that. But there's a multitude of factors. I don't think any of us could say we're happy with their defense right now. There's definitely been games that Tua has dropped. In order for me to sit there and make an evaluation, I've consistently said I need to give it till the end of the year to do it. And I will. If he has another game or two like he had at either the Chargers game or the Niners game,
right,
to where he just looked horrible and he looked off and that wasn't it, then you move on. But if he plays, doesn't he have to be his best game, but his good games?
I
if
do
he
now.
plays
You
like
see,
that,
Robert, I'm like, I don't want this guy to miss our playoff chances, bro. I want to be ahead of the game. I don't want to wait. I want to make it
See,
in,
that's what I
bro.
was saying earlier, Khalil. Some fan base like Pete.
Let Robert land.
No,
Let Robert land. Real
sorry, Robert. I just was saying some fan base like Pete, they're not gonna wait for this second year of McDaniel. Some fan base want to win
Sharif,
now.
let me finish, man.
Go ahead. That's all I was saying.
Thank you. All right. So I get where you guys are saying you don't want to wait. If Tua doesn't have a bad game and he plays good to great, then I don't think we're missing the playoffs. If he shits the bed and we lose because of that, then yeah, I'm in agreement. He's gone. If he plays well and our defense shits the bed and gives up 40-something points, that's not on the QB. Like, I can't definitively make a statement in that regard until the season's over. But I haven't seen enough bad to sit there and say Tua needs to be benched. I've seen 2 games that I think are unacceptable. Everything else,
Okay,
for the most
so
part,
can
has
we at
been
least?
good to great.
Okay, so can we at least be?
Wait, Pete. This is where people are being unfair, though. Other than the Jets debacle where it snowballed in the fourth quarter, no, our defense is nowhere near closer to giving up 40 points than Tua is collapsing. Tua is a lot closer to the edge of the cliff than our defense is.
I agree.
100% color. But I'll say so maybe Pete keeping it more objective. Maybe not benching outright, but can he at least be on a short leash?
I'm fine with that. I'm not
like Robert. Let's say he starts the first half versus Green Bay, and it's just 10 completions out of 25 attempts, 80 yards in the first half.
So Pete,
let's just put Skyler.
But Pete,
Sharif, let me answer that real quick. Pete, I'm okay with that. That's not an unreasonable statement to me. That's not an unreasonable metric. That is sitting there taking the scenario as it stands, saying the play is not acceptable, and I'm not good with it. That is a game that is going the route of either the Chargers game or the Niners game. I am okay with making that decision. Like, that's fine.
Pete, wouldn't you say, right? If you know time possession, right, from Pee Wee League, if you keep the ball, run it, and you keep the weapon, which is Josh Allen or Michael Vick or whoever you got to keep on the bench by running the ball, why isn't McDaniel, not Tua, why isn't McDaniel not running the ball, Pete? Because he gave away this game. He gave it away.
He is kind of slow. I mean, he's kind of puny. I don't know, man.
See this right here, guys. Color? When we say we win, when people say we win the Bengals, Jets, and Vikings game with Tua, that's only stipulation. We can't sit here. We can speculate that would happen, or we can speculate. Sorry, that would have happened. But
you're right.
So why the hell did we lose? But DTA, if we could win those with Tua, why the hell did we lose 49ers, Chargers, and this one?
I'm going to actually use this point to my advantage, okay? When the, let's say, to be fair, for Christmas, the staunch Tua near supporters, okay, when they say that we would likely beat the Jets, you would have to concede in order to do that. We would have held them to less than 40 points. So you would have to admit that the defense, given that the fourth quarter was where the collapse happened, you can't hold them responsible for a 40-burger. So I still stand by what I said. The defense is less likely to collapse than our offense is, and to it.
So, Color,
I think it's the opposite, though, right, Color?
Hold up 1 second. So, Color, I don't disagree with where you're coming from, but I'm not satisfied at all with our Jekyll and Hyde defense that gives up twice the points on the road.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you, but I think if you look at the last 3 or 4 games, I bet if we did the last 3 or 4 game average, it's probably gotten a lot better on the road.
Right.
Hey, DTA, can you ask that last guy with the last comment? He said we would have won those 3 games with Tua. What was the difference with these other 3 games? Why did we lose these with Tua? So how can they say that?
Yeah, that's a fair point. No, I'm with you 100%. We could speculate.
We lost to Brock Purdy.
I'm just estimating, Robert.
I'm just looking because I'm not trying to argue with you.
I can argue if you.
I'm in
But Pete,
guesstimation mode.
see,
myself.
this is where film reveals this thing, Pete. I'm gonna give it back to you, Robert. If McDaniel runs the ball 20 more times between the Chargers and the Bills game, we win. Simply
Sharif.
because you don't put Josh Allen back on the field, neither Herbert. You agree, Pete? This is a dumb coach.
Look, I agree to a certain extent, Sharif, because okay, it might have worked. But what this fan base needs to realize is we don't have a running game. We've been running the same plays over and over in the run game.
But if you finally do it, why don't stick with it? If you finally do it, see, he gave away that game.
There's a reason. There's a reason why he goes away from that run game, Sharif. Don't forget.
I don't know.
I don't
know why the hell he does. I couldn't tell you why the hell he does, Pete. He's gonna cost us Mr. Playoffs. It's gonna be him, Pete. No one else. That's what I'm here to tell Color and everyone else. They're putting it on a quarterback.
McDaniel?
He's Cam Cameron, bro. He to me is Cam Cameron. He cannot read the room.
But Sharif, come on though, Sharif. You're gonna I do give him blame, but I do like McDaniel at the same time. But I do give him blame.
But you still have to protect the quarterback who's not even reached his ceiling yet. You have to protect him.
You gotta look.
Cameron had won by week 14. By the 14.
Listen, fellas. You want to know why we're screwed? Because if this year we miss the playoffs, Tua's out of here, and it's almost guaranteed. And this is exactly what I told this fan base from the beginning of this season. What we have here is a 1-year lease. Flores proved to the world that Tua is not a good quarterback. He really isn't. He's really limited. And he's
Ross
slowing.
wanted
And
Brady.
you know, DTA, earlier on the show, you said our offense, we have all these weapons. You started bringing up all these names, right? You know what sucks about our offense, DTA? That our offense can't work off of the guys that are best. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say we had let's say, hold on, Color, give me a second. Give me a second, Color. So DTA, let's say right now we had a Ricky Williams. Ricky Williams could make a Greg Camarillo at least serviceable. He'll make a River Craycraft good because they're keying in on Ricky Williams. You can work off a play action. You get me?
Yeah.
No. This is the thing.
I agree with Pete right here because
this is the thing. It's Tua holding us back.
Yeah, I've said a lot, and I agree with Pete.
I disagree, Pete, because I call the plays.
Dude, I don't really care if you disagree right now, dude. Because at the end of the day, Gesicki is wide open. Other guys are wide open. I'm sorry, DTA. Everybody is wide open. And he doesn't know how to work off of the best players.
We're running for 107 yards in the first quarter, and I give up on the run. Second rushes in the second half. Why, Pete?
A lot of people like
second 6 rushes with Mostert in the second half, Pete. Why?
But I mean, hold on. So real quick. So Robert, what you put in private chat, was that for the last 3 or 4 games?
That's
3
what
games.
I was wondering too.
3 games.
Yeah. So it hasn't gotten much better, but let's be fair also. Let's now do offense for the last 3 or 4 games on the road.
That's fine. I have it up, dude. Like I said in the messages, offense played a part in it too.
In other words, I bet like our overall is 24.6. I bet it's lower than that on the road and higher than that at home as well.
I'll put it in chat. I'll put it in chat.
Well, because I want the audience
I just think
like I got relative anyway. Offense, defense is relative anyway. One elevates the other, but both could elevate each other. I mean, who knows who? You got to kind of look game by game basis.
I want the
DTA real quick
to be able to hear. Well, hang on, Sharif. What I was trying to say earlier is where I agree with Pete on that sentiment is this, right? I believe that, and I think what Pete's trying to say is he would know how to use those players to each of their strengths. And that's what I think you should do is use each player to their strength to get the most out of them.
No, like DTA,
so McDaniel is failing.
Hold on, no, hell no, it's Tua. He's the one that's throwing the ball. DTA,
who's telling me the plays in my headset?
Let me tell you something. Hey, I'm gonna give you a perfect example, and it's happened multiple. And you got it. You got it almost to the teeth. But watch when you listen to this, you're gonna understand it fully. Tua snaps the ball, 2 people covering Tyreek Hill. Tua still throws it to Tyreek Hill.
Well,
there was somebody either one-on-one or there was somebody left alone. And it's on film consistently. Tua does not identify those.
So once again, I'm
He's not
McDaniel.
working. He's
Why
not
don't I
working
take?
off of what
But
we
Pete,
do best.
but
You know
Pete,
what the problem is
see,
with that?
Pete, see, TD. No, listen,
you know what the
DT. This
problem is
is
with that
why
is
I'm
it's-
gonna
it's-
get to see fans
it's
have this
not-
thing where
it's-
he's a rookie coach. He's a rookie coach. No, Pete, he's not a rookie coach because he could take those attempts away and hold Tua back from screwing us up and give it to Mostert and Ahmed, right, Pete?
Hold
He
on.
can
Hey,
give those
guys,
to
hey, guys.
Ahmed.
Hey guys, let me say this right quick. For one, what's up? Merry Christmas.
Merry
Hey,
Merry Christmas.
This is funny as shit right here. Thank
I'm
you, Jimmy.
I'm over
Sorry.
at family, so I'm trying to be a little quiet. But so Tua, I kind of have to agree with Pete a little bit. Like I was one of the people who said that we lost the Jets game because Tua wasn't there, but I don't believe that anymore. And also, there's one thing that Tyreek Hill has been very vocal about, and that is how much he touches the ball. And let's just say that we know that Tyreek Hill is the better player than Mike Gesicki. And Tyreek Hill has also made a career high this year. Do you think that Gesicki's on the ass end of Tyreek Hill's career high because he's actually been getting the ball? Sorry if you
No,
covered
they
this already.
they drafted Hunter Long 2 years ago. I saw Greer doing this a long time ago.
What I don't understand is how
Hunter
Mahomes.
Long ain't has nothing to do with this.
I don't understand is how Mahomes.
Are you crazy, Pete? Third round, you drafted Hunter Long, and you already had Gesicki. You didn't see this 2 years ago.
Yeah, but Hunter Long doesn't even have more catches than Gesicki. That's the only way it would made sense.
We know that
Sharif.
now. We know that now.
Yeah, go ahead,
How
Color.
was Mahomes able to feed Tyreek and Kelsey without? And why are we not able to feed both of them?
I can't see over the line. I can't see over the line. That's why he didn't see Gesicki wide open down the seam.
He doesn't
didn't.
look.
That's a good question.
And
He doesn't look.
Waddle is far outperforming Mecole Hardman or Brian Pringle from when Tyreek.
And listen,
come on,
I don't
Color,
think
you
they
know
should
the
be
answer.
trying.
The face of the franchise has to get the ball.
He isn't good with those 15-yard outs. I've seen the tape. His 15-yard outs, they're very weak and wobbly.
In KC, and so was Kelsey.
Jermaine just
So
said
how-
exactly what I was gonna
you
say,
see what
too.
I'm saying, Pete? I mean, I know the answer to the question, but I want to verbalize.
I know, because you got to remember
people to
also,
answer
Color.
it for
I know you know,
themselves.
but you also got to remember when he left Kansas City. What did Tyreek Hill say about Kansas City? He was never going to be the face of the franchise there. They paid
So
their
I
quarterback.
am agreeing with you in Color and DTA in that if I know my quarterback is not capable outside of structure, let me just take 8 attempts from him right quick and give it to Mostert and Ahmed, because this is what I have. It is what it is. I'm not going to let him screw me up. But y'all are finding other reasons as though, like,
and
you got to take those attempts away from him, right, Pete?
No, there's something weird though, Sharif, with Tua, because if you actually paid attention to his NFL game the last 2 years, he's actually been one of those guys that spread the ball around. He's
What
never
I'm saying
had this
is,
problem.
if we don't see him as a capable franchise
he's always
quarterback,
checked it
then
down.
I let
He's
Mostert
always
help
spreaded
him.
it around to everybody. There's been times last year alone under Flores and bad offensive coordinators that on the first 3 drives of the games, he's hit already like 6 or 7 different
I
receivers.
just
That
don't
doesn't
want him
happen
screwing me over, so I take away 8 attempts and give it to my running backs. That's all I'm
What
saying.
game was it? What game was it, you guys? Pete has a good point. What game was it this season? Because I'm having like a brain fart right now. Remember we played a game where they took away Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill. It was like the first game that they did that in, and Tua ended up spreading the ball to everybody. Like
that was
that game.
that was Cleveland.
Remember we had like
that was Cleveland.
Yep,
yeah,
it was a Cleveland game.
That's okay. So that's So, I mean, yeah. We've seen that Tua can,
Just to interject something here, as a Bills fan, the thing that I fear the most is the Dolphins decide to get rid of the triad of Greer, McDaniel, and Tua, replace them with Sean Payton, Sean Payton's choice as general manager, and Sean Payton's choice of a quarterback. That's when I fear the Miami Dolphins. The triad of Greer.
Thank you, Mark.
We're the king, Mark. Mark,
Tua do not
we're
scare
still
me.
the king. You haven't beaten us yet, Mark. What are you talking about?
That's real, Mark, because that's something like that is what needs to happen for this organization.
You want to win, and you want to win the AFC East. You need to get rid of what you have because McDaniels is an offensive coordinator. He's not a head coach. Greer is a fart on the ass.
No, you're not.
Hey,
you're
Mark,
not giving
Mark,
Pete. You're not giving any responsibility to McDaniels. You're not giving any responsibility to McDaniels.
Wait.
Pete.
Hey, Mark,
it's Mark.
I want to answer Liz real quick. It's about 8 degrees where I'm at, Liz. Guys.
But Pete, sound like you wasn't giving any responsibility to McDaniel. You're giving the responsibility to Tua, and Mark is saying Mike is stupid. I'm saying Mike is stupid.
Mark is saying that Greer's no GM. Mark is saying that Mike McDaniel is no head coach. He's an offensive coordinator.
I've seen that the last 2 weeks.
Because look, all of y'all questioning his run game coordination skills ability already, right? And he has the final say. He's the head coach, and he's not running the ball well.
Yep.
So then,
Thank you. Thank you.
So if he's no head coach, and one of the main factors I believe he's no head coach because it might go before you guys' eyes. Maybe you guys might think I'm crazy for this, but he's not a leader of men, in my opinion. Okay, he's letting the locker room run itself.
28-3 against the Patriots, Pete. He had a 28-3 lead, and he had a 25-7 lead.
I'm talking about the Dolphins, bro.
Bro,
listen to me.
He brought that same foolishness here.
Yeah, he's letting the players, control the organization.
He's not running the ball.
Can you stop saying he had a 20-something to something lead? He was nobody in Atlanta. What are you talking about?
You ain't lying. He was holding Kyle Shanahan's pencils.
Come on, man.
But I'm saying it seems like he's dying on that sword color. Isn't he dying on that sword while he's here, though?
Anything in San Francisco, that was a big lie, bro. Stop saying
he didn't give Tevin Coleman the ball in the second half, though. He didn't. They lost the game.
But he had no control. He could have screamed that at the coach. The coach would have probably looked at him and said,
"But he's brought it here." I'm done for the night. We got 6 carries in the second half. He's brought it here. Everybody's avoiding it. Everybody's
don't go anywhere
and not looking at the stupid coach. I'm done, man. I'm done.
Sharif, I told you guys from the beginning, he can leave all he wants. This is a 1-year lease.
You can say he's stupid without saying he had anything to do with what happened in Atlanta in the Super Bowl. Give me a break. Like, that is such a stretch.
You're right. They wasn't even a head coaching. So I don't know why he wasn't even a head coach.
Nothing. He was a peon.
Right.
He was a what position of coach was he?
Who even knows?
I think he was just an assistant.
He was Kyle Shanahan's errand boy.
He was some sort of assistant.
He was probably Kyle Shanahan's fluff boy.
That's what he was. Kyle Shanahan's errand. He's been following him. He's been following him everywhere. He's a weirdo.
He's in San Francisco, and he's got Brock Purdy. He's 11-4, and McDaniel's got the best weapons in the league, and he's 8-6, and he's screwing up game after game after game. It's a testimony to the Dolphins front office for hiring this guy. It's
for real, bro.
For selecting Tua as a quarterback who's limited with
100%.
Like I said, bring in Sean Payton, bring in a general manager that Payton likes. Get a quarterback who doesn't have physical limitations, and then, as a Bills fan, then I'm going to be very, very concerned.
And you know what? Talk to me real quick, Mark. Because the majority of this fan base, they think we don't have no more draft capital. We lost it all. Ross cheated the wrong way. He couldn't even cheat correct. We lost that pick. Now we lost our other first-round pick because we got this scrub Chubb. So now everybody's thinking we have no draft capital. In my opinion, I feel like we could still get a lot of draft capital because we can move some of these players.
Your first and your second and no third next year.
But I feel like we can move some of these players.
Season, and you're already on a negative on the cap space. So you
don't feel like some of these players could be movable and tradable?
Pete, let me finish. And tell me how you're going to improve this team with 27 free agents, negative on the cap space, without making a complete dramatic change to the front office, the coaching staff, and bringing in a quarterback. And a Derek Carr or even a Minshew would put up comparable numbers with the weapons that he has here in Miami.
They tried to cancel me when I told them that.
And if your fan base doesn't
To
like
be
Jared
honest,
Benson,
you've
that's
said
too
anybody
goddamn
but,
fucking
and
bad.
that's always been my issue.
I said anybody that doesn't limit this offense, bro. I don't care about their past history interceptions. You guys were scared of that shit, not me. In this offense, with these weapons, I see magic. I want Winston. I see anybody being able to do it good.
Winston could be outstanding in this offense.
Shoot.
Hold on.
But Winston throws too many interceptions, though.
Who cares? He threw interceptions when he had that.
He also throws a lot of touchdown passes, and he also can.
Yeah, 30 touchdowns, 30 interceptions. There you go.
Yeah, but if he doesn't throw the 30 interceptions, we get 40 touchdowns. We're good.
I don't
We're
trust
good.
Jameis Winston. And
You
maybe
have
I'm
to
wrong.
like this is what y'all gotta need to see. You guys need to visualize the game with better quarterback play and see how much we're leaving on the field. Don't accept it because you love the quarterback and it was our draft pick. Get over that. Get over that hump already, fellas.
And somebody please tell me why your ownership and general managers continue to hire these coaches that nobody wants. Why are these guys like 2 years and out, 3 years and out? You don't hire, you keep hiring all these younger genius types. Philbin, garbage. Flores actually was a really good coach, and you just let him go because of godly knows what. McDaniel's
He was a cancer with the team.
Call it what it is.
Flores was a cancer with the team, and you had to walk eggshells around him because he was pissy because we didn't draft Jordan Love. And that's a fact. He wanted Jordan Love.
You should have selected.
And he wanted the wrong guy too. He was clueless. It should have been Jalen Hurts. Pete was right. Go ahead.
Your owner and your GM have fucked this up completely.
And I knew it, Mark. That's why I said it was important. The day we got rid of that GM, I said, what are we doing moving on to the buddy? Bro, Greer loved Tannenbaum. Greer's been here forever. We haven't had any success. Why didn't we get somebody real?
Greer came in. That tells you
everything. This is all Stephen Ross's fault at the end of the day. Let's be honest. He's putting too much faith and trust into the GM.
So if Color's right and you can't do anything about the owner, what do you do with the franchise?
You rebuild it all over again, Mark. You just said it. Next year is going to be Sean Payton is going to be this. That's going to be 3 coaches, 3 cultures, 3 different coaches and 3 different cultures in 3 years for the Miami Dolphins.
The only way I see the Dolphins improving is to get rid of McDaniel, Tua, and Greer.
Yeah, but
that's all that needs to happen. That's all that needs to happen. Get rid of Greer.
Go ahead, Craig.
Get rid of McDaniel.
Go ahead, Craig.
I said Sean Payton wants to wait till McCarthy screws it up again, and he wants the Dallas job. He's even admitted it.
Then that's what I heard too. That's
well,
what
Stephen
I had.
Ross has one thing that he could possibly sway the day with, and that's money. If Stephen Ross wants to win that badly, he can. I think he can outspend Jerry Jones.
I don't know that Sean Payton comes to Miami though. I just.
But what team has spent more?
No,
Mark.
Oh, what? I think Miami spent a ton of money, and Miami's got money to spend, and Ross has got $8.5 million.
That's just this year alone. But how just the last 5-6 years, bro? Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones wouldn't come close to what Stephen Ross has spent.
Right.
It's a complete collapse. It is unreal. And Sunday, right now, in a few hours, when we lose to the Packers, because they don't like to hear that we're gonna lose. There's no way we're gonna beat the Packers in situations where Aaron Rodgers could chew us out. Look at this defense. They let Brock Purdy light us up.
All these things. He's building an F1 track. He's doing all these things, and he's only enhancing his own pocket, which is not. I'm not going to knock somebody for enhancing their own pocket, but as far as building this football team, I don't know what Stephen Ross is doing. The only thing he's ever done for the Dolphins is build a stadium advantage with the heat.
Stephen Ross, he's building that stadium.
But here's the thing, and this is what I don't understand is why I don't see, no matter what happens this season, even if we don't make the playoffs, I just don't see a scenario in which, or I guess maybe I could, but it'd be hard for me to see a scenario in which, let's say if we miss the playoffs altogether even, okay? So worst case, I still don't know that they move off of McDaniel after 1 year.
I do.
It's over. It's over.
Maybe they will. Maybe they will. I just don't know. Like, do you guys really think they would
Okay,
after
King
1 year?
DTA. King DTA, can you give me any?
I'm asking. I'm not trying to.
I don't.
No, you're saying you
DTA,
don't think so, but can you tell me why you don't think they will get rid of him after just 1 year and missing the playoffs?
Honestly, I think the optics look bad. You give a guy a shot, bring him in, and then you dump him after 1 year. I think that having the record, let's say if you still have a winning record, like let's say it's 10-7, but again, like I said, let's say we finish 10-7, but you miss the playoffs. I don't know that that's enough to go fire your head coach. I just think the optics are totally bad on that. I think you've already put yourself in a position where the people on, the players on this team have a comfortability level with him. I think that they would at least give it 2 years before making that call. That's just me though, but I could
think
be
it's
wrong.
because the players can walk all over him. The players are running the locker room, and the coach isn't, and that's
exactly
where the flaw is.
Exactly,
and maybe so. I mean that I'm just my
Do you
opinion.
have
I don't
any
know.
doubt in your minds who runs that Buffalo locker room? It's not the players.
It's Josh Allen and that general manager and that coach, for sure.
And they don't have the same culture in Miami. And if, by God, in any reason that they could bring in Sean Payton, you don't think Sean Payton's going to command that locker room?
Sean Payton will probably trade it all, dude. We'll trade it all.
He'll fire Greer and bring in his own general manager. And then, like I said, any quarterback that's serviceable, a Derek Carr, a Jimmy Garoppolo would be as good or better than Tua.
I don't care what nobody in this fan base tells me, but if the Jets cut Zach Wilson,
he would be a very average backup. That's what he is.
I don't care what anybody tells me, Mark. If the Jets cut Zach Wilson and we could get him like off the waiver wire, I'm willing to take that shot.
Boy, you got to have somebody to develop him because the Jets have screwed up big time because they've got no senior people.
No, that kid is Look, Mark, in my opinion, that kid is hurt. He's mentally hurt from that fan base. That's what it is. At least Tua was Mark, let me tell you, Tua was mentally hurt from this fan base. He heard the boos. He heard the crowd. He knew he was a hurt player.
He earned those negative
accolades. He did, but he was another one. He was another player that let the crowd, let the voices in his ear beat him out of this league.
And you know what?
This guy was beat out of this league. If Flores had the reins, he's out.
Hey, Pete, Josh Allen did not hear those same boos in Buffalo. He was brought in. He worked really hard in the offseason. He was given continuous coaching, continuous improvement, and the fans in Buffalo never really came down on him like the Dolphin fans have on Tua.
And you know what? I've told the Dolphins fan base. You know that this fan base has told me otherwise. I've heard, and I've tried to convincingly tell them, bro, you guys are not watching. Matter of fact, just watch what he does to us. His rookie year, his second year. This guy's winning games with all by himself.
I'm going to do the rundown real quick, guys. Give me 2 seconds here.
Sure thing.
Yep. Sorry to interrupt you guys. Anyways, check it out. So we got 60 people watching right now. I see people over on Facebook enjoying the show. Any of you guys that are coming over from another platform, or if you're on Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, any other platform except for YouTube, please make your way over here. Help the channel out. It helps us grow immensely. If you guys could just make your way over, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you are new. For those of you that aren't new and you're already subscribers, we appreciate you. And all the likes really do help the channel. It helps us beat the algorithm with YouTube. So if you guys could do that and at least give us a like, it means a lot. It means a lot to me, and I know it means a lot to everyone at the Fins Tailgate. I know right now we do have memberships and super chats down, and I know a lot of you guys like to do that. So if you are looking for other ways to donate, we have Cash App and Venmo, $ the Fins Tailgate and the Fins Tailgate. And also the links are in the description for that. Be sure to check out El Capitan, the great proprietor of this channel. He's always up here with his show every other day of the week. You can catch El Cap. You have the Rabbit Dolphin, Lewis, and he's always periodically coming on, and he's also trying to set something in stone for you guys to have a consistent schedule as well. Kohler Commentary is he's going to be trying to do steady morning shows, I believe between 6 and 8 a.m. So you guys can catch him every morning that he goes on, as well as Tuesdays and Thursday evenings. And he also
6
makes
to 8 a.m. with overtime if my body allows.
Absolutely. And he's also killing shows on Miss Finn show. He's always on Late Night Exhale with Ali. He's on my show. So Kohler has spread himself everywhere. You guys can always get a piece of Kohler anywhere you go. If you're looking at my schedule there, Dolphins Debrief, if you guys want to catch more Dolphins Debrief with DTA, I am doing more shorts consistently, and I try to go live. I know it's holidays right now, but I try to go between I'd say somewhere around 3 p.m. every day, Eastern time. So that's noon for me usually. And then of course you have Ali on Saturdays with Late Night Exhale with Ali. So I appreciate you guys. Be sure to also check out Fanatics. I know Christmas is already tomorrow, but if you guys are trying to get any of your officially licensed gear, NBA, NFL, NHL, all that good stuff, use our affiliate link in the description and head on over to Fanatics so that they know that you came from our channel. It helps us, as well as the Backroom Collections. It's up here right there in the left-hand corner. If you guys are looking to get any of those custom visors for those mini helmets, if any of you guys collect them, or custom canvas pieces of art, Dolphins art, check out the Backroom Collection and then use hashtag TFTG for 10% off at your purchase, and you'll get the discount there. And last but not least, we do have all the wonderful Finn's Tailgate merch. We got all sorts of cool stuff. We have tumblers, coffee cups, mugs, all sorts of different stuff like that. We got flip-flops, we've got tank tops, we've got shirts, we've got flags, hats, beanies, hoodies, and then of course we have the new shirt, the It's in My DNA shirt, if you guys are interested in that. A whole array of stuff for you guys to choose from. We've got men's stuff, women's stuff, children's stuff. So if any of you guys are out there looking to get something cool from the Finn's Tailgate to help represent the channel, check that out. Specifically, I like the coffee cup and the flags. I think both of those are cool, but I myself am going to be going after this beanie and then the black t-shirt, which you don't see it up here, but it matches the shirt, and I think it's a pretty sick combination. So appreciate you guys a lot. I appreciate everybody viewing today, and everybody that's joined this evening for the Dolphins Debrief. Go ahead though, guys.
Anyway,
Sorry to interrupt you there.
Back to the point here about changing. The only way you're going to change the culture of this team is to change the way that the front offices and the coaching is structured. And I don't hear any disagreements about what I'm saying.
You know what's one of the things that's concerning to me, fellas? Okay, let's say we do make playoffs, right? But we win.
What's that? Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Okay, another unnecessary meme.
Mark, you're such a hater, bro.
Mark, you gotta cheer. You gotta cheer up. It's Christmas Eve, Mark. I think it's technically Christmas
Day, most places.
Yeah, it's Christmas Eve for me. I have 44 minutes left until it's Christmas Day, because it's only 11.
Yeah, it's like 11:07 out in our world. DTA.
Von Joe, you know what the problem?
It's going on.
I mean, not Von Joe. I just called Mark Von Joe. Hey, Mark.
You gotta love the memes. You gotta have some cheer, Mark. You gotta accept it, and
I'm cheerful. I'm 12-3.
Okay,
I'm
and
in the
open
playoffs,
with it and live it and embrace it.
The AFC.
You gotta feel the electricity. Mark, I need you to grasp it. I need you to feel the electricity. I need you to have it surging through you, and I need you to just take those memes and embrace them and love them and laugh. I want to hear you giggle. I want to hear just I want to hear the version of Mark when you were just a little boy, a little child.
Fading out of playoff contention is particularly funny.
Hey, I don't know that we're going to be out of playoff contention. I mean, I haven't seen that yet.
You're only in playoff contention because the Jets and the Patriots are falling off a cliff.
Not true.
Mark,
not true.
Let's sit there and keep it honest. We hold a playoff spot right now.
Right.
You hold the 7th seed, and you only hold the 7th seed because the Patriots and the Jets are falling off a cliff.
Not true,
Mark.
No, they could win their games, Mark. They could win their games, and as long as we went out, we would still get the spot. So that's still not true.
The question is, DTA, are you going to win out?
And
if we win 2 or 3 games, we're in.
Yeah, right now, because of how it sits, we only have to win 2 of the 3. And here's
we only
the
have
thing,
to win
Mark,
2 of the 3.
I'm starting to like the Dolphins' chances less and less tomorrow.
I left my crystal ball. Yeah, because the Patriots are
Mark,
certainly
your
playing
ability
great. That's why they've
evaluating
lost the
is
last 2
questionable
games.
anyways.
Who do you think's going to beat us? The Jets been playing like shit. Patriots look like shit.
The Jets, yeah, well, I would be concerned about the Jets because it's not Zach Wilson or Chris Streveler or Joe Flacco that you're playing. It's going to be Mike White that you're going to be playing. And with the Dolphins secondary matches up very, very well against the Dolphin wide receivers and their front line, and they play a wide 9 front line, which means they're going to go after Tua, and they're going to be able to collapse the inside where Tua has some issues. So the Jets are not going to be an easy game. And the Patriots,
it's a divisional game, Mark. They're never going to be easy.
Yeah, they're not going to be easy, but let me stop you there. Look, the 49ers arguably have one of the top defensive lines, and they have arguably the best defense.
Well,
I think
their linebackers are otherworldly.
No, I honestly, I think that they have one of the best defenses we've went against, arguably, this season.
I agree.
And even in that game, they didn't get to Tua that much.
They got Nick Bosa was NFL Player of the Week.
If you're talking in terms of a couple sacks, it's not like they were back there.
I'm talking about 3 sacks, a strip sack, a fumble recovery, and a touchdown against on defense. And Tua was absolutely horrific. That
right?
game.
No, I'm not. Listen, that's where I'm not glorifying anything. Tua played like shit. That he's the one that cost us that game. But what I'm saying is they weren't in the.
And Greenlaw probably made the Pro Bowl because of that game.
I don't think that the Jets.
You lost to Mr. Irrelevant. I mean, seriously.
And that's true. Yeah, that may be true, but I don't know why you're.
That's when we should have benched Tua, right, Mark?
I don't need you to remind me, Mark. I didn't forget about that. I'm aware of that.
Pulled Tua in that game. I absolutely would have pulled Tua.
Mark,
because
that guy would have never played for my organization ever again, losing to Mr. Irrelevant.
Here's the thing, Mark. Here's the thing. At the end of the day, I'm a Miami Dolphins fan. I'm a fan of the logo on the field and on the front of the jersey, not the name on the back. And at the end of the day, I know what our wins and losses are. I've watched the games. I don't need a Bills fan, Jets fan, Patriots fan, or any other fucking fan to remind me what my losses are. I appreciate that. And my only point to that is that I don't think that the Jets defense is going to terrorize us, maybe in the sense that you think they are. I don't think they're playing as good as they did when they looked, middle of the season.
They don't have Breece Hall. They don't have AVT. So yeah, they're not the same team, but they are a better team with Mike White than any of the other 3 pieces of garbage that they have at quarterback.
Yeah, but Mark and DTA,
they have a good defense. They do have a great defense.
But DTA, that's fine. I mean, I can't disagree. They haven't been the same team, but guess who else hasn't been the same team, my guy?
Us.
That's the most important thing I'm trying to get in this fan base to understand. And this is what I'm
hold up, Pete. Like, we about put up 30 points a game, which is about average, right? Our defense gave up about 30 points last game, which away from home is about average. Last game, we were the same team. So we had 2 games where we didn't look like the team we had played the previous 8. And then we just had a game where we got back to what we were.
And the other thing that can't be fixed this season for the Dolphins is unless Mike McDaniel stops this stubborn mindset of his and starts to use all aspects of the team, tight ends, running backs, instead of force-feeding everything to Hill and Waddle, then I don't see the trajectory changing.
Even the Bills know it.
This is a force-fed offense to Hill and then secondarily Waddle. They're completely ignoring quality tight ends that are on their roster. They're ignoring throwing the running backs out of the backfield. They're completely ignoring anything that they can do with the running game. They're ignoring jet sweeps. They're ignoring an outside rush which was what the design of the offense is supposed to be. And that's on the coach.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my God!
Maybe I'm not enjoying the memes because my mic is turned off for those.
I don't hear them either. Because they don't pop up. I don't hear them. Yeah, but Mark. Mark, you want me to tell you what the scariest scenario is right now, in my opinion? I don't see us making the Pro Bowl. I mean the playoffs. I don't see the Dolphins making the playoffs. But here is the scariest scenario if we do make the playoffs. The 2 games we do win are the home games left on our schedule. We end up losing next week to the Patriots on the road, but we get 2 out of the 3 in. We get in, and now next thing you know, we got a road playoff game. We're gonna be won and cooked.
You're gonna get
won and cooked.
That's
the scenario
I have, and listen. This is why the biggest reason why I wanted to. This is why I wanted to open up this scenario and have this discussion tonight. I think it's a hard discussion for a lot of people to have. And
the most important game on our schedule, DTA. I'm sorry, is the Patriots game, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%,
in my
100%.
opinion.
And I think, and like I said, Pete, if there's a scenario where we look, there's 2 things I want to say, and this is why I said that this is a conversation that's a tough one, but I wanted to have it right. If we limp into the playoffs, I don't see the fucking point in going to the playoffs if we're gonna have a swift ass kicking and a swift first round exit. To me, again, that's unacceptable. You know, but first and foremost, if
it's competitive?
Again, I mean, that's the thing. Let's define what competitive is, though, because your idea of competitive might be different than mine, right?
My idea of competitive is a 1-score game down to the wire.
So your idea of competitive is not 47 to 17 base plan.
No. I actually agree with Robert.
Robert, even when you say 1 score, it depends who we're playing.
True.
That's fine.
Because it could let's say it's the Jags and not Kansas City. Then the definition of competitive is greatly going to change. Now, but just to finish what I'm saying there, yeah, I think that it being competitive could definitely change my outlook on it. But let's say we're 10-7 and we don't make it in the playoffs period. Then I think that you need to fucking grab some hands, march their asses into the office, and make some decisions up in that fucking front office because we have some major issues.
DTA, you need to make
the first one's got to be Boyer.
If this team finishes 9-8 and misses the playoffs, these are ownership decisions that have to start first. Not calling players into the office. You need to make ownership decisions to start dealing with your front office because that's the core of your problem.
I think our organization has already made phone calls.
No,
Mark. There's a reason why Sean Payton's name is steaming up.
I'm not just talking about players. I'm talking about staff, everything. That's what I'm saying. Everybody gets listen.
And you know what?
If we miss the playoffs, if we miss the playoffs, everybody has some accountability, and the ones that need to answer to it are going to answer to it. There's no way.
Hey, did y'all hear?
Well, wait a minute. I don't disagree. I don't agree, DTA, because they've never answered for it. What's different this year than every other year that they've never answered for the problems that exist? They just hire another slappy head coach. They have continuous tumult in the organization with cocaine snorting line coaches, bullying, tampering, etc. What changes? What
Mark
changes?
Mark and imagine this letting the locker room run itself in those after those allegations from previous years.
And you've got Tyreek Hill that's running that football team and dictating everything that they're doing. Because he wants his numbers, because he got the bag, and he wants to prove his point that he was being underutilized in Kansas City. The whole thing is the players are running the locker room, and Tyreek is running the players, and that's what's going on.
Hey, check this out.
We are the laughing stock.
Shelby, I hear you, Shelby. I really do. I hear you. Okay, and so Shelby says normally I agree, DTA, but sometimes it's good to get that experience in the playoffs, win or lose. I agree with partially. I partially agree, and I hear you. But no, not in this scenario. You do not do what you did. You do not do what the Miami Dolphins did. Stack this roster, spend that much money in contracts, get that financially deep into it, and put those types of pieces around Tua. Not just Tua, but you don't invest, and when I say invest, I mean financially, I have capital, I mean everything. You don't go that deep and invest that much into your roster in this team just to go in and not even we made the playoffs, but we lose the first game.
And Shelby, where's that guy in the New England Patriots this year?
It'll be.
I mean, I think what you guys are missing. What I'm saying though is why would we do that much to have that little. Like that to me, you at least need to get a win, one win in the playoffs. You have got to get past the first round, bare minimum.
Well, then let's hope we win the last three, and maybe the Ravens or Chargers stumble, and we get that 5th seed. Then we can at least play the winner of the Titans-Jacksonville's division.
Well, and that's the thing, Craig. I'm not saying that we can't. I'm not, when it comes to whether we could win or lose, I'm not saying one way or the other, right?
No, I'm just saying. And there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee Kansas City's going to be the 2nd seed. Hey, Buffalo can turn around. Yeah. They may lose Monday night. Bang. Kansas City's the 1 seed. Buffalo gets shipped down to the 3rd seed.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, everything goes through Kansas City again for like what? How many straight years?
Yeah. That's the thing, though. Do we honestly think that Tua is a guy? And this isn't, I mean, I don't entirely think it would be on Tua, but do you guys have enough faith in Tua that he could go up to Kansas City and play in Kansas City on the road and beat that team?
Hell no.
He's gonna shrink, bro.
Not with this. Do you ever see those ESPN things that give the chances to each team?
Yeah.
Like for the bowl games and the pro. I bet you we'd be at about 1.7% chance of being to win that game. Guaranteed.
I don't know. I don't know what the website is, but Kohler has a really good website where it actually shows the percentages in a chart for win losses when you're playing a team. I don't know what it is though.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd like to go ahead and ask.
You have to ask Kohler
up on the panel because he's been spewing some comments that.
It's on the ESPN Gamecast for the game. So just go to the scores and go to the Gamecast for the game on ESPN.
So, would it let us look that up, Kohler, if it was a hypothetical game?
I'm not trashing your team. I'm trashing your organization.
Oh no, it doesn't. I'm not sure what you're talking about because that might have been somebody else.
I was talking about. Remember how? So, like what Craig was saying, when you have like it shows the win percentage of 2 teams playing each other.
Right, but that's just the Gamecast for the current game for each team.
Okay. I didn't know if there was a way to do it like. If the Miami Dolphins played the Kansas City Chiefs, if it would show us.
Okay. We for sure be underdogs.
Yeah, for sure.
Question.
Well, how about you, Robert? Do you have enough faith in Tua to go on the road in a playoff game against Kansas City in Kansas City and Tua to win that game?
Do I think we can win that game? Yeah, but I look at it slightly different than you do. That does not all fall on one player.
No, and that's what I said. That's the first thing I said before I said my statement about Tua. I said I'm not putting it entirely on Tua, but if you needed a quarterback to be clutch, he's not the guy that I think would do it. That let me put it this way, Robert. I don't think that if the game came down to it, he's not a put it on his back, put the whole thing on his back and win the game for his quarterback. Not in that.
Hey, but check this out. Hey, check this out.
DTA, I'm not Jet. I still gotta make the game in the morning. I gotta get to bed, bro.
Yeah. Good night, Kohler. I appreciate you guys. Everybody tell Kohler thank you.
Have a good night, Kohler.
Yep. Merry Christmas, Pete, DTA, Mark, Robert, Craig. Catch y'all tomorrow sometime. Fins up.
Get some rest, Color, man.
So to try and answer that question for you, yeah, I think he could. Would I want to put it all on his back? Would I feel comfortable about it? No. If you're giving me odds, I would give it 30-70.
Hey, but look, check this out. And let's be realistic Homer fans right now. This is a locker room led team. If we go on a 3-game win streak, how is this locker room led team by the players are going to feel? We know how they've been feeling when they went on that run. Tyreek Hill telling us about receipts. Tua feeling confident holding receipts. We saw how they were acting when they were in rhythm, didn't we? So let's say we just hey DTA. So let's say, and everybody up here, we do go on a 3-game win streak, get to the playoffs, and we win that first playoff game. You're not gonna tell me that the energy of this team after winning a playoff game, after all the Tuaneers coming out and calling everybody out, how that energy is going to be in that locker room with these players. I will find any team hard to beat the Miami Dolphins at that point, because at that point, there's nothing better than a player-led locker room. The ones that win the games are the best players on the field. And if the best players are on the field are the reason why we're winning these games, they're going to continue winning these games for us in the playoffs. That's the key factor. But it could
I don't
also
have a
be
disagreement with that
a
statement.
detractor. It could be also a big detractor,
Well,
like how me and Mark feel.
let me toss
That's
a
how me
question.
and Mark feel.
Toss a
But
question
there
out.
is a polar opposite to it, DTA, and I wanted this fan base to know that.
Let me throw a question out here. How many points do you think the Dolphins have to put up to win in Kansas City in the playoffs?
35, 40.
Do you think this team is capable of doing that?
No, I'm just being realistic because I got news for everybody. If we'd wind up as the 7th seed and Kansas City would be the 2 seed, I guarantee the point spread will be anywhere between 17 to 20 points.
No,
easily.
we're not going to make a playoff game 17 to 20 points. The days of the Jets and the Colts are long since over with.
That's not necessarily true, though. Let's
10
say that's not necessarily true, though, Mark. Let's say, I mean, Kansas City, the weather gets tricky out there, and you know it.
Yep.
If the conditions aren't good in their favor, I mean, Mahomes could play in any weather, but it could possibly be a low-scoring game if it's a pouring snow effect.
I don't know. Mahomes has the weapons, and again, what Kansas City's offense has done this year is they've shortened their offense, meaning that they're not taking the longer intermediate plays that they used to take before, because now they no longer have Tyreek. They're still using Kelsey. They're using Sky Moore. They're using Juju. They're using Watson. Their kid Watson that comes in. They're using Marquez Valdez.
They do spread it around, and
They're
Mahomes looks awesome.
Becco seriously involved in the running game. They're throwing to their second and third tight ends, which Miami can't even find their first tight end, much less their second and third. So Kansas City, by shortening the offense, is guaranteeing themselves much more offensive success.
Okay, but Mark, a lot of that is out the door, and it's pretty much one-dimensional in a bad weather game. Did you not hear me? A big snow, super wind.
In a bad weather game, it actually helps Kansas City because they're not throwing higher risk.
It does not help them. It closes the game down. We won't be scared of deep balls, Mark. What are you talking about? Go to bed. Who's got? What was Josh Allen? What was Josh Allen? Was Josh Allen throwing darts today in that windy city in Chicago? Did he look good?
He was terrible today.
Exactly. And I didn't see a barrage of snow dropping. So hypothetically, in the scenario that I'm talking, you got to listen to me. A lot of that goes out the door. Can he make those throws? Yes, we saw Josh Allen throw a nice little dart to Gabe Davis, but it is tougher.
Let me ask you a question,
and the percentages are way lower.
Is Mahomes, in your opinion, a better quarterback than Allen? Because he is in mine.
No.
You're saying Allen is better than Mahomes? Because I don't.
I do, yes. I think he gives you more than Mahomes. Despite what the stats say, Josh Allen. I mean, despite what the stats say in the Super Bowl rings, despite that, you got to remember these two players came in two different situations, Mark. Hold on. That doesn't matter to me. That doesn't matter to me. Josh Allen came into Buffalo and he completely changed that freaking franchise. You guys will be nobody without Josh Allen today. Mahomes, he came in the perfect scenario. Just play ball. You got a great head coach, and everything around you is going to be surrounded. You just don't have no limitations. Handle it, and you're going to look good. That's it. Mahomes looks good in the perfect system for him.
Tyreek and they improved their offense by shortening the offense. Do you see how they've shortened the offensive game plan in Kansas City?
And is it working to like it used to? Because I don't see Mahomes throwing 50 touchdowns.
They're doing fine.
He's struggling against the Houston Texans.
Touchdown passes.
He's struggling against but those are not. That's low for Mahomes.
Because the offense is different.
That's it. I'm telling you why I thought, bro, Mahomes won't be able to do what Josh Allen did the first 2 years. Simple and plain. Okay, let me ask you something. You think Mahomes would have been able to do what Josh Allen did for Buffalo the first 2 years that he was in there, the rookie and the second year?
The difference between Mahomes and Allen coming in is Allen came into an absolutely horrible football team with a horrible offensive line.
Exactly.
Mahomes came into a situation where he had everything in place.
I just said that.
That's a huge benefit for Mahomes. But right now, if I had to stack up Mahomes versus Allen and I compare them, Mahomes gets yards with his legs. Allen gets yards with his legs. Mahomes is a little bit better on completion percentage. He has better grasp of the short game than Allen has at the present time.
Let me ask something. Wasn't Mahomes behind Alex Smith?
And I don't care what you say.
Allen's an outstanding quarterback, but he's not quite at the same level. There's a difference. Just like Herbert is not the same, and Burrow's not quite at the same level because Burrow doesn't have the legs. It's just like Herbert doesn't have some intangible that he's missing to be in that same top level.
Burrow has good enough legs though.
Burrow's okay. He's not an Allen, and Mahomes may not have the legs, but my God, why does this guy get 70, 80 yards in a game when he needs it?
Josh Allen is a creature of his own.
He makes plays. That play he made against Denver a few weeks ago where he was running to the line of scrimmage, flicks the ball to McKinnon, was just pure genius.
You know what?
From all these off-arm angles, underhand, behind his back. I mean, this guy can do things that nobody else can do. He is at a different level.
Look what I can do.
That was a scary meme.
I mean, it's not like we're calling one bad or anything. We're talking about the top two dogs.
So what I was saying is,
how
many points do you have to put up against Kansas City to win a game at GHA Stadium?
I just told you my thoughts, Mark. If we're in that position, I'm just gonna pray for really, 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 really bad weather and hope it goes our way. Maybe Mahomes fumbles a couple of snaps. Maybe their punter dropped the ball a few times. Things happen. Things can happen. And maybe if that's in our favor and that's the way we win, at the end of the day, a fan only accepts a win.
No, the only thing that counts is scoreboard. You're absolutely right.
And that's the only way I see them not scoring if it's really bad weather. They really don't have the run game. We are a really good team at stopping the run.
No, Pete. If you're saying Pacheco's a bad running back or McKittrick's a bad running back, you need to really look at where Kansas City's offense is playing right now.
I didn't say that they're bad running backs. I said we have a really good rushing defense. We will be able to slow them down and stop them if it's bad weather. And we're not worried about Mahomes throwing it 70, 60 yards downfield.
With those ad hoc scrambles, because you already gave up 174 to Fields on the ground.
Mahomes is not capable of that in a bad weather game.
Saturday night.
Mahomes is not capable of that.
Really? Mahomes has games where he has 70, 80 yards rushing.
He's not capable of taking over a game with 170 yards rushing in a game, Mark.
But he's most capable of being able to go ahead and exploit a seam and get 15 yards.
He's a smart runner too, Mark. He runs out of bounds. He doesn't take hits. He's super intelligent.
I know. That's why I like Mahomes a little bit better than Allen right now. It may not be always the case, but right now it's the case.
He will take the 3 yards instead of the 10-yard run and not get hit. Situations like that.
He'll take the first down is what he'll take.
But okay, yeah, he will. Yeah, you're right. But it's a dumb argument to have. It really is. At the end of the day,
Mark, are you ever worried that Allen's going to get stupid like later in his career and just keep trying to take linebackers on? Does that scare you at all?
You really got to coach. You really got to coach some of that out of him, because I like the fact that he gets out of bounds, or he runs and slides, and his sliding is getting much better. I am not a proponent of running Josh Allen on sweeps and running Josh Allen on power plays. I think that's ridiculous, because you're going to get your quarterback killed eventually.
Especially when you play a defense like the Bengals. I mean, they struggled towards the end, but overall, Cincinnati's got a good defense, a good hard-hitting defense.
If you're gonna coach a game where you're gonna run power sweeps with Allen, or I mean, the only thing I want to see him running is like a quarterback sneak, extra, ad hoc scrambles that or plays where he's going to be able to get a first down by going wide and getting out of bounds. To go ahead and run plays where you're getting your quarterback shots against the Bengals and their players, no, that's just bad coaching, and maybe that's some bad decision making on Allen's part.
I was just wondering what you thought of that.
Yeah,
but I mean, even in these bad weather conditions, though, Mark.
Well, like I said, when the weather gets bad, Allen has a greater propensity to run, and the Bills have a greater propensity to run the football. Today, was, I hate to include Chicago in this because Chicago is a banged up team without any offensive weapons at this point except Fields, and their defense has got serious losses in their secondary, the linebacking core. They've given away Akeem Hicks. They've given away Robert Quinn.
Roquan Smith.
Roquan Smith. So the 234 yards the Bills gained on the ground today was, it's against a bad defense, and I'm not going to sit there and jump up and down and say, "Oh my God, we're great."
Yeah,
they did what they were supposed to do against a team that didn't have the weapons to compete.
Yeah, but Mark, that's the same scenario I'm asking for. The Bears kept it kind of close.
Yeah, the Bears kept it a one-score game at 21-13, and then, the Bills got a couple of late touchdowns to blow it out at the end.
But the Bills
performance today, not really. I was impressed with the defense performance, but what are they defending? They're defending.
It was bad weather. It was bad. If it was a sunny Sunday, you guys would thrash them. It would be a 42.
Sunday, Buffalo would have beaten them like 52-7.
Exactly. But the game was close. Why? Exactly what Pete is asking for in the scenario that you brought up with the Kansas City. It has to be bad weather, 30, 40 mile per hour winds.
But I'm just saying, if Kansas City was playing in Chicago today in the same weather conditions, Kansas City would have dog whipped them.
And better play calling. And
Kansas City would have beat them by 4 touchdowns in the first half and been on cruise control, and they wouldn't have been in a 21-13 game in the fourth quarter.
So why didn't Kansas City cruise control over the Texans then?
Good night, Liz. Thank you for coming in and catching the show. Kohler went to bed actually a while ago, but good night, Liz. And
good night, Liz. And you take care, and I hope you're feeling better. So so I'm sorry. Would you please repeat your question? My apologies.
That's the scenario I was hoping for. That's how I see the playoff game with the Kansas City and the bad weather being something out of a potential Dolphin steal on a road game in Kansas City at Arrowhead. That's the only way. The Bears kept it close with Buffalo because it was bad weather. If it wasn't that weather, I think Buffalo thrashes them 42-10.
Yeah, Buffalo would have killed them. I mean, they killed them anyway, but it's just the way it was. Against the Kansas City team, like I said, because the way the Chiefs they scaled back in their offense, I think they're more prone to be able to play better in a bad weather game. If you're playing first down offense, which is what Kansas City's doing with Juju, and they always have Tyreek, they always have Kelce, and I don't care what linebacker you have, San Francisco included, that man is always open. And somebody tell me how you stop Travis Kelce, because nobody can tell me anything from what I've seen. Buffalo has been an abject failure the last 2 playoff games. Even in the regular season games that they won in Kansas City, Kelce has eaten. Where has Kelce ever not eaten? And what do you think Travis Kelce is going to do to the Kansas City inside line, or the Dolphin inside linebacking and safety and cornerback crew? It's not going to be pretty.
You know what's crazy? David Montgomery was running pretty wild on you guys today.
Yeah, Montgomery had a great first quarter, but again, that was like Mostert. Mostert had an incredible first quarter. He had that beautiful 67-yard run, down the sidelines. He had that great pass catch where he faked out Milano and got 20 yards on a swing pass. And then all of a sudden, the bad coaching comes into play, and you're taking a running back who's hot. Mostert was scalding hot, and he was like a couple of shoelaces away from busting out a couple of touchdowns. And then you stop running the football. What are you doing?
He needs to break that shoestring tackle, Mark. That's what Mostert needs to do. Forget everything else.
The guy in the second half.
Yeah, you're right. I told the fan base they want that. They want that.
That's why I
game.
said until this team does a clean sweep of their front office, they're not really going to be competitive, because if Tua doesn't screw it up, McDaniels is going to screw it up, or Ross is going to screw up, or Gru's going to screw up the draft. So where is this team improving, and where are they getting better with 27 free agents, being negative in the cap already going into next season, with a bunch of players that they're going to have to replace and things they're going to have to do in their roster, and a limitation of draft picks? Where is this team going? And all of a sudden next year you got to pay Armstead, and you got to pay Hill, and you got to pay Wilkins, And you got all these guys that aren't going to be on the team next year. So what are you going to do then? You got to pay Chubb and his $22 million of salary to get you one sack every 6 weeks.
So I'm gonna tell you right now, Mark. It wouldn't be shocking if all of those guys are gone. But realistically, as a Dolphin fan, at least one or two are gonna be gone next year. That's just the way it goes.
Well,
even
Jones
though
is going to be gone, Gesicki's going to be gone, Noah's going to be
I'm talking
gone,
about one
Roby's
of the
gonna be
guys that we
gone.
just paid big money to, Mark.
Austin Jackson's probably going to be gone. So that's 5 right there. You can bounce.
Christian Wilkins is going to be gone. He's not going to get a contract from us.
He's going to get paid.
He's not getting paid.
Yeah, but now with all the money we owe all these other guys, they may have to cut him or let him go.
Wilkins is going to reject the offer.
Wilkins is an absolute stud and an all-pro player.
Well, then
he's not going to. The Miami Dolphins, Mark, the Miami Dolphins low ball players, bro. He just finished outplaying his contract right now. This guy is an old rookie. When we drafted him, he was like 25, 26 years old. He has no potential. Yeah, when we drafted him, he was like 21.
When you draft
Christian Wilkins, you must be out of your mind, bro. Christian Wilkins, when we drafted that guy in the first round, was like 25, 26 years old. He's not going to get no third contract. His second contract coming up now. He knows better be his best and is possibly his last.
About 25 or 26 years old.
Somebody got a phone that they could check real quick, please. Let me check.
I'm looking right now. He's 20. Pete, he's 27 years old.
And how old was he when we drafted him? 24, 25?
No, 22.
Yeah.
So he wasn't 25 or 26. Skyler was 26 when he drafted him.
I think y'all looking at the wrong numbers.
No.
Internet trolls.
But the problem is, how are you going to afford to pay him?
Well, you're going to
get rid of
right now. Byron Jones's contract. You're going to get rid of Rowe. You're going to get rid of Noah. You're going to get rid of Jackson. Those are guys that Gesicki's going to leave because he doesn't even count against next year's cap because he's a free agent and he's not with no signed tender after this year.
No Teddy Bridgewater.
Wilkins has already been franchised. You got to deal with. You got to figure out what you're going to do with Needham because Needham's a walkaway free agent coming off of an injury. So there's a lot of decisions to be made in the front office, and I think you don't do anything with this team unless you clean out the front office. The first thing you got to do is if this whatever the season turns into a playoff run, if you get a playoff run, that might be the worst case scenario because that would be an artificial run and you still have the same problems with the front office and the roster. Maybe the best thing that could happen to this team is getting into the playoffs and playing a competitive game and getting beat and then making sweeping changes because that really is what needs to be done. Yeah, I go back and I harken back to 2017 because the Bills made the playoffs on a fluke. Andy Dalton throws that touchdown pass to Tyler Boyd. The Bills get in a fluke. They go to Jacksonville. They look absolutely. They lose a 10-3 game, but they quote play competitive. What did Buffalo do the next year? They gutted the whole goddamn thing because they knew there's no way in hell they were going to win with that roster. They took their lumps. They affected the 2019 Dolphins in 2018. They sacrificed the season. They made the draft picks that year to get Allen and Edmonds and other players on that roster. They made the trade the year before to go ahead and move up to let Kansas City have Mahomes, and they took Trey White, and they got Edmonds as a byproduct of that trade. So the Dolphins are going to be in the same exact position. Let's just say you go to the playoffs, you play a remotely competitive game against Kansas City, lose something like 30-20. The front office still has to be fixed. The coaching still has to be fixed. The quarterbacking still has to be fixed. The roster still has to be fixed.
Hey, when we drafted Christian Wilkins in 2019, he was 24 years old.
Actually,
and during the season,
you drafted Wilkins 1 year before that because you drafted Wilkins the same time as the Bills drafted Oliver and the Jets drafted Quinnen Williams.
When we drafted Wilkins in 2019?
No, you drafted Wilkins in 2018 because Quinnen Williams went 3, Oliver went 9, Wilkins went 13.
You made me look that up too.
Okay.
But here's the question I have. You're saying gut the team and do this and do that. Couldn't it be a disaster? So then you say, okay, we're going to go 4-13, 5-12.
No,
what's that going to do for the fan base?
4-12. You're not going to go 4-13 or 5-12.
Do me a favor, Mark. Don't talk about me and my Dolphins, bro. Listen to me. This guy was drafted in the 2019 draft in the first round in the 13th pick, okay? This is my Dolphins show. Shout out to Color DTA. This is Miami Dolphins talk, not Buffalo, bro. This guy was drafted at 24 years old. That year, during the season, he turned 25 as a rookie. Okay? 25-year-old rookie. He's about to be 28, 29, heading into his second contract. That's an old second contract we're talking about with Christian Wilkins, while rookies usually are getting their second contract at 24 and 25. Well, listen to me, Mark.
A first-round draft choice, if they come in at 21, is going to have a 5-year deal. That's going to put.
But they okay. A 5-year deal is a first rounder. By the third year, they're already going to get extended, or their fourth year, they should be getting extended. You're 24, 25.
Third year, you're not going to extend. You're not going to extend defensive tackles.
Hey, let's
and you do another.
You're not going to extend Jamar
Let's
Chase.
Welcome back.
Batman,
let's welcome Batman up here.
Hey, what's up, Batman?
Let's welcome Batman up here.
Just got home.
Batman, Merry Christmas.
Man.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Just got home right now.
I got home and I started hanging out with the boys too, bro. I can't sleep.
Yeah.
We taking this L.
You gonna head to the party? What time are you heading to the party tomorrow?
I'm waking up at 6, so 3 hours.
2:45 now. Wow.
Yeah.
What's the score tomorrow, Batman?
Be a little bleary-eyed, man.
35-24 Dolphins.
I got 30
the first touchdown?
Dolphins myself, so.
Tua throws for 500.
What do you have?
Touchdowns.
Well, that's probably not going to happen against that Green Bay secondary, but.
I could see Tua throwing for over 300.
I don't.
Well, I could.
Green Bay secondary.
Mark,
really
Mark, what did you say, Mark?
I got 30-27 Miami. I think Miami runs the football.
30-27.
They control the clock a little bit. Tua throws for about 260, a couple touchdowns, and they win the game. You know, they win a nail biter.
I thought you didn't have the. I thought you didn't have the Dolphins winning.
No, I have the Dolphins winning the game by a very slight margin. Color had like 31-20, and Color and I disagreed only in the context of he believes the statistical analysis. I believe in the players that you are putting on the field overtakes the overall season statistics, because those statistics include games where a lot of key players didn't play. That's where he and I differ.
And it makes sense.
Okay.
Well, I don't have us winning. I do have.
They're at the opposite ends of the scale.
I do have the Packers scoring between 27, 34 points, but I don't have the Dolphins scoring many points tomorrow, fellas.
Well, Pete,
that's not surprising.
Pete, you're just, I think you're rooting. I think you're saying one thing and rooting another side out for tomorrow. Mark, their offense is good.
Mark, our offense has been figured out. Where has it been good at? It's been regressing. Ever since that hot little start.
405 yards against Buffalo and 187 yards rushing is nothing to sneeze at.
187 yards rushing is not happening again for a few more years. Okay? This fan base knows it. That wasn't that was like that.
I was impressed with most of it. I mean, you take away the 67-yard run, and they still got 120. And 120 is a good game, especially when you don't run the ball in the second half.
That's a good
question.
This
is not a running team, Mark.
Robert, I don't remember. I'll have to look at that.
It's just to argue the narrative of we won't see another 100 plus, 150 plus rushing yard a game for a couple of years. We had a 200-something yard against Cleveland. We had another 150 plus earlier this year.
Oh, the Jeff Wilson experience?
Okay. You're just saying it won't happen again, and it's happened
Cleveland
3 times this season.
Cleveland has an awful run defense, so you really can't compare that, Robert.
It's not like Green Bay's run defense is good.
What I'm saying is, I watched the Miami Dolphins open gaping holes through the guard slots, and Mostert being like a shoestring away from busting it. So I'm not going to diminish that Miami Dolphins.
I've been complaining about him never busting that shoestring all year, Mark.
Have we got an update on Chubb and Phillips for the game?
Yeah, oh my God, they're questionable. I got to think You know, I was watching one of the things I saw the other night, and you guys may laugh about it, but they were showing Phillips warming up, and he was without a shirt and he was in shorts. And all I could think of is, my God, that guy's an Adonis. I mean, that guy is so rocked. It's unbelievable.
I'm so upset at this team, and I feel like this fan base is right. All of the guys, like, we're just gonna
yeah,
sink with
Robert,
this
you're
shit.
right. It was like 200 something yards against Cleveland that we ran or rushed for.
And then we put 150 up against another team. I just don't remember what team that was.
Sorry, I was on another tab. I was looking at the stats.
Okay, but my question is, though, if Chubb and Phillips can't go, what the hell do we do? Who do we have?
Van Ginkel and Ingram.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh,
that's not bad depth though. Let's just keep it real.
No, I mean, I think Van Ginkel and obviously, well, Ingram is a Buffalo killer. I've seen enough of Melvin Ingram that I don't want to see that guy again.
Melvin Ingram has been our best guy, bro. He's better than Bradley Chubb.
He has 6 sacks.
And he's old.
He's like 30.
We only got that guy for 1 year. Well, look, we got the good guy for 1 year.
I want him back on this team. I've been saying it.
We got the good guy for 1 year, and we traded a first-round pick, gave a big contract for Chubb. That guy's assist. If you search up assist.com, you're gonna see Bradley Chubb there. He gets one tackle a game.
This puts it in perspective for you guys. I'm looking here, right? You know how it shows the win-loss underneath the team's name when you look at the games? So to put it in perspective, we've only won 1 game since we played Cleveland.
Right, Houston, right?
Yeah, Houston's the only other win. That's what I'm saying. We've only won 1 game since we played Cleveland. So in that long stretch of time, we've had all those losses. Just for some perspective, you know what I mean?
I mean, but it's been 4 games. I'm not calling it good, but it's not been the 5 games that we look at.
Well, it's better than the Jets who have lost their last 4.
And what the hell did our running game do against Buffalo again? And we got 287 yards rushing.
No, you
did we get the dub with that?
Worcester had
217.
He broke. It hadn't been done since 1991. Where a running back rushed for over 100 yards in a quarter.
And where did that get us?
We stopped running the ball second half.
No, how many points did we score, Batman?
Off the run
14?
game?
I think it set us up for 14 points.
Well, you threw a touchdown pass to Waddle. You threw a touchdown pass to Hill. Sullivan Ahmed.
No, that touchdown pass to Hill was in the what? That was late. I'm talking about when the run game, 100 yards in the first half, in the first quarter.
You had Ahmed that busted a 9-yard run for a touchdown, I believe, and then you got 3 touchdowns.
I'm gonna just look at the game log,
got a missed
scoreboard.
2-point conversion. And I think you got 3 field goals.
I got it up. I got it up right here. I'm looking. Let me see.
Because I could have sworn the Bills were still up on us last
what are
week.
You asking, Pete?
In the first quarter. No,
yeah,
like were we
7-3, 7-3?
Oh, they were up 7-3 in the first quarter, right? I could have sworn they were up 14-3. That's why I thought they were up 14-3 in the first quarter on us.
Bills made it.
For we only had one rushing touchdown in the Bills game. That's it from Savon.
Right, that was Ahmed and his run in the second quarter. And then you hit Hill for a touchdown in the third quarter.
Yeah.
And Waddle caught the ball.
You had Hill
touchdown in the third quarter also.
And we had this touchdown
and you know what's another thing? Like our play action isn't working,
Damn,
guys.
bro. Hill,
I hope y'all
Hill
noticed
only had
that.
69 yards, bro. I feel like Hill's been not getting that. He has not been utilized. Since his whole
you
streak.
just they put Trey White on Hill. He beat him once for a touchdown, but the last time that Trey White played,
over the period. Over the period of the.
Hold on. Let Mark say this because Tre'Davious White plays such a bad game. Watch a fan defend their cornerback right now. Go ahead.
No, he'll put a double move on White and got the touchdown. But the rest of the game, Tyreek Hill wasn't really a factor. Waddle was a huge factor in that game. And the last time Tre'Davious White played fully healthy against Hill had 43 yards again for Kansas City.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, Mark.
White's not fully back yet. That's why you guys keep bringing up Brandon Jones, or not. Some of your callers have brought up Brandon Jones when he got hurt against Pittsburgh. He has the same injury that White had, and White's not 100% back yet.
White is not 100% back, and get ready because he might never be 100% what he used to be. You know the injury he's coming off of.
He's not old though.
If it wasn't
have that issue,
Mark,
White may become a safety in the long term.
Mark, he's toast. If it wasn't for Tua underthrowing Waddle on third down, he gives up 2 touchdowns, over 200 receiving yards to Waddle and Hill alone.
Hey, DTA, I don't think you heard this.
All Tua needed to do was 1 yard ahead, 1 yard ahead of Tua.
You know,
like
Monday,
I think Tre'Davious White's long-term future in Buffalo.
Hang on, guys. Hang on. I'm trying to hear what
Monday,
Batman's saying.
Monday, if the Dolphins tomorrow, Monday, they activate Brandon Jones.
Byron Jones, because Brandon's out until middle of next year.
No. You activate Brandon Jones, you have the 21-day window.
Right,
meaning he would be available for wild card. Yeah, he'll be
Jones
available
can't
for that.
play until next year. He blew out his knee.
He's not gonna be out for that long. There's rumors that he'll be back.
Even the staff, Mark, they even said it actually came out the stat that they've been saying that he's probably likely going to be back well before that, because of how he's progressing.
Yeah,
they kept saying that about Tre'Davious White, and he missed 8 games. So let's see.
But that's Tre'Davious White. Every person's their own person. You have to admit that.
Well, Tre'Davious White is a little older.
Yes, and he's different. It's different for a safety than a corner.
Yeah, I'm just saying everybody heals differently. I'm just saying it could happen. I'm not saying it's going to, but everyone
he's a little younger too than Tre'Davious.
Yeah.
It is a little different for a safety and a corner.
Younger. Like I said, I think White is going to be a safety next year because the Bills' corners are going to,
But you guys have 2 safeties already.
Well, we've got Hyde, who's got a neck injury. Poyer is not under contract for next year.
Poyer's not under contract.
Takes a lot of bad angles.
Oh, dude, you know what? Great. You know what would be some shit if we go get Poyer?
Yeah, he's friends with Tyreek.
Hell yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. I thought
we could be the Miami Bills.
Well, it might be a way to win. Yeah, because next year they have to.
No. If we did that, Mark, if we did that, all that would guarantee is that we would make it to the fucking divisional and never win a Super Bowl.
Well, a distinct possibility.
Wow,
like Mark, if I'm the Bills, honestly, from here on out, I mean, I'm trying to get good defensive players, but I'm focusing on a run game, offensive line, more wide receivers.
Yeah, what I think you're going to see the Bills, and this isn't a Bills talk show, so maybe we don't go on to that topic. Let's just stay with the Dolphins.
No, you don't have to go
after. I'm just saying because
you don't have to go after receivers. You could argue run game and better.
Gabe Davis has not really turned out to be the number 2 wide receiver that we really thought he was going to be, but their offensive line is bad. Roger Saffold is putrid. I hope Bates is okay at best. Bottiger is okay at best, and Spencer Brown is a sack waiting to happen. I think you got to move Spencer Brown into guard. You're not going to re-sign Saffold because he's a sieve, and they're going to draft. They got to draft offensive linemen in the draft, and they got to really look at a wide receiver. I think they're fine. And also, Singletary is also going to be a free agent at the end of the year. Remember, he went to FIU. Maybe he goes to the Dolphins next year.
Mark, what did you guys trade for Hines? What did you guys do?
I honestly think we keep
pick for Hines.
Okay.
I honestly see us keeping Mostert and Jeff Wilson. I think somehow they're going to get them both back on contract. I don't know how, but I think that he really likes.
Well, it's interesting because both of them are free agents, and Mostert's going to be 32 next year.
Yeah, he'll be 32.
Right,
Wilson will be 28.
But we would use Jeff Wilson more as the power. Like that's going to be our main one. I think Mostert would back him up as they were doing prior to Jeff Wilson getting hurt.
That would be the plan. I think that's the best idea. And then, and if it doesn't work out, like if Jeff Wilson becomes too pricey, you can try to draft a guy with one of your thirds and then bring back Ahmed for cheap. But I saw the Dolphins. I saw it today when we were talking about the cap space for the Jets. The Jets have almost $16 million in cap. So we're talking about them getting a quarterback. So then I was looking at. I went down. We're negative $6 million, and obviously we're gonna make money with people we don't bring back. But obviously we're not going to have a lot of money. We do have to. We do got to get rid of Cedric Wilson.
You got to get rid of Cedric. You got to get rid of Byron Jones. You got to get rid of Mike Gesicki.
Agba.
See why? Why Agba though? Because I
think we're sucking up $16 million a year for the next.
That's what they'll check this out, and this is what I'm saying. Get rid of Gesicki. Get rid of Byron Jones.
Teddy Bridgewater.
Isn't costing us money next year.
Listen. Let me finish. Let me land. Get rid of Byron Jones. Get rid of Gesicki.
Teddy
Bridgewater. You're gonna get rid of fuck. Who else did I say? Now I'm losing my train of thought.
Bridgewater,
him too. Cedric Wilson,
Jackson.
right? Check this out. Get rid of Cedric Wilson too, and then I think, and I'm telling you guys right now, there's going to be a lot of restructuring going on. That's how they're going to make this cap situation work. Is they're going to be doing a lot of restructuring, and I guarantee you, there's a lot of players on this team that's going to take those restructures.
If a lot of those are off the team, you still have to pay off their guaranteed portion of their contracts. And one of the things, and I will tell you the best front office in the league right now, in my opinion, is the Kansas City Chiefs. And Buffalo mirrored what Kansas City did because they made all those contracts on players like Allen and Diggs and Dawkins and White, flexible year contracts so that they can move money out. Buffalo's got $60 million plus in cap space that they can move out, and they're going to play the New Orleans game. They're going to stretch this thing out because the guys they've got on long-term extendable contracts are very, very young. And unlike the Dolphins, who have these contracts with Armstead, who's old, Hill, who's old, how far can you extend those contracts out? And how far can
Hill's 28 years old, though.
Hill is 30.
That's old, bro.
No, he's 28.
Tyreek Hill is 28, 29, and he's old.
We could move off from him when he's 31. So we got like a good 2 more years.
But you're paying $30 million a year in cap space for the next 2 years.
He's worth it, though.
Armstead is paying $20 million a year for the next 2 years.
He's worth it, too.
We only have 1 or 2 good years left of Hill.
11.6 games per year.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing.
I think that's wrong. I think Hill will give you a few years. He's just not that same athlete, Pete. I think you get a couple years past what the normal ceiling is, especially for a receiver. He takes care of his body. He does not have a huge injury history. I think that you get a couple years out of him past what normally is.
Then you got him for 2 more years right after this season.
And he's earning
going to come up for the big contract when Tyreek maybe let go.
That's what it is.
But you gotta take into effect at this usage rate.
The cap hit is small. It's
at this usage rate, he's just not going to be able to sustain that durability.
I think he can, and I'm telling you, Pete. But here's the thing: is you guys got to remember, and I said this right. The thing is I never saw us even going into the beginning of the season. Do you remember Batman on your show where we were talking about what we saw? Like, remember when I was asking what everybody's expectations were coming into the season after the roster was set? Now, mind you, we added a couple of people in the trades midseason, but looking at that and what your expectations were, and then looking into it now, I never expected a Super Bowl this year. I honestly thought that this year, I saw the window. I saw the window where we could potentially get a Super Bowl victory is in between this season and the season after next. So in that 3-year window is going to be the best time. I see a lot of restructuring. I see getting rid of guys that we don't need, and some of those guys are going to be big names, right? Like Byron Jones, the Mike Gesicki. You're going to free up capital that way. And then I see us being able to restructure guys that we have on the team now to make it work. Now, mind you, this is because of how well the team is put together and how much these guys are like playing for each other. That's why I think you're going to see a lot more freedom in the restructuring, is that some of these guys are going to be, it's more about the camaraderie, right? I just see it working out somehow, some way. You're going to see guys get got rid of, like I said, the Mike Gesicki's, the Byron Jones. I think you got talent already coming up there. We have Trill Williams. We have Trill Williams. We have Kader Kohu. I think those guys are going to be the replacements alongside X Because I only see.
I think X is gone at the end of the season.
No way.
I don't think
he's not.
No way.
That ridiculous
No, he's not.
Especially with
I'm
the
telling
Pro
you
Bowl
right now.
Mark,
cornerback at this point.
Mark,
No, he's not.
Xavier made the Pro Bowl, bro.
He's not.
The fan
He's
base
not.
was wrong.
God, the Pro Bowl.
The fan base
Pro
was
Bowl,
wrong
the
hating
Pro
on
Bowl is a
Xavier, and
fucking
he
flag
made the Pro
football
Bowl.
game. Who the fuck cares?
Nah, I don't get. Nah, bro, I don't give a fuck about the Pro Bowl. That fucking Pro Bowl is stupid. And all it is a fucking glorified Parks and Rec flag football game. The only accolade that thing, it's an empty accolade. The only thing they get for it is a fucking
bonus.
Bonus money.
Yeah,
so check it out.
Getting $250,000 for making the Pro Bowl.
Right, but I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying is that
X is a marginal quarterback at this point in his career. He's old
Mark,
and he can't cover crossing patterns anymore.
Mark, stop. Dude, it was just a season ago when he was almost, I think it was like a season or 2 seasons ago, he was averaging a pick a game. So he could be, he's been playing with 2 groin injuries this whole entire season. I'm not making an excuse for the guy, but you can't just automatically say, oh, he's fucking old and he can't play.
No, at least he's not worth $22 million a year. I'll tell you that much.
X will be. Yes, he will. You want to bet money on it that they're not going to get rid of him after this year?
Yeah, I'll bet money.
I'm not saying they're not going to get rid of him. I'm saying that they were smart. They would get rid of him.
They're not. They're not going to get rid of the 2 premier corners. They're not going to do that.
Well, Byron Jones is a premier corner. He's a premier injury reserve.
But he's still a premier corner.
Mark, we have
they're not going to get rid of both.
We have guys like Trill Williams. We have guys like Trill Williams, Kader Kohu, Javon Holland, Verone McKinley. So we're getting ready with this young talent that we have to take over the safety spots.
So why not move it? Why not move it forward?
Let me finish. Because they're still fucking young and still developing. You don't do it after the first year. The smart move would be to keep X, get rid of Byron Jones, get capital back. You have talent. They're young. We have the guys. We have the replacements. And chances are we're probably going to pick up one more cornerback along the way, too. You're going to bring those guys in, and those guys are going to be our perimeter corners.
We have. Remember, Greer drafted X in the second and Javon in the second. He knows how to get defensive backs. He knows how to do that. So that's why I know we need a middle linebacker. But with that second round, I'm going corner, and then you could get rid of X the following.
100%.
Hold up,
and I'm telling you, and you know what? And I'm one of the most objective objective Xavier Howard guys you'll find, and I'm like one of the biggest fans. Okay.
Yeah.
So ask Batman, and I'll tell you.
Just to add to that real quick, Kohu's like a top 10 corner right now, or top 15. He's undrafted,
young, and he's developing, and he's going to be.
But Mark, my point was, you said in what, the 7th round? We got a top 15 cornerback.
He was undrafted.
He wasn't
undrafted. He was undrafted rookie from like a division. He was like from a Division II school too. Like, dude, he was from Texas A&M Commerce.
Right. He should be able to develop. He's really prone right now to pass interference penalties. That's been a real problem for him in the last 6-7 weeks.
Well, you know what? That's part of being young, dumb, and full to come.
Yep. But that comes with time. Once he gets respect in the league, once he gets that Tre'Davious White treatment, it'll be fine.
That comes with being young, dumb, and full to come. Mark.
Noah is going to have to be cut because Noah's turned out to be a waste of a draft choice.
Noah,
what are you talking about? Noah's the best cornerback in the NFL. I don't know.
Yep, Noah's Ark. Let's do it.
What are we saying?
Well, actually, based on Tyreek going to the pro, or based on Xavier going to the Pro Bowl, Noah has as many interceptions. 1.
Hey, guess what? You know what's funny? I bet that they would trade Josh Allen right now for Noah.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna call right now. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go call and see if they'll take that trade.
Yeah, I think the Bills might just not take that call. Thank you.
Hey, have you guys talked about with everybody losing, with the Raiders and all these teams losing? Did you guys talk about the odds now?
Well, your odds actually look pretty good. I mean,
they went up for us.
The Jets and the Patriots are collapsing.
If the Jets lose next week, we could. I think the odds said that the minimum we have to win 1 game or something like that.
Yeah, Batman. I'm starting to like your chances less and less and less tomorrow against Green Bay. What I saw today really, really put a focus on me because the Lions lost. That's a critical loss. The Seahawks lost. Let's see.
They lost their quarterback too, right?
Seahawks lost. The Giants lost, and the Commanders all lost. And that really improves Green Bay's playoff positioning. Green Bay's situation. That's a scary, scary thing against.
I told them that was gonna happen, Mark. And guess what else, Mark? Guess what's the worst situation heading into tomorrow? Hold on,
You're
I'm
gonna
getting a
say the
call.
weather.
Man,
You're gonna
damn.
say the weather now.
And now you're going to be talking
weather.
about 5-degree day. And Color keeps telling me that the rain doesn't matter, but there's rain in the forecast.
Damn.
That's Miami.
Can you guys
weather.
hear me? Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, we hear you.
I think you might.
Okay.
Fine. Your mic is.
1 second.
Oh, you're gonna say the weather, Pete? Is that what you're gonna say? The weather?
1 second, Batman. 1 second.
It rains all the time, man. I mean, it rained during the Steelers game.
Yeah, and Tua was horrid.
Yeah, it was first game back after the injury, right?
Yeah, it was still horrid. You only win that game because Noah makes his one play in his 3
Oh,
years.
defense play lights out. That was probably our best defensive game.
And actually, that game was the
100%
game that
it was.
That was the blueprint. Believe it or not, Batman, that was the blueprint that San Francisco drew off of. Go ahead and shut down the Dolphins. They were the only other team that had the personnel, because those next 4 games were against teams that did not have the talent to execute what San Francisco could do. And then the Chargers took San Francisco's game plan and made a modification of it by using inside leverage and knowing that Tua couldn't throw to the outside as effectively, and they took away the inside. So, and again, that was another game where McDaniel looks at that situation, and if the Dolphins would have run outside cuts instead of inside plays, they would have rolled the Chargers, and McDaniels didn't do it. Still no excuse for that. No opinion on that, guys?
We just need you to take care of business, Mark, next week. That's it.
What, the Bills?
Yeah. You guys play the Patriots, right?
You guys got to play the
They
Patriots.
got the Bengals.
So
Well, then we need you to lose.
With the Bills and the Bengals.
It doesn't matter anymore if they lose.
I don't.
It does.
Matter.
It kind of doesn't. It kind of doesn't. It's only the Jets.
No, it matters. It matters because it's bragging rights, right? I could say you lost to the Bengals.
No, it's playoff.
Matters to me.
Buffalo, Kansas City, and Cincinnati Buffalo and Kansas City are going to be in the top 3. There's that issue that's going on between the Bengals at 11-4 and the Ravens at 10-5. The Ravens host Pittsburgh next Sunday. The Bengals have Buffalo on Monday night in Cincinnati, and then the Ravens and the Bengals play in Cincinnati in Week 18. So that game, those games matter.
I just need the seeds to come out already, and so we could know who we're gonna play. Because I had an idea today. I think I'm
telling you right now,
it's
going to be either the Bengals. It's going to be either the Bengals or it's going to be Kansas City Chiefs. I did the playoff
but there's a
today.
small chance it might be the Jaguars, and that's easier for me because
The Chargers have the Colts, the Broncos, and
Mark. Hang on, let me finish. Bro. I took into account the only things that I did differently in the playoff machine is I changed things with the Bills, I changed things with the Dolphins, and with the Chargers, right? And in those scenarios, the most likely ones, if things fall how they should, we're looking at you're either going to be the 7th or 6th seed, and you're going to be playing the Kansas City or Bengals. In order to play the Jacksonville Jaguars, who have right now the 4th seed, I believe. A lot of shit has to happen. It's just not likely that. Yeah, we would have to get to the 5th seed. And that's
but I was saying it because I'm thinking about going to the game, whoever we play. And
yeah. I'm just saying it's not.
Jacksonville's easier for me because I can drive. I don't have to take.
Of course. Yeah.
You know what's crazy?
Jaguars, because you're not going to get to the 5 seed.
What y'all were talking about earlier with the game scenarios, it really helped out the Chargers the most today, because now the Chargers are in a win and you're in scenario this week.
Yep.
That's it. That's who it helped out the most. But to the other, that's what I was saying earlier on Steven's show, that the Packers are not out of the playoffs.
Wait, Mark, if you guys
are alive now.
Mark, if you guys don't get the bye,
they've always been alive. They just needed to win 3 straight and get help from other teams.
Mark, if you don't get the bye, more than likely, who would you play?
It depends. If the Bills lose to Cincinnati and Kansas City wins out, which I think Kansas City's going to do because they play the Broncos in KC next week, then they go to Las Vegas to play the Raiders, and the Bills lose to Cincinnati. Cincinnati would have the tiebreaker, so the Bills would be the 3 seed.
And you play who? The Jaguars?
They would play the 6 seed, whoever the 6 seed happens to be.
6 seed.
which could be us. That's the other possibility. Yeah, and they don't want that smoke.
Yeah, I don't think I want Miami in the playoffs. I prefer that to not have to deal with them again. Miami's a difficult team to deal with.
Well, Josh Allen predicted that you guys will see us in the playoffs again. He said it at the end of the game to the playoffs. See you guys again in the playoffs.
The scary game for me from a Dolphins perspective is that Green Bay game scares me. The Patriots game doesn't scare me, but what scares me is the potential weather issue in New England.
We have bad weather issues tomorrow.
It's going to be 60 degrees.
I got to get out of here. I'll catch you guys later.
Okay.
All right,
I'm about to run off too, Robert.
Robert, hey, thanks for coming up. Yeah, I'm going to shut in here in a bit too. So, yeah, let's get final thoughts, guys. Get it wrapped up.
I'm gonna say,
it, man. Yeah, I'm just so you guys know, I will. Just a quick update for everybody too. I know Batman is going. You're going to be calling the game, or no? Are you going? What's your plan, Batman? Because I know
I'm going to go live for like an hour.
Okay, so El Cap is going to be calling the game today. He will have a stream up later today, just prior to the game starting. He's going to be calling the game today. So whoever wants to come by and watch. And then, and then Batman is also going to be going live today at some point as well.
Like 9:30 for like an hour.
You guys tell me. I'm thinking, since everything's going to kind of happen at noon, I think what I'm going to do is I'll probably come on late in the evening tomorrow or Christmas night. After everything's kind of died down, to give everybody a place to go. So if you guys kind of want like a late evening show, because that way everybody's done with Christmas with the family and stuff, and whoever wants to come jump on.
That'd be fantastic.
That sounds good.
Okay.
That would be awesome.
Sweet. Yeah, I'll give everybody that way we can check in, especially because I want to talk about what happens in the game, so we can all have a spot to come and chat it up. So, hey, let's get final thoughts, man.
We're gonna be clicking that link on during the game. Hopefully, he has that link coming up.
Final thoughts. I'm gonna say Dolphins are gonna come out, play strong tomorrow. Weather's not gonna be a factor. Tua's gonna light it up. You're gonna see the old Tua, and I want to stomp on them. I know it's not realistic, but I want to stomp on them really bad for what they did a couple years back. I'll never forget that smirk Aaron Rodgers had on the sidelines. Gave him he said, "We gave me too much time." He came in and won the game, and paid back. All right, much love, everybody. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas. See you tomorrow.
Merry Christmas,
likewise, bro.
Yeah, and I just wanted to, last thing I'll say too, man. I wanted to let everybody know. Like I said. Let me do this really fast, and then I'm going to get everyone's final thoughts up here. Okay, guys, just one sec real fast. Where did I put it? It is right here. So once again, guys, I'm going to make it, short, sweet, and short and straight to the point. I appreciate all you guys that came out tonight and supported the channel. Remember that you have, all of us, here. We all appreciate all of you guys. We appreciate everything that all of you guys do, especially on Christmas Eve, to come out and rock with us, rock with me. It means a lot. So thank you for that, guys. You got the El Capitan is going to be on every other day of the week. If you guys want to catch El Capitan, you got Kohler, who's going to be going live. He's trying to do it every morning show, early morning. And then he's also going to be Tuesdays and Thursdays in the evening. And then you got Ali on Saturdays with Late Night Exhale with Ali. So be sure to catch them. And then you have myself, Dolphin Debrief. I putting out shorts. I'm going to be putting out afternoon shows, trying to go every day. So got that for you guys. But anyways, guys, on your way out, please give us a like. And also, I'm going to say this. I will say this because it is Christmas time. Here at this channel, none of us, we're not the type of people, we do not like to ask for donations. We put it out there. Just in case anyone wants to donate. I know that there was people that had memberships and they like to do the super chats and stuff. Obviously, those are down at the moment, but it really does cost. It's very expensive to run a channel like this, and every donation helps. If you guys do so choose to donate, and I know it's Christmas time. Like I said, we never ask, but there is Cash App, there is Venmo, and there is Patreon. So if you guys want to support the channel in any of those ways, there is links in the description. Anyways, I appreciate all you guys and hope everybody has a wonderful Christmas, and we will close it out here today. Go ahead. Whoever wants to go next, Greg, Pete, or Mark, whoever wants to take it away.
Yeah, let me
I'll
just
go
jump
next
in.
because I got to get up early.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
No, I got to get up early. It's going on well after 3 here in PA. I got to somehow get my car home because unfortunately, Friday's rainstorm turned into an ice storm.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Same here, Craig. Drive safe, man, because that's what happened here, and it's a nice rink out there. It's been raining, freezing rain.
I can't even get in my car, and everybody, well, you got to do this. Well, I have to let it get warmer. That's all I can do at this point.
Yeah.
Damn, man.
But I think we win 28-23. I think Packers go for a 2-point conversion late. They don't get it, and then they onside kick, and we hold on.
What a prediction.
Yeah, I like the details there.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good, man. No, I like
that's
it. Yeah,
one that's actually visualizable.
Yeah, I
as a
like that.
Dolphin fan.
Normally, it's just a score, and normally they just give us a score, and it's like, all right, peace.
No, I can see the scare happening. Boom, they score late. They go for the 2, but then we feel good because they missed it.
I'm not gonna lie though.
I got you 30. Yeah, I got you 30-27, but I'm kind of wavering on that because I think it's a 3-point game either way. I wish everybody a Merry Christmas and all be safe tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
You too,
Mark.
guys.
All
Take
right, guys.
care. Have a good night.
Night.
All right.
Yep.
I got to be honest with you, King DTA. I have never felt as confident of a loss this all season. To me, this is a guaranteed loss, especially what we have been leaving on film. Running backs wide open on the checks. Aaron Rodgers is going to eat that alive. Our cornerbacks playing as back as they have been lately. Aaron Rodgers is going to strike these screens. We've been giving up so much time to the quarterback. If he has clean pocket, Aaron Rodgers is going to slice us and dice us. I just feel like it's a guaranteed loss based on the weather itself. It looks like it's gonna be a high chance of rain. 55 in Miami DTA. It is really freaking cold to us. I know people don't like to hear that, but people down here gotta understand that 55, it is almost super cold. It's freezing temperatures. We don't like it. We and these players.
It's just weird to me because like this is what I would wear in 55. Like that's beach weather for us. Like it's weird trying to picture that being cold. But I guess if you're not like somewhere down there, it probably feels a lot different to you guys.
It's body acclimation. DTA.
Just look at how the people are gonna be dressed at the Hard Rock Stadium.
Oh yeah,
I'm a native Buffalonian and I live in San Diego. And if I went back to Buffalo, I'd freeze my ass off.
Yeah.
So I don't think that we have a close shot.
I can see that because I saw people already saying that they're
the scariest thing.
Well, the thing is who do you
the Patriots lost today?
Who do you trust more to play in the cold? You trust old Aaron Rodgers? Right. I mean, they're just used to it. Let's be real.
Unreal.
You know, it's not to say.
And you know what got even scarier today? I was hoping the Patriots win. I really was, because then they probably could have fell off the gas. Easy Dolphin win at home. We could have snuck in at Foxborough and stole it. After they lost today, they're not going to have no punt miscues. That punter's going to be punting balls for the next several days, nonstop. They're not having no more miscues, and I feel it.
Well, you better fix Ramondre Stevenson if you're the Patriots.
Yeah. So I don't think the Patriots lose next week to the Dolphins at home. It's about to be a 2-game skid, DTA. 8-7.
It's about to become a
8-8 is around the corner.
I hope not, man.
Feeling.
Fuck, I hope not.
You boys be safe. I'll catch y'all in a few hours.
All right, brother. We'll see you later, Pete. I'll be up here too, so man. All right, guys.
Good show, King. I'm gonna rewind this and catch the rest of the craziness I missed out with the rest of the fan community, man. Catch you later.
you're gonna want to catch it. I'm sure.
You want to tell me a little bit about it? What happened?
Hey, bro, it is what it is. Like I said, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't give a fuck if you're. Listen, I'm not gonna say his name. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't care what your reputation is, and I don't care who you are in this community. If you come at me that way, just expect that I'm gonna reciprocate it. It's nothing personal. It doesn't mean that I don't fucking like. I respect. Oh yeah, I respect every. I thought that's what you're talking about. I respect everybody. And I don't care how long you've been in the community. It has nothing to do with that. It's not from a place of me trying to disrespect somebody or think that I'm above them. But like, I don't care who you are and how important you are in this community. If you come at me like that, I'm going to reciprocate it and give it right back. You know, so all I can say is catch the episode, bro. That's what I thought you were talking about.
No, I mean, I wasn't able. I don't know who
it got bad, bro. Yeah, me and EM got into it. You'll have to go.
EM,
yeah,
the emotional man.
Hey, but
I'll catch you guys later. All right, I'm definitely gonna rewind this. Good show, King DTA. You guys keep it up. Shout out to Capitan. Can't wait for tomorrow to rub it into this fan base that Pete was right again.
Hey, catch you tomorrow, Pete. Yeah, dude, come by because I want to discuss the game with you after the game. And then Cap's gonna have his stream going during the game too, so he'll be calling it.
You already know. All of you guys have a blessed day.
You too, man.
Bye.
All right. So with that being said, I want to give everybody a thanks again, and I appreciate you guys sticking with me, coming rocking with DTA tonight for another Dolphins debrief. I love doing these, man. I love doing the shorts. I love doing the shows. I love interacting with all of you guys. I like having the panels. I really enjoy talking with everybody. And again, I'm not gonna put a name on it. You know, I'm not gonna say his name again. I'm not gonna try to I'm not that type of person. Like I said before, I'm the type of guy, like, I did enough of that shit when I was younger and got in trouble. If something goes there and I'm forced into that situation, then I will respond accordingly. And I respond with the same energy that I'm being given. But that's not the type of person I like to be or want to be. I don't give a fuck about all that. Look, bro, I'm old school. I'm really old school. But on the same note, like, it doesn't matter to me how long you've been in the community or who you are or what weight your name carries. I don't give a fuck about any of that. Just because your name carries weight or you are who you are doesn't mean you get to disrespect me in any way. That doesn't mean I'm going to bow down or bend my knee and kiss your ring because you are who you are. That's just it's not how I'm built. It's not the type of person I am. So it is what it is. If you want to take it personal, that's all on you, man. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. I could give a shit less. Look, I love all you guys. I love all you beautiful people. And for being a piece of shit who has shitty football takes and being somebody that nobody wants around, it's ironic that we got 70 people consistently for almost 6 hours that stuck with it. So for all you guys that, stuck around for 6 to 7 hours because you didn't want to watch me, I appreciate you. Appreciate you a lot. I know the Fins Tailgate appreciates you guys. I hope everyone has a wonderful Christmas, a wonderful Christmas Eve. I hope the Miami Dolphins come out victorious, and let's root for a win. And, hope to see you guys around with the Fins Tailgate.
Fins Tailgate.
And with that, I will say to all a good night. And remember, guys, Fins up.